Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Geoffrey turned again into the house. Madame, in her chic little black hat and spotted veil, and her trim black coat and skirt, stood there at the street corner staring before her, shivering a little with cold, but saying no word of any sort. Again Geoffrey appeared out of the doorway. His face was impassive. "He says he doesn't want," he said. "Ah!" she cried, suddenly in French. "The ungrateful! The animal! He shall suffer! See if he shall not suffer! The low canaille, without faith or feeling! My Max, thou wert right. Such canaillerie should be beaten, as dogs are beaten, till they follow at heel. Will no one beat him for me? No one? Yes, go back. Tell him before he leaves England he shall feel the hand of Kishwégin, and it shall be heavier than the Black Hand. Tell him that, the coward, that causes a woman's word to be broken against her will. Ah, canaille, canaille! Neither faith nor feeling, neither faith nor feeling. Trust them not, dogs of the South." She took a few agitated steps down the pavement. Then she raised her veil to wipe away her tears of anger and bitter disappointment. "Wait a bit," said Alvina. "I'll go." She was touched. "No, don't you!" cried Madame. "Yes, I will," she said. The light of battle was in her eyes. "You'll come with me to the door," she said to Geoffrey. Geoffrey started obediently, and led the way up a long narrow stair, covered with yellow and brown oilcloth, rather worn, on to the top of the house. "Ciccio!" he said, outside the door. "Oui!" came the curly voice of Ciccio. Geoffrey opened the door. Ciccio was sitting on a narrow bed, in a rather poor attic, under the steep slope of the roof. "Don't come in," said Alvina to Geoffrey, looking over her shoulder at him as she entered. Then she closed the door behind her, and stood with her back to it, facing the Italian. He sat loose on the bed, a cigarette between his fingers, dropping ash on the bare boards between his feet. He looked up curiously at Alvina. She stood watching him with wide, bright blue eyes, smiling slightly and saying nothing. He looked up at her steadily, on his guard, from under his long black lashes. "Won't you come?" she said, smiling and looking into his eyes. He flicked off the ash of his cigarette with his little finger. She wondered why he wore the nail of his little finger so long, so very long. Still she smiled at him, and still he gave no sign. "Do come," she urged, never taking her eyes from him. He made not the slightest movement, but sat with his hands dropped between his knees, watching her, the cigarette wavering up its blue thread of smoke. "Won't you?" she said, as she stood with her back to the door. "Won't you come?" She smiled, strangely and vividly. Suddenly she took a pace forward, stooped, watching his face as if timidly, caught his brown hand in her own, and lifted it towards herself. His hand started, dropped the cigarette, but was not withdrawn. "You will come, won't you?" she said, smiling gently into his strange, watchful yellow eyes, that looked fixedly into hers, the dark pupil opening, round and softening. She smiled into his softening round eyes, the eyes of some animal which stares in one of its silent, gentler moments. And suddenly she kissed his hand, kissed it twice, quickly, on the fingers and the back. He wore a silver ring. Even as she kissed his fingers with her lips, the silver ring seemed to her a symbol of his subjection, inferiority. She drew his hand slightly, and he rose to his feet. She turned round and took the door handle, still holding his fingers in her left hand. "You are coming, aren't you?" she said, looking over her shoulder into his eyes. And taking consent from his unchanging eyes, she let go his hand, and slightly opened the door. He turned slowly, and taking his coat from a nail, slung it over his shoulders and drew it on. Then he picked up his hat, and put his foot on his half-smoked cigarette, which lay smoking still. He followed her out of the room, walking with his head rather forward, in the half loutish, sensual subjected way of the Italians. As they entered the street, they saw the trim, French figure of Madame standing alone, as if abandoned. Her face was very white under her spotted veil, her eyes very black. She watched Ciccio following behind Alvina, in his dark, hang-dog fashion, and she did not move a muscle, until he came to a standstill in front of her. She was watching his face. "Te voilà donc," she said, without expression. "Allons boire un café, eh? Let us go and drink some coffee." She had now put an inflection of tenderness into her voice, but her eyes were black with anger. Ciccio smiled slowly, the slow, fine, stupid smile, and turned to walk alongside. Madame said nothing as they went. Geoffrey passed on his bicycle, calling out that he would go straight to Woodhouse. When the three sat with their cups of coffee, Madame pushed up her veil just above her eyes, so that it was a black band above her brows. Her face was pale and full like a child's, but almost stonily expressionless. Her eyes were black and inscrutable. She watched both Ciccio and Alvina with her black, inscrutable looks. "Would you like also biscuits with your coffee, the two of you?" she said, with an amiable intonation, which her strange black looks belied. "Yes," said Alvina. She was a little flushed, as if defiant, while Ciccio sat sheepishly, turning aside his ducked head, the slow, stupid, yet fine smile on his lips. "And no more trouble with Max, hein? You, Ciccio?" said Madame, still with the amiable intonation, and the same black watching eyes. "No more of these stupid scenes, hein? What? Do you answer me?" "No more from me," he said, looking up at her with a narrow, cat-like look in his derisive eyes. "Oh, no? No more? Good then, it is good. We are glad, aren't we, Miss Houghton, that Ciccio has come back and there are to be no more rows? Hein? Aren't we?" "I'm awfully glad," said Alvina. "Awfully glad, yes, awfully glad. You hear, you Ciccio? And you remember another time. What? Don't you? Eh?" He looked up at her, the slow derisive smile curling his lips. "Sure," he said, slowly, with subtle intonation. "Yes, good. Well then, we are all friends. We are all friends, aren't we? All the Nachikita O'Haras, eh? What do you think? What do you say?" "Yes," said Ciccio again, looking up at her with his yellow, glinting eyes. "All right. All right then. It is all right. Forgotten." Madame sounded quite frank and restored. But the sullen watchfulness in her eyes, and the narrowed look in Ciccio's, as he glanced at her, showed another state behind the obviousness of the words. "And Miss Houghton is one of us. Yes? She has united us once more, and so she has become one of us." Madame smiled strangely from her blank, round, white face. "I should love to be one of the Natcha Kee Tawaras," said Alvina. "Yes, well, why not? Why not become one? Why not? What you say, Ciccio? You can play the piano, or perhaps do other things, perhaps better than Kishwégin? What you say, Ciccio? Should she not join us? Is she not one of us?" He smiled and showed his teeth, but did not answer. "Well, what is it? Say then. Shall she not?" "Yes," said Ciccio, unwilling to commit himself. "Yes, so I say. Quite a good idea. We will think of it and perhaps speak to your father, and you shall come. Yes." So the two women returned to Woodhouse by the tram-car, while Ciccio rode home on his bicycle. It was surprising how little Madame and Alvina found to say to one another. Madame effected the reunion of her troupe, and all seemed pretty much as before. She had decided to dance the next night, the Saturday night. On Sunday the party would leave for Warsaw, about 30 miles away, to fulfil their next engagement. That evening Ciccio, whenever he had a moment to spare, watched Alvina. She knew it, but she could not make out what his watching meant. in the same way he might have watched a serpent had he found one gliding in a theatre. He looked at her sideways, furtively, but persistently. And yet he did not want to meet her glance. He avoided her and watched her. As she saw him standing in his negligent, muscular, slouching fashion, with his head dropped forward and his eyes sideways, sometimes she disliked him. But there was a sort of finesse about his face. His skin was delicately tawny and slightly lustrous. The eyes were set in so dark that one expected them to be black and flashing. And then one met the yellow pupils, sulphureous and remote. It was like meeting a lion. His long, fine nose, his rather long, rounded chin and curling lips seemed refined through ages of forgotten culture. He was waiting, silent there, with something muscular and remote about his very droop. He was waiting. What for? Alvina could not guess. She wanted to meet his eye to have an open understanding with him, but he would not. When she went up to talk to him, he answered in his stupid fashion, with a smile of the mouth and no change of the eyes, saying nothing at all. Obstinately he held away from her. When he was in his war paint, for one moment she hated his muscular, handsome, downward drooping torso, so stupid and full. The fine, sharp uprightness of Max seemed much finer, clearer, more manly. Cicio's velvety, suave heaviness, the very heave of his muscles, so full and softly powerful, sickened her. She flashed away angrily on her piano. Madame, who was dancing Kishwégin on the last evening, cast sharp glances at her. Alvina had avoided Madame as Ciccio had avoided Alvina, elusive and yet conscious, a distance and yet a connection. Madame danced beautifully. No denying it, she was an artist. She became something quite different, fresh, virginal, pristine, a magic creature flickering there. She was infinitely delicate and attractive. Her braves became glamorous and heroic at once, and magically she cast her spell over them. It was all very well for Alvina to bang the piano crossly. She could not put out the glow which surrounded Kishwégin and her troupe. Ciccio was handsome now, without war paint, and roused, fearless, and at the same time suggestive. A dark, mysterious glamour on his face, passionate and remote. A stranger, and so beautiful. Alvina flashed at the piano, almost in tears. She hated his beauty. It shut her apart. She had nothing to do with it. Madame, with her long dark hair hanging in finely brushed tresses, her cheek burning under its dusky stain, was another creature. How soft she was on her feet. How humble and remote she seemed, as across a chasm from the men. How submissive she was, with an eternity of inaccessible submission. Her hovering dance round the dead bear was exquisite. Her dark, secretive curiosity, her admiration of the massive, male strength of the creature, her quivers of triumph over the dead beast, her cruel exultation, and her fear that he was not really dead. It was a lovely sight, suggesting the world's morning before Eve had bitten any white-fleshed apple, whilst she was still dusky, dark-eyed, and still. And then her stealthy sympathy with the white prisoner! Now indeed she was the dusky Eve tempted into knowledge. Her fascination was ruthless. She kneeled by the dead brave, her husband, as she had knelt by the bear, in fear and admiration and doubt and exultation. She gave him the least little push with her foot. Dead meat like the bear! And a flash of delight went over her that changed into a sob of mortal anguish. And then, flickering, wicked, doubtful, she watched Ciccio wrestling with the bear. She was the clue to all the action, was Kishwégin, and her dark braves seemed to become darker, more secret, malevolent, burning with a cruel fire and at the same time wistful, knowing their end. Ciccio laughed in a strange way as he wrestled with the bear, as he had never laughed on the previous evenings. The sound went out into the audience, a soft, malevolent, derisive sound. And when the bear was supposed to have crushed him, and he was to have fallen, he reeled out of the bear's arms, and said to Madame, in his derisive voice, "Vivo sempre, Madame." And then he fell. Madame stopped as if shot, hearing his words, "I am still alive, madame." She remained suspended, motionless, suddenly wilted. Then all at once her hand went to her mouth with a scream. "The bear!" So the scene concluded itself. But instead of the tender, half-wistful triumph of Kishwégin, a triumph electric as it should have been when she took the white man's hand and kissed it, there was a doubt, a hesitancy, a nullity, and Max did not quite know what to do. After the performance, neither Madame nor Max dared say anything to Ciccio about his innovation into the play. Louis felt he had to speak. It was left to him. "I say, Cic," he said, "why did you change the scene? It might have spoiled everything if Madame wasn't such a genius. Why did you say that?" "Why," said Ciccio, answering Louis's French in Italian, "I am tired of being dead, you see." Madame and Max heard in silence. When Alvina had played God Save the King, she went round behind the stage. But Ciccio and Geoffrey had already packed up the property, and left. Madame was talking to James Houghton. Louis and Max were busy together. Mr. May came to Alvina. "Well," he said, "that closes another week. I think we've done very well, in face of difficulties, don't you?" "Wonderfully," she said. But poor Mr. May spoke and looked pathetically. He seemed to feel forlorn. Alvina was not attending to him. Her eye was roving. She took no notice of him. Madame came up. "Well, Miss Houghton," she said, "time to say good-bye, I suppose." "How do you feel after dancing?" asked Alvina. "Well, not so strong as usual, but not so bad, you know. I shall be all right, thanks to you. I think your father is more ill than I. To me, he looks very ill." "Father wears himself away," said Alvina. "Yes, and when we are no longer young, there is not so much to wear. Well, I must thank you once more." "What time do you leave in the morning?" "By the train at 10:30. If it doesn't rain, the young men will cycle. Perhaps all of them. Then they will go when they like." "I will come round to say good-bye," said Alvina. "Oh no, don't disturb yourself. Yes, I want to take home the things, the kettle for the bronchitis and those things." "Oh, thank you very much, but don't trouble yourself. I will send Ciccio with them, or one of the others." "I should like to say good-bye to you all," persisted Alvina. Madame glanced round at Max and Louis. "Are we not all here?" "No, the two have gone." "No! Well, well, what time will you come?" "About 9." "Very well, and I leave at 10. Very well. Then au revoir till the morning. Good night." "Good night," said Alvina. Her colour was rather flushed. She walked up with Mr. May, and hardly noticed he was there. After supper, when James Houghton had gone up to count his pennies, Alvina said to Miss Pinnegar, "Don't you think father looks rather seedy, Miss Pinnegar?" "I've been thinking so a long time," said Miss Pinnegar tartly. "What do you think he ought to do?" "He's killing himself down there, in all weathers, and freezing in that box office. And then the bad atmosphere. He's killing himself, that's all." "What can we do?" "Nothing, so long as there's that place down there. Nothing at all." Alvina thought so too. So she went to bed. She was up in time, and watching the clock. It was a grey morning, but not raining. At 9:05 she hurried off to Mrs. Rollings. In the backyard the bicycles were out, glittering and muddy according to their owners. Ciccio was crouching mending a tire, crouching balanced on his toes, near the earth. He turned like a quick-eared animal, glancing up as she approached, but did not rise. "Are you getting ready to go?" she said, looking down at him. He screwed his head round to her unwillingly, upside down, his chin tilted up at her. She did not know him thus inverted. Her eyes rested on his face, puzzled. His chin seemed so large, aggressive. He was a little repellent and brutal, inverted. Yet she continued. "Would you help me to carry back the things we brought for Madame?" He rose to his feet, but did not look at her. He was wearing broken cycling shoes. He stood looking at his bicycle tube. "Not just yet," she said. "I want to say good-bye to Madame. Will you come in half an hour?" "Yes, I will come," he said, still watching his bicycle tube, which sprawled nakedly on the floor. The forward drop of his head was curiously beautiful to her, the straight, powerful nape of the neck, The delicate shape of the back of the head, the black hair, the way the neck sprang from the strong, loose shoulders was beautiful. There was something mindless but intent about the forward reach of his head. His face seemed colourless, neutral tinted, and expressionless. She went indoors. The young men were moving about making preparations. "Come upstairs, Miss Houghton," called Madame's voice from above. Alvina mounted, to find Madame packing. "It is an uneasy moment when we are busy to move," said Madame, looking up at Alvina as if she were a stranger. "I'm afraid I'm in the way, but I won't stay a minute." "Oh, it is all right. Here are the things you brought." Madame indicated a little pile. "And thank you very much, very much. I feel you saved my life. And now let me give you one little token of my gratitude. It is not much, because we are not millionaires in the Natcha-Kee-Tawara. Just a little remembrance of our troublesome visit to Woodhouse." She presented Alvina with a pair of exquisite bead moccasins, woven in a weird, lovely pattern, with soft deerskin soles and sides. "They belong to Kishwégin, so it is Kishwégin who gives them to you, because she is grateful to you for saving her life, or at least from a long illness." "Oh, but I don't want to take them," said Alvina. "You don't like them? Why?" "I think they're lovely, lovely. But I don't want to take them from you." "If I give them, you do not take them from me. You receive them, eh?" And Madame pressed back the slippers, opening her plump jewelled hands in a gesture of finality. "But I don't like to take these," said Alvina. "I feel they belong to Natcha-Kee-Tawara. And I don't want to rob Natcha-Kee-Tawara, do I? Do take them back." "No, I have given them. You cannot rob Natcha-Kee-Tawara in taking a pair of shoes. Impossible." "And I'm sure they're much too small for me." "Ha!" exclaimed Madame. "It is that! Try." "I know they are," said Alvina, laughing confusedly. She sat down and took off her own shoe. The moccasin was a little too short, just a little, but it was charming on the foot, charming. "Yes," said Madame, "it is too short. Very well, I must find you something else." "Please don't," said Alvina. "Please don't find me anything. I don't want anything. Please." "What?" said Madame, eyeing her closely. "You don't want? Why? You don't want anything from Natcha-Kee-Tawara or from Kishwégin? Eh? From which?" "Don't give me anything, please," said Alvina. All right then. I won't. I won't give you anything. I can't give you anything you want from Natcha-Kee-Tawara." And Madame busied herself again with the packing. "I'm awfully sorry you're going," said Alvina. "Sorry? Why?" "Yes, so am I sorry we shan't see you any more. Yes, so I am. But perhaps we shall see you another time, eh? I shall send you a postcard. Perhaps I shall send one of the young men on his bicycle to bring you something which I shall buy for you." "Yes? Shall I? Oh, I should be awfully glad. But don't buy—" Alvina checked herself in time. "Don't buy anything. Send me a little thing from Natcha-Kee-Tawara. I love the slippers." "But they are too small," said Madame, who had been watching her with black eyes that read every motive. Madame too had her avaricious side, and was glad to get back the slippers. Very well, I will do that. I will send you some small thing from Natcha-Kee-Tawara, and one of the young men shall bring it. Perhaps Ciccio, eh?" "Thank you so much," said Alvina, holding out her hand. "Good‐bye. I'm so sorry you're going." "Well, well, we are not going so far. Not so very far. Perhaps we shall see each other another day, it may be. Good‐bye." Madame took Alvina's hand and smiled at her winsomely all at once, kindly, from her inscrutable black eyes. A sudden, unusual kindness. Alvina flushed with surprise and a desire to cry. "Yes, I am sorry you are not with Natcha-Kee-Tawara. But we shall see. Good‐bye. I shall do my packing." Alvina carried down the things she had to remove. Then she went to say good‐bye to the young men, who were in various stages of their toilet. Max alone was quite presentable. Ciccio was just putting on the outer cover of his front tire. She watched his brown thumbs press it into place. He was quick and sure, much more capable and even masterful than you would have supposed, seeing his tawny Mediterranean hands. He spun the wheel round, patting it lightly. "Is it finished?" "Yes, I think." He reached his pump and blew up the tyre. She watched his softly applied force. What physical, muscular force there was in him. Then he swung round the bicycle and stood it again on its wheels. After which he quickly folded his tools. "Will you come now?" she said. He turned, rubbing his hands together and drying them on an old cloth. He went into the house, pulled on his coat and his cap, and picked up things from the table. "Where are you going?" Max asked. Ciccio jerked his head towards Alvina. "Oh, allow me to carry them, Miss Houghton. He is not fit," said Max. True, Ciccio had no collar on, and his shoes were bust. "I don't mind," said Alvina hastily. "He knows where they go. He brought them before." "But I will carry them. I am dressed. Allow me." And he began to take the things. "You get dressed, Ciccio." Ciccio looked at Alvina. "Do you want?" he said, as if waiting for orders. "Do let Ciccio take them," said Alvina to Max. "Thank you ever so much. But let him take them." So Alvina marched off through the Sunday morning streets, with the Italian, who was down at heel and encumbered with an armful of sick-room apparatus. She did not know what to say, and he said nothing. "We will go in this way," she said, suddenly opening the hall door. She had unlocked it before she went out, for that entrance was hardly ever used. So she showed the Italian into the sombre drawing-room, with its high black bookshelves with rows and rows of calf-bound volumes, its old red and flowered carpet, its grand piano littered with music. Ciccio put down the things as she directed, and stood with his cap in his hands, looking aside. "Thank you so much," she said, lingering. He curled his lips in a faint, deprecatory smile. "Nothing," he murmured. His eye had wandered uncomfortably up to a portrait on the wall. "That was my mother," said Alvina. He glanced down at her, but did not answer. "I'm so sorry you're going away," she said nervously. She stood looking up at him with wide blue eyes. The faint smile grew on the lower part of his face, which he kept averted. Then he looked at her. "We have to move," he said, with his eyes watching her reservedly, his mouth twisting with a half-bashful smile. "Do you like continually going away?" she said, her wide blue eyes fixed on his face. "We have to do it. I like it." What he said meant nothing to him. He now watched her fixedly, with a slightly mocking look, and a reserve he would not relinquish. "Do you think I shall ever see you again?" she said. "Should you like?" he answered, with a sly smile and a faint shrug. "I should like, awfully." A flush grew on her cheek. She heard Miss Pinnegar's scarcely audible step approaching. He nodded at her slightly, watching her fixedly, turning up the corners of his eyes slyly, his nose seeming slyly to sharpen. "All right, next week, eh? In the morning." "Do!" cried Alvina, as Miss Pinnegar came through the door. He glanced quickly over his shoulder. "Oh!" cried Miss Pinnegar. "I couldn't imagine who it was." She eyed the young fellow sharply. "Couldn't you?" said Alvina. "We brought back these things." "Oh yes. Well, you better come into the other room, to the fire," said Miss Pinnegar. "I shall go along. Good-bye," said Ciccio, and with a slight bow to Alvina, and a still slighter to Miss Pinnegar, he was out of the room and out of the front door, as if turning tail. "I suppose they're going this morning," said Miss Pinnegar. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 9, Part 1. Of the Lost Girl, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Alvina becomes a lay. Alvina wept when the Natchas had gone. She loved them so much, she wanted to be with them. Even Ciccio she regarded as only one of the Natchas. She looked forward to his coming as a visit from the troupe. How dull the theatre was without them. She was tired of the Endeavour. She wished it did not exist. The rehearsal on the Monday morning bored her terribly. Her father was nervous and irritable. The previous week had tried him sorely. He had worked himself into a state of nervous apprehension such as nothing would have justified, unless perhaps if the wooden walls of the Endeavour had burnt to the ground, with James inside, victimized like another Samson. He had developed a nervous horror of all artists. He did not feel safe for one single moment whilst he depended on a single one of them. "We shall have to convert it into all pictures," he said, in a nervous fever to Mr. May. "Don't make any more engagements after the end of next month." "Really?" said Mr. May. "Really? Have you quite decided?" "Yes, quite. Yes, quite," James fluttered. "I've written about a new machine, and the supply of films from Chanticleers." "Really?" said Mr. May. "Oh well then, in that case—" But he was filled with dismay and chagrin. "Of course," he said later to Alvina, "I can't possibly stop on if we are nothing but a picture show." And he arched his blanched and dismal eyelids with ghastly finality. "Why?" cried Alvina. "Oh, why?" He was rather ironic. "Well, it's not my line at all. I'm not a film operator." And he put his head on one side with a grimace of contempt and superiority. "But you are as well," said Alvina. "Yes, as well, but not only. You may wash the dishes in the scullery, but you're not only the char, are you?" "But is it the same?" cried Alvina. "Of course!" cried Mr. May. "Of course it's the same!" Alvina laughed a little heartlessly into his pallid, stricken eyes. "But what will you do?" she asked. "I shall have to look for something else," said the injured but dauntless little man. "There's nothing else, is there?" "Wouldn't you stay on?" she asked. "I wouldn't think of it. I wouldn't think of it." He turtled like an injured pigeon. "Well," she said, looking laconically into his face, "it's between you and father." "Of course," he said. "Naturally. Where else?" But his tone was a little spiteful, as if he had rested his last hopes on Alvina. Alvina went away. She mentioned the coming change to Miss Pinnegar. "Well," said Miss Pinnegar, judicious but aloof, "it's a move in the right direction. But I doubt if it'll do any good." "Do you?" said Alvina. "Why?" "I don't believe in the place, and I never did," declared Miss Pinnegar. "I don't believe any good will come of it." "But why?" persisted Alvina. "What makes you feel so sure about it?" "I don't know. But that's how I feel. And I have from the first. It was wrong from the first. It was wrong to begin it." "But why?" insisted Alvina, laughing. "Your father had no business to be led into it. He'd no business to touch this show business. It isn't like him. It doesn't belong to him. He's gone against his own nature and his own life." "Oh, but," said Alvina, "father was a showman even in the shop. He always was. Mother said he was like a showman in a booth." Miss Pinnegar was taken aback. "Well," she said sharply, "if that's what you've seen in him—" There was a pause. "And in that case," she continued tartly, "I think some of the showman has come out of the daughter. Or show woman. Which doesn't improve it, to my idea." "Why is it any worse?" said Alvina. "I enjoy it, and so does father." "No," cried Miss Pinnegar. "There you're wrong. There you make a mistake. It's all against his better nature." "Really?" said Alvina, in surprise. "What a new idea! But which is father's better nature?" "You may not know it," said Miss Pinnegar coldly. "And if so, I can never tell you. But that doesn't alter it." She lapsed into dead silence for a moment. Then suddenly she broke out, vicious and cold. "He'll go on till he's killed himself, and then he'll know." The little adverb "then" came whistling across the space like a bullet. It made Alvina pause. Was her father going to die? She reflected. Well, all men must die. She forgot the question in others that occupied her. First, could she bear it, when the Endeavour was turned into another cheap and nasty film shop? The strange figures of the artistes, passing under her observation, had really entertained her, week by week. Some weeks they had bored her, some weeks she had detested them, but there was always a chance in the coming week. Think of the Natcha Kee Tawaras. She thought too much of the Natcha Kee Tawaras. She knew it, and she tried to force her mind to the contemplation of the new state of things, when she banged at the piano to a set of dithering and boring pictures. There would be her father, herself, and Mr. May, or a new operator, a new manager. The new manager! She thought of him for a moment, and thought of the mechanical, factory-faced persons who "managed" Wright's and the Woodhouse empire. But her mind fell away from this barren study. She was obsessed by the Natcha Kee Tawaras. They seemed to have fascinated her. Which of them it was, or what it was that had cast the spell over her, she did not know. But she was as if hypnotized. She longed to be with them. Her soul gravitated towards them all the time. Monday passed, and Ciccio did not come. Tuesday passed, and Wednesday. In her soul she was sceptical of their keeping their promise, either Madame or Ciccio. Why should they keep their promise? She knew what these nomadic artistes were, and her soul was stubborn within her. On Wednesday night there was another sensation at the Endeavour. Mr. May found James Houghton fainting in the box office after the performance had begun. What to do? He could not interrupt Alvina, nor the performance. He sent the chocolate and orange boy across to the pear tree for brandy. James revived. "I'm all right," he said, in a brittle fashion. "I'm all right, don't bother." So he sat with his head on his hand in the box office, and Mr. May had to leave him to operate the film. When the interval arrived, Mr. May hurried to the box office, a narrow hole that James could just sit in, and there he found the invalid in the same posture, semi-conscious. He gave him more brandy. "I'm all right, I tell you," said James, his eyes flaring. "Leave me alone." But he looked anything but all right. Mr. May hurried for Alvina. When the daughter entered the ticket place, her father was again in a state of torpor. "Father," she said, shaking his shoulder gently, "what's the matter?" He murmured something, but was incoherent. She looked at his face. It was grey and blank. "We shall have to get him home," she said. "We shall have to get a cab." "Give him a little brandy," said Mr. May. The boy was sent for the cab. James swallowed a spoonful of brandy. He came to himself irritably. "What? What?" he said. "I won't have all this fuss. Go on with the performance. There's no need to bother about me." His eye was wild. "You must go home, father," said Alvina. "Leave me alone! Will you leave me alone? Hectored by women all my life. Hectored by women. First one, then another. I won't stand it. I won't stand it." He looked at Alvina with a look of frenzy, as he lapsed again. Fell with his head on his hands on his ticket board. Alvina looked at Mr. May. "We must get him home," she said. She covered him up with a coat and sat by him. The performance went on without music. At last the cab came. James, unconscious, was driven up to Woodhouse. He had to be carried indoors. Alvina hurried ahead to make a light in the dark passage. "Father's ill," she announced to Miss Pinnegar. "Didn't I say so?" said Miss Pinnegar, starting from her chair. The two women went out to meet the cabman, who had James in his arms. "Can you manage?" cried Alvina, showing a light. "He doesn't weigh much," said the man. "Tsk, tsk, tsk," went Miss Pinnegar's tongue in a rapid tut-tut of distress. "What have I said now?" she exclaimed. "What have I said all along?" James was laid on the sofa. His eyes were half shut. They made him drink brandy. The boy was sent for the doctor. Alvina's bed was warmed. The sick man was got to bed. And then started another vigil. Alvina sat up in the sick room. James started and muttered, but did not regain consciousness. Dawn came, and he was the same. Pneumonia and pleurisy and a touch of meningitis. Alvina drank her tea, took a little breakfast, and went to bed at about 9 o'clock in the morning, leaving James in charge of Miss Pinnegar. Time was all deranged. Miss Pinnegar was a nervous nurse. She sat in horror and apprehension, her eyebrows raised, starting and looking at James in terror whenever he made a noise. She hurried to him and did what she could. But one would have said she was repulsed. She found her task unconsciously repugnant. During the course of the morning Mrs. Rollings came up and said that the Italian from last week had come, and could he speak to Miss Houghton. "Tell him she's resting, and Mr. Houghton is seriously ill," said Miss Pinnegar sharply. When Alvina came downstairs at about 4 in the afternoon, she found a package, a comb of carved bone, and a message from Madame, to Miss Houghton, with kindest greetings and most sincere thanks from Kishwégin. The comb, with its carved, beast-faced serpent, was her portion. Alvina asked if there had been any other message. None. Mr. May came in, and stayed for a dismal half-hour. Then Alvina went back to her nursing. The patient was no better, still unconscious. Miss Pinnegar came down, red-eyed and sullen-looking. The condition of James gave little room for hope. In the early morning he died. Alvina called Miss Rowlings, and they composed the body. It was still only 5 o'clock, and not light. Alvina went to lie down in her father's little, rather chilly chamber at the end of the corridor. She tried to sleep, but could not. At 7:30 she arose and started the business of the new day. The doctor came. She went to the registrar, and so on. Mr. May came. It was decided to keep open the theatre. He would find someone else for the piano, someone else to issue the tickets. In the afternoon arrived Frederick Houghton, James's cousin and nearest relative. He was a middle-aged, blonde, florid, church-going draper from Narborough, well-to-do and very bourgeois. He tried to talk to Alvina in a fatherly fashion, or a friendly or a helpful fashion, but Alvina could not listen to him. He got on her nerves. Hearing the gate bang, she rose and hurried to the window. She was in the drawing-room with her cousin to give the interview its proper air of solemnity. She saw Ciccio rearing his yellow bicycle against the wall, and going with his head forward along the narrow, dark way of the back-yard, to the scullery door. "Excuse me a minute," she said to her cousin, who looked up irritably as she left the room. She was just in time to open the door as Ciccio tapped. She stood on the doorstep above him. He looked up, with a faint smile from under his black lashes. "How nice of you to come," she said. But her face was blanched and tired, without expression. Only her large eyes looked blue in their tiredness, as she glanced down at Ciccio. He seemed to her far away. "Madame asks, how is Mr. Houghton?" he said. "Father? He died this morning," she said quietly. "He died!" exclaimed the Italian, a flash of fear and dismay going over his face. "Yes, this morning." She had neither tears nor emotion, but just looked down on him abstractedly, from her height on the kitchen step. He dropped his eyes and looked at his feet. Then he lifted his eyes again, and looked at her. She looked back at him, as from across a distance. So they watched each other, as strangers across a wide, abstract distance. He turned and looked down the dark yard, towards the gate where he could just see the pale grey tyre of his bicycle, and the yellow mudguard. He seemed to be reflecting. If he went now, he went for ever. Involuntarily he turned and lifted his face again towards Alvina, as if studying her curiously. She remained there on the doorstep, neutral, blanched, with wide, still, neutral eyes. She did not seem to see him. He studied her with alert, yellow-dusky, inscrutable eyes, until she met his look. And then he gave the faintest gesture with his head, as of summons towards him. Her soul started and died in her. And again he gave the slight, almost imperceptible jerk of the head, backwards and sideways, as if summoning her towards him. His face too was closed and expressionless. But in his eyes, which kept hers, there was a dark flicker of ascendancy. He was going to triumph over her. She knew it. And her soul sank as if it sank out of her body. It sank away out of her body, left her there, powerless, soulless. And yet as he turned, with his head stretched forward, to move away, as he glanced slightly over his shoulder, she stepped down from the step, down to his level, to follow him. He went ducking along the dark yard, nearly to the gate. Near the gate, near his bicycle, was a corner made by a shed. Here he turned lingeringly to her, and she lingered in front of him. Her eyes were wide and neutral and submissive, with a new, awful submission, as if she had lost her soul. So she looked up at him like a victim. There was a faint smile in his eyes. He stretched forward over her. "You love me? Yes? Yes?" he said, in a voice that seemed like a palpable contact on her. "Yes," she whispered, involuntarily, soulless, like a victim. He put his arm round her, subtly, and lifted her. "Yes," he re-echoed, almost mocking in his triumph. "Yes, yes!" And smiling he kissed her, delicately, with a certain finesse of knowledge. She moaned in spirit, in his arms, felt herself dead, dead. And he kissed her with a finesse, a passionate finesse, which seemed like coals of fire on her head. They heard footsteps. Miss Pinnegar was coming to look for her. Ciccio set her down, looked long into her eyes, inscrutably, smiling, and said, "I come tomorrow." With which he ducked and ran out of the yard, picking up his bicycle like a feather, and, taking no notice of Miss Pinnegar, letting the yard door bang to behind him. "Alvina!" said Miss Pinnegar. But Alvina did not answer. She turned, slipped past, ran indoors and upstairs to the little bare bedroom she had made her own. She locked the door and kneeled down on the floor, bowing down her head to her knees in a paroxysm on the floor. In a paroxysm, because she loved him. She doubled herself up in a paroxysm on her knees on the floor, because she loved him. It was far more like pain, like agony, than like joy. She swayed herself to and fro in a paroxysm of unbearable sensation, because she loved him. Miss Pinnegar came and knocked at the door. "Alvina! Alvina! Oh, you are there! Whatever are you doing? Aren't you coming down to speak to your cousin?" "Soon," said Alvina. And taking a pillow from the bed, she crushed it against herself and swayed herself unconsciously, in her orgasm of unbearable feeling. Right in her bowels she felt it, the terrible, unbearable feeling. How could she bear it? She crouched over until she became still. A moment of stillness seemed to cover her like sleep, an eternity of sleep in that 1 second. Then she roused and got up. She went to the mirror, still, evanescent, and tidied her hair, smoothed her face. She was so still, so remote. She felt that nothing, nothing could ever touch her. And so she went downstairs to that horrible cousin of her father's. She seemed so intangible, remote and virginal, that her cousin and Miss Pinnegar both failed to make anything of her. She answered their questions simply, but did not talk. They talked to each other. And at last the cousin went away with a profound dislike of Miss Alvina. She did not notice. She was only glad he was gone. And she went about for the rest of the day elusive and vague. She slept deeply that night, without dreams. The next day was Saturday. It came with a great storm of wind and rain and hail, of fury. Alvina looked out in dismay. She knew Ciccio would not be able to come. He could not cycle, and it was impossible to get by train and return the same day. She was almost relieved. She was relieved by the intermission of fate. She was thankful for the day of neutrality. In the early afternoon came a telegram. "Coming both tomorrow morning. Deepest sympathy, Madame." Tomorrow was Sunday, and the funeral was in the afternoon. Alvina felt a burning inside her, thinking of Ciccio. She winced, and yet she wanted him to come. Terribly she wanted him to come. She showed the telegram to Miss Pinnegar. "Good gracious," said the weary Miss Pinnegar. "Fancy those people. And I warrant they'll want to be at the funeral. As if he was anything to them." "I think it's very nice of her," said Alvina. "Oh well," said Miss Pinnegar, "if you think so. I don't fancy he would have wanted such people following, myself. And what does she mean by both? Who's the other?" Miss Pinnegar looked sharply at Alvina. "Ciccio," said Alvina. "The Italian? Why, goodness me, what's he coming for? I can't make you out, Alvina. Is that his name, Ciccio? I never heard such a name. Doesn't sound like a name at all to me. There won't be room for them in the cabs. We'll order another. More expense. I never knew such impertinent people." But Alvina did not hear her. On the next morning, she dressed herself carefully in her new dress. It was black voile. Carefully she did her hair. Ciccio and Madame were coming. The thought of Ciccio made her shudder. She hung about, waiting. Luckily none of the funeral guests would arrive till after 1 o'clock. Alvina sat listless, musing, by the fire in the drawing-room. She left everything now to Miss Pinnegar and Mrs. Rollings. Miss Pinnegar, red-eyed and yellow-skinned, was irritable beyond words. It was nearly midday when Alvina heard the gate. She hurried to open the front door. Madame was in her little black hat and her black spotted veil. Ciccio, in a black overcoat, was closing the yard door behind her. "Oh, my dear girl," Madame cried, trotting forward with outstretched black kid hands, one of which held an umbrella. "I am so shocked. I am so shocked to hear of your poor father. Am I to believe it? Am I really? No, I can't." She lifted her veil, kissed Alvina and dabbed her eyes. Ciccio came up the steps. He took off his hat to Alvina, smiled slightly as he passed her. He looked rather pale, constrained. She closed the door and ushered them into the drawing-room. Madame looked round like a bird, examining the room and the furniture. She was evidently a little impressed. But all the time she was uttering her condolences. "Tell me, poor girl, how it happened." "There isn't much to tell," said Alvina, and she gave the brief account of James's illness and death. Worn out," Madame said, nodding slowly up and down. Her black veil, pushed up, sagged over her brows like a mourning band. "You cannot afford to waste the stamina. And will you keep on the theatre with Mr. May?" Ciccio was sitting looking towards the fire. His presence made Alvina tremble. She noticed how the fine black hair of his head showed no parting at all. It just grew like a close cap, and was pushed aside at the forehead. Sometimes he looked at her as Madame talked, and again looked at her, and looked away. At last Madame came to a halt. There was a long pause. "You will stay to the funeral?" "Oh, my dear, we shall be too much." "No," said Alvina. "I have arranged for you." "There! You think of everything. But I will not come. Not Ciccio. He will not trouble you." Ciccio looked up at Alvina. "I should like him to come," said Alvina simply. But a deep flush began to mount her face. She did not know where it came from. She felt so cold, and she wanted to cry. Madame watched her closely. "Siamo di accordo," came the voice of Ciccio. Alvina and Madame both looked at him. He sat constrained, with his face averted, his eyes dropped, but smiling. Madame looked closely at Alvina. "Is it true what he says?" she asked. "I don't understand him," said Alvina. "I don't understand what he said." "That you have agreed with him." Madame and Ciccio both watched Alvina as she sat in her new black dress. Her eyes involuntarily turned to his. "I don't know," she said vaguely. "Have I?" And she looked at him. Madame kept silence for some moments. Then she said gravely: "Well, yes. Well." She looked from one to another. "Well, there is a lot to consider. But if you have decided—" Neither of them answered. Madame suddenly rose and went to Alvina. She kissed her on either cheek. "I shall protect you," she said. Then she returned to her seat. "What have you said to Miss Houghton?" she said suddenly to Ciccio, tackling him direct, and speaking coldly. He looked at Madame with a faint, derisive smile. Then he turned to Alvina. She bent her head and blushed. "Speak then," said Madame. "You have a reason?" She seemed mistrustful of him. But he turned aside his face, and refused to speak, sitting as if he were unaware of Madame's presence. "Oh well," said Madame. "I shall be there, signorino." She spoke with a half-playful threat. Ciccio curled his lip. "You do not know him yet," she said, turning to Alvina. "I know that," said Alvina, offended. Then she added: "Wouldn't you like to take off your hat?" "If you truly wish me to stay," said Madame. "Yes, please do. And will you hang your coat in the hall?" she said to Ciccio. "Oh," said Madame roughly, "he will not stay to eat. He will go out somewhere." Alvina looked at him. "Would you rather?" she said. He looked at her with sardonic yellow eyes. "If you want," he said, the awkward, derisive smile curling his lips and showing his teeth. She had a moment of sheer panic. Was he just stupid and bestial? The thought went clean through her. His yellow eyes watched her sardonically. It was the clean modelling of his dark, other-world face that decided her, for it sent the deep spasm across her. "I'd like you to stay," she said. A smile of triumph went over his face. Madame watched him stonily as she stood beside her chair, one hand lightly balanced on her hip. Alvina was reminded of Kishwégin. But even in Madame's stony mistrust there was an element of attraction towards him. He had taken his cigarette case from his pocket. "On ne fume pas dans le salon," said Madame brutally. "Will you put your coat in the passage? And do smoke if you wish," said Alvina. He rose to his feet and took off his overcoat. His face was obstinate and mocking. He was rather floridly dressed, though in black, and wore boots of black patent leather with tan uppers. Handsome he was, but undeniably in bad taste. The silver ring was still on his finger, and his close, fine, unparted hair went badly with smart English clothes. He looked common. Alvina confessed it. And her heart sank. But what was she to do? He evidently was not happy. Obstinacy made him stick out the situation. Alvina and Madame went upstairs. Madame wanted to see the dead James. She looked at his frail, handsome, ethereal face, and crossed herself as she wept. "Un bel homme cependant," she whispered. "Mort un jour. C'est trop fort, voyez." And she sniggered with fear and sobs. They went down to Alvina's bare room. Madame glanced round, as she did in every room she entered. "This was father's bedroom," said Alvina. "The other was mine. He wouldn't have it anything but like this, bare." "Nature of a monk, a hermit," whispered Madame. "Who would have thought it? Ah, the men, the men." And she unpinned her hat and patted her hair before the small mirror, into which she had to peep to see herself. Alvina stood waiting. "And now," whispered Madame, suddenly turning, "what about this Ciccio, eh?" It was ridiculous that she would not raise her voice above a whisper, upstairs there. But so it was. She scrutinized Alvina with her eyes of bright black glass. Alvina looked back at her, but did not know what to say. "What about him, eh? Will you marry him? Why will you?" "I suppose because I like him," said Alvina, flushing. Madame made a little grimace. "Oh yes," she whispered, with a contemptuous mouth. "Oh yes, because you like him. But you know nothing of him, nothing. How can you like him not knowing him? He may be a real bad character. How would you like him then?" "He isn't, is he?" said Alvina. "I don't know. I don't know. He may be. Even I do not know him. No, though he has been with me for 3 years. What is he? He is a man of the people. A boatman, a labourer, an artist's model. He sticks to nothing." "How old is he?" asked Alvina. "He is 25, a boy only. And you? You are older." 30, confessed Alvina. 30. Well now. So much difference. How can you trust him? How can you? Why does he want to marry you? Why?" "I don't know," said Alvina. "No, and I don't know. But I know something of these Italian men, who are labourers in every country, just labourers and undermen always, always down, down, down." And Madame pressed her spread palms downwards. "And so, when they have a chance to come up," she raised her hand with a spring, "they are very conceited, and they take their chance. He will want to rise by you, and you will go down with him. That is how it is. I have seen it before. Yes, more than one time." "But," said Alvina, laughing ruefully, "he can't rise much because of me, can he?" "How not? How not? In the first place, you are English, and he thinks to rise by that. Then you are not of the lower class, you are of the higher class, the class of the masters, such as employ Ciccio and men like him. How will he not rise in the world by you? Yes, he will rise very much. Or he will draw you down, down. Yes, one or another. And then he thinks that now you have money, now your father is dead." Here Madame glanced apprehensively at the closed door. "And they all like money. Yes, very much. All Italians." "Do they?" said Alvina, scared. "I'm sure there won't be any money. I'm sure father is in debt." "What? You think? Do you? Really? Oh, poor Miss Houghton. Well, and will you tell Ciccio that? Eh? Yeah?" "Yes, certainly, if it matters," said poor Alvina. "Of course it matters. Of course, it matters very much. It matters to him, because he will not have much. He saves, 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 as they all do, to go back to Italy and buy a piece of land. And if he has you, it will cost him much more. He cannot continue with Nachikito. All will be much more difficult." "Oh, I will tell him in time," said Alvina, pale at the lips. "You will tell him? Yes, that is better. and then you will see. But he is obstinate as a mule. And if he will still have you, then you must think. Can you live in England as the wife of a labouring man, a dirty Italian, as they all say? It is serious. It is not pleasant for you, who have not known it. I also have not known it. But I have seen." Alvina watched with wide, troubled eyes, while Madame darted looks as from bright, deep black glass. "Yes," said Alvina. "I should hate being a labourer's wife, in a nasty little house in a street." "In a house!" cried Madame. "It would not be in a house. They live many together in one house. It would be 2 rooms, or even 1 room, in another house with many people not quite clean, you see." "I couldn't stand that," she said, finally. "No," Madame nodded approval. "No, you could not. They live in a bad way, the Italians. They do not know the English home, never. They don't like it. Nor do they know the Swiss clean and proper house. No, they don't understand. They run into their holes to sleep or to shelter, and that is all." "The same in Italy," said Alvina. "Even more, because there it is sunny very often." "And you don't need a house," said Alvina. "I should like that." "Yes, it is nice, but you don't know the life. And you would be alone with people like animals. And if you go to Italy, he will beat you. He will beat you." "If I let him," said Alvina. "But you can't help it. Away there from everybody. Nobody will help you. If you're a wife in Italy, nobody will help you. You are his property. When you marry by Italian law, it is not like England. There is no divorce in Italy. And if he beats you, you are helpless." "But why should he beat me?" said Alvina. "Why should he want to?" "They do. They are so jealous. And then they go into their ungovernable tempers. Horrible tempers." "Only when they're provoked," said Alvina, thinking of Max. "Yes, but you will not know what provokes him. Who can say when he will be provoked? And then he beats you." There seemed to be a gathering triumph in Madame's bright black eyes. Alvina looked at her and turned to the door. "At any rate, I know now," she said, in rather a flat voice. "And it is true. It is all of it true," whispered Madame vindictively. Alvina wanted to run from her. "I must go to the kitchen," she said. "Shall we go down?" Alvina did not go into the drawing room with Madame. She was too much upset, and she had almost a horror of seeing Ciccio at that moment. Miss Pinnegar, her face stained carmine by the fire, was helping Mrs. Rollings with the dinner. "Are they both staying or only one?" she said tartly. "Both," said Alvina, busying herself with the gravy, to hide her distress and confusion. "The man as well?" said Miss Pinnegar. "What does the woman want to bring him for? I'm sure I don't know what your father would say. A common show fellow. Looks what he is. And staying to dinner." Miss Pinnegar was thoroughly out of temper as she tried the potatoes. Alvina set the table. Then she went to the drawing room. "Will you come to dinner?" she said to her 2 guests. Ciccio rose, threw his cigarette into the fire, and looked round. Outside was a faint, watery sunshine, but at least it was out of doors. He felt himself imprisoned, and out of his element. He had an irresistible impulse to go. When he got into the hall he laid his hand on his hat. The stupid, constrained smile was on his face. "I'll go now," he said. "We've set the table for you," said Alvina. "Stop now, since you have stopped for so long," said Madame, darting her black looks at him. But he hurried on his coat, looking stupid. Madame lifted her eyebrows disdainfully. "This is polite behaviour," she said, sarcastically. Alvina stood at a loss. "You'll return to the funeral?" said Madame coldly. He shook his head. "When you are ready to go," he said. "At 4 o'clock," said Madame, "when the funeral has come home. Then we shall be in time for the train." He nodded, smiled stupidly, opened the door, and went. "This is just like him, to be so. Madame could not express herself as she walked down to the kitchen. "Miss Pinnegar, this is Madame," said Alvina. "How do you do?" said Miss Pinnegar, a little distant and condescending. Madame eyed her keenly. "Where is the man? I don't know his name," said Miss Pinnegar. "He wouldn't stay," said Alvina. What is his name, madame? Marasca. Francesco. Francesco Marasca. Neapolitan. Marasca, echoed Alvina. It has a bad sound, a sound of a bad augury, bad sign, said Madame. Marasca. She shook her head at the taste of the syllables. Why do you think so? Said Alvina. Do you think there is a meaning in sounds, goodness and badness? Yes, said Madame, certainly. Some sounds are good, they are for life, for creating, and some sounds are bad, they are for destroying. Marasca. That is bad, like swearing. But what sort of badness? What does it do? Said Alvina. What does it do? It sends life down, down, instead of lifting it up. Why should things always go up? Why should life always go up? Said Alvina. I don't know, said Madame, cutting her meat quickly. There was a pause. And what about other names? Interrupted Miss Pinnegar, a little lofty. What about Houghton, for example? Madame put down her fork, but kept her knife in her hand. She looked across the room, not at Miss Pinnegar. Houghton, Houghton, she said. When it is said, it has a sound against, that is, against the neighbour, against humanity. But when it is written Houghton, then it is different. It is for. It is always pronounced Houghton, said Miss Pinnegar. By us, said Alvina. We ought to know, said Miss Pinnegar. Madame turned to look at the unhappy, elderly woman. You are a relative of the family, she said. No, not a relative, but I've been here many years, said Miss Pinnegar. Oh, yes, said Madame. Miss Pinnegar was frightfully affronted. The meal, with the 3 women at table, passed painfully. Miss Pinnegar rose to go upstairs and weep. She felt very forlorn. Alvina rose to wipe the dishes, hastily, because the funeral guests would all be coming. Madame went into the drawing-room to smoke her sly cigarette. Mr. May was the first to turn up for the lugubrious affair, very tight and tailored, but a little extinguished, all in black. He never wore black and was very unhappy in it, being almost morbidly sensitive to the impression the colour made on him. He was set to entertain Madame. She did not pretend distress, but sat, black-eyed and watchful, very much her business self. What about the theatre? Will it go on? She asked. Well, I don't know. I don't know Miss Houghton's intentions, said Mr. May. He was a little stilted today. It's hers? Said Madame. Why, as far as I understand. And if she wants to sell out? Mr. May spread his hands and looked dismal, but distant. You should form a company and carry on, said Madame. Mr. May looked even more distant, drawing himself up in an odd fashion, so that he looked as if he were trussed. But Madame's shrewd black eyes and busy mind did not let him off. Buy Miss Houghton out, said Madame shrewdly. Of course, said Mr. May. Miss Houghton herself must decide. Oh, sure. Are you married? Yes. Your wife here? My wife is in London. And children? A daughter. Madame slowly nodded her head up and down, as if she put thousands of 2 and 2s together. You think there will be much to come to Miss Houghton? She said. Do you mean property? I really can't say. I haven't enquired. No, but you have a good idea, eh? I'm afraid I haven't. No. Well, it won't be much then. Really, I don't know. I should say, not a large fortune. No. Madame kept him fixed with her black eyes. Do you think the other one will get anything? The other one? Queried Mr. May, with an uprising cadence. Madame nodded slightly towards the kitchen. The old one, the Miss Pinny, what you call her. Miss Pinnegar? The manageress of the work girls? Really, I don't know at all. Mr. May was most freezing. Ah-ha, ah-ha, mused Madame quietly. Then she asked, Which work girls, do you say? And she listened astutely to Mr. May's forced account of the workroom upstairs, extorting all the details she desired to gather. Then there was a pause. Madame glanced round the room. Nice house, she said. Is it their own? So I believe. Again Madame nodded sagely. Debts, perhaps, eh? Mortgage? and she looked slyly sardonic. "Really," said Mr. May, bouncing to his feet. "Do you mind if I go to speak to Mrs. Rollings?" "Oh no, go along," said Madame, and Mr. May skipped out, in a temper. Madame was left alone in her comfortable chair, studying details of the room, and making accounts in her own mind, until the actual funeral guests began to arrive. And then she had the satisfaction of sizing them up. Several arrived with wreaths. The coffin had been carried down and laid in the small sitting room, Mrs. Houghton's sitting room. It was covered with white wreaths and streamers of purple ribbon. There was a crush and a confusion. And then at last the hearse and the cabs had arrived. The coffin was carried out. Alvina followed, on the arm of her father's cousin, whom she disliked. Miss Pinnegar marshalled the other mourners. It was a wretched business. But it was a great funeral. There were 9 cabs, besides the hearse. Woodhouse had revived its ancient respect for the house of Houghton. A posse of minor tradesmen followed the cabs, all in black and with black gloves. The richer tradesmen sat in the cabs. Poor Alvina. This was the only day in all her life when she was the centre of public attention. For once, every eye was upon her, every mind was thinking about her. Poor Alvina, said every member of the Woodhouse middle class. Poor Alvina Houghton, said every collier's wife. Poor thing, left alone, and hardly a penny to bless herself with. Lucky if she's not left with a pile of debts. James Houghton ran through some money in his day. Ay, if she had her right she'd be a rich woman. Why, her mother brought 3 or 4 thousands with her. Ay, but James sank it all in Throttle Ha'penny and Klondike and the Endeavour. Well, he was his own worst enemy. He paid his way. I'm not so sure about that. Look how he served his wife, and now Alvina. I'm not so sure he was his own worst enemy. He was bad enough enemy to his own flesh and blood. Ah well, he'll spend no more money anyhow. No, he went sudden, didn't he? But he was getting very frail, if you noticed. Oh yes, why, he fair seemed to totter down to Lumley. Do you reckon as that place pays its way? What, the Endeavour? They say it does. They say it makes a nice bit. Well, it's mostly pretty full. Ah, it is. Perhaps it won't be now Mr. Houghton's gone. Perhaps not. I wonder if he will leave much. I'm sure he won't. Everything he's got's mortgaged up to the hilt. He'll leave debts, you see if he doesn't. What is she going to do then? She'll have to go out to Manchester House, her and Miss Pinnegar. Wonder what she'll do. Perhaps she'll take up that nursing. She never made much of that, did she? And spent a sight of money on her training, they say. She's a bit like her father in the business line, all flukes. Pity some nice young man doesn't turn up and marry her. I don't know, she doesn't seem to hook on, does she? Why, she's never had a proper boy. They make out she was engaged once. Ay, but nobody ever saw him, and it was off as soon as it was on. Can you remember she went with Albert Whittam for a bit? Did she? No, I never knew. When was that? Why, when he was at Oxford, you know. Learning for his headmaster's place. Why didn't she marry him then? Perhaps he never asked her. Ay, there's that to it. She'd have looked down her nose at him, times gone by. Ay, but that's all over, my boy. She'd snap at anybody now. Look how she carries on with that manager. Why, that's something awful. Haven't you ever watched her in the cinema? She never lets him alone. And it's anybody alike. Oh, she doesn't respect herself. I don't consider. No girl who respected herself would go on as she does, throwing herself at every fella's head. Does she, though? Ay, any performer or anybody. She's a tidy age, though. She's not much chance of getting off. How old do you reckon she is? Must be well over 30. You never say. Well, she looks it. She does, beguy, a dragged old maid. Oh, but she spritles up a bit sometimes. Ay, when she thinks she's hooked on to somebody. I wonder why she never did take. It's funny. Oh, she was too high and mighty before, and now it's too late. Nobody wants her. And she's got no relations to go to either, has she? No, that's her father's cousin who she's walking with. Look, they're coming. He's a fine-looking man, isn't he? You'd have thought they'd have buried Miss Frost beside Mrs. Houghton. You would, wouldn't you? I should think Alvina will lie by Miss Frost. They say the grave was made for both of them. Ay, she was a lot more of a mother to her than her own mother. She was good to them, Miss Frost was. Alvina thought the world of her. That's her stone, look, down there. Not a very grand one, considering. No, it isn't. Look, there's room for Alvina's name underneath. Shh! Alvina had sat back in the cab and watched from her obscurity the many faces on the street, so familiar, familiar as her own face. And now she seemed to see them from a great distance, out of her darkness. Her big cousin sat opposite her. How she disliked his presence! In chapel she cried, thinking of her mother, and Miss Frost, and her father. She felt so desolate. It all seemed so empty. Bitterly she cried, when she bent down during the prayer, and her crying started Miss Pinnegar, who cried almost as bitterly. It was all rather horrible, the horrible afterwards. There was the slow progress to the cemetery. It was a dull, cold day. Alvina shivered as she stood on the bleak hillside, by the open grave. Her coat did not seem warm enough, her old black sealskin furs were not much protection. The minister stood on the plank by the grave, and she stood near, watching the white flowers blowing in the cold wind. She had watched them for her mother, and for Miss Frost. She felt a sudden clinging to Miss Pinnegar. Yet they would have to part. Miss Pinnegar had been so fond of her father, in a quaint, reserved way. Poor Miss Pinnegar, that was all life had offered her. Well, after all it had been a home and a home life. To which home and home life Alvina now clung with a desperate yearning, knowing inevitably she was going to lose it, now her father was gone. Strange that he was gone. But he was weary, worn very thin and weary. He had lived his day. How different it all was, now, at his death, from the time when Alvina knew him as a little child, and thought him such a fine gentleman. You live and learn, and lose. For one moment she looked at Madame, who was shuddering with cold, her face hidden behind her black spotted veil. But Madame seemed immensely remote, so unreal. And Ciccio, what was his name? She could not think of it. What was it? She tried to think of Madame's slow enunciation. Marasca, maraschino, marascia, maraschino. What was a maraschino? Where had she heard it? Cudgelling her brains, she remembered the doctors and the suppers after the theatre. And maraschino? Why, that was the favourite white liqueur of the innocent Dr. Young. She could remember even now the way he seemed to smack his lips, saying the word maraschino. Yet she did not think much of it. Hot, bitterish stuff, nothing. Not like green chartreuse, which Dr. James gave her. Maraschino, yes, that was it. Made from cherries. Well, Ciccio's name was nearly the same. But she supposed Italian words were a good deal like this. Ciccio de Marasca, the bitter cherry, was standing on the edge of the crowd, looking on. He had no connection whatever with the proceedings. Stood outside, self-conscious, uncomfortable, bitten by the wind and hating the people who stared at him. He saw the trim, plump figure of Madame, like some trim, plump partridge among a flock of barnyard fowls. And he depended on her presence. Without her, he would have felt too horribly uncomfortable on that raw hillside. She and he were in some way allied. But these others, how alien and uncouth he felt them. Impressed by their fine clothes, the English working classes were none the less barbarians to him, uncivilized, just as he was to them an uncivilized animal. Uncouth, they seemed to him, all raw angles and harshness, like their own weather. Not that he thought about them, but he felt it in his flesh, the harshness and discomfort of them. And Alvina was one of them. As she stood there by the grave, pale and pinched and reserved looking, she was of a piece with the hideous, cold grey discomfort of the whole scene. Never had anything been more uncongenial to him. He was dying to get away, to clear out. That was all he wanted. Only some southern obstinacy made him watch, from the duskiness of his face, the pale, reserved girl at the grave. Perhaps he even disliked her at that time, but he watched in his dislike. When the ceremony was over and the mourners turned away to go back to the cabs, Madame pressed forward to Alvina. "I shall say good-bye now, Miss Houghton. We must go to the station for the train. And thank you. Thank you. Good-bye." "But—" Alvina looked round. "Ciccio is there. I see him. We must catch the train." "Oh, but won't you drive? Won't you ask Ciccio to drive with you in the cab? Where is he?" Madame pointed him out as he hung back among the graves, his black hat cocked a little on one side. He was watching. Alvina broke away from her cousin, and went to him. "Madame is going to drive to the station," she said. "She wants you to get in with her." He looked round at the cabs. "All right," he said, and he picked his way across the graves to Madame, following Alvina. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 9, Part 2, of The Lost Girl, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "So we go together in the cab," said Madame to him. Then, "Goodbye, my dear Miss Houghton. Perhaps we shall meet once more. Who knows? My hat is with you, my dear." She put her arms round Alvina and kissed her, a little theatrically. The cousin looked on, very much aloof. Ciccio stood by. "Come then, Ciccio," said Madame. "Goodbye," said Alvina to him. "You'll come again, won't you?" She looked at him from her strained, pale face. "All right," he said, shaking her hand loosely. It sounded hopelessly indefinite. "You will come, won't you?" she repeated, staring at him with strained, unseeing blue eyes. "All right," he said, ducking and turning away. She stood quite still for a moment, quite lost. Then she went on with her cousin to her cab, home to the funeral tea. "Goodbye!" Madame fluttered a black-edged handkerchief. But Ciccio, most comfortable in his four-wheeler, kept hidden. The funeral tea, with its baked meats and sweets, was a terrible affair. But it came to an end, as everything comes to an end, and Miss Pinnegar and Alvina were left alone in the emptiness of Manchester House. "If you weren't here, Miss Pinnegar, I should be quite by myself," said Alvina, blanched and strained. "Yes, and so should I without you," said Miss Pinnegar doggedly. They looked at each other. And that night both slept in Miss Pinnegar's bed, out of sheer terror of the empty house. During the days following the funeral, no one could have been more tiresome than Alvina. James had left everything to his daughter, excepting some rights in the workshop, which were Miss Pinnegar's. But the question was, how much did everything amount to? There was something less than £100 in the bank. There was a mortgage on Manchester House. There were substantial bills owing on account of the Endeavour. Alvina had about £100 left from the insurance money, when all funeral expenses were paid. Of that she was sure, and of nothing else. For the rest, she was almost driven mad by people coming to talk to her. The lawyer came, the clergyman came, her cousin came, the old, stout, prosperous tradesman of Woodhouse came, Mr. May came, Miss Pinnegar came, and they all had schemes and they all had advice. The chief plan was that the theatre should be sold up, and that Manchester House should be sold, reserving a lease on the top floor, where Miss Pinnegar's workrooms were. That Miss Pinnegar and Alvina should move into a small house, Miss Pinnegar keeping the workroom, Alvina giving music lessons. That the two women should be partners in the workshop. There were other plans, of course. There was a faction against the chapel faction, which favoured the plan sketched out above. The theatre faction, including Mr. May and some of the more florid tradesmen, favoured the risking of everything in the Endeavour. Alvina was to be the proprietress of the Endeavour. She was to run it on some sort of successful lines, and abandon all other enterprise. Minor plans included the election of Alvina to the post of parish nurse at £6 a month, a small private school, a small haberdashery shop, and a position in the office of her cousin's Narborough business. To one and all Alvina answered with a tantalizing, "I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. I can't say yet. I shall see. I shall see." Till one and all became angry with her. They were all so benevolent, and all so sure that they were proposing the very best thing she could do. And they were all nettled, even indignant that she did not jump at their proposals. She listened to them all. She even invited their advice. Continually she said, "Well, what do you think of it?" And she repeated the chapel plan to the theatre group, the theatre plan to the chapel party, the nursing to the pianoforte proposers, the haberdashery shop to the private school advocates. "Tell me what you think," she said repeatedly. And they all told her they thought their plan was best. And bit by bit she told every advocate the proposal of every other advocate. "Well, Lawyer Beebe thinks—" and "Well now, Mr. Clay, the minister, advises—" and so on, till it was all buzzing through 30 benevolent and officious heads. And 30 benevolently officious wills were striving to plant each one its own particular scheme of benevolence. And Alvina, naive and pathetic, egged them all on in their strife, without even knowing what she was doing. One thing only was certain. Some obstinate will in her own self absolutely refused to have her mind made up. She would not have her mind made up for her, and she would not make it up for herself. And so everybody began to say, "I'm getting tired of her. You talk to her, and you get no forrard her. She slips off to something else. I'm not going to bother with her any more." In truth, Woodhouse was in a fever for 3 weeks or more, arranging Alvina's unarrangeable future for her. Offers of charity were innumerable for 3 weeks. Meanwhile the lawyer went on with the proving of the will, and the drawing up of a final account of James's property. Mr. May went on with the Endeavour, although Alvina did not go down to play. Miss Pinnegar went on with the work girls, and Alvina went on unmaking her mind. Ciccio did not come during the first week. Alvina had a postcard from Madame, from Cheshire, rather far off. But such was the buzz and excitement over her material future, such a fever was worked up round about her, that Alvina, the petty propertied heroine of the moment, was quite carried away in a storm of schemes and benevolent suggestions. She answered Madame's postcard, but did not give much thought to the Natcha-Kee-Tawaras. As a matter of fact, she was enjoying a real moment of importance, there at the centre of Woodhouse's rather domineering benevolence, a benevolence which she unconsciously but systematically frustrated. All this scheming for selling out and making reservations, and hanging on and fixing prices, and getting private bids for Manchester House and for the Endeavour, the excitement of forming a limited company to run the Endeavour, of seeing a lawyer about the sale of Manchester House, and the auctioneer about the sale of the furniture, of receiving men who wanted to pick up the machines upstairs cheap, and of keeping everything dangling, deciding nothing, putting everything off till she had seen somebody else. This for the moment fascinated her, went to her head. It was not until the second week had passed that her excitement began to merge into irritation, and not until the third week had gone by that she began to feel herself tangled in an asphyxiating web of indecision, and her heart began to sing because Ciccio had never turned up. Now she would have given anything to see the Natcha-Kee-Tawaras again. But she did not know where they were. Now she began to loathe the excitement of her property, doubtfully hers, every stick of it. Now she would give anything to get away from Woodhouse, from the horrible buzz and entanglement of her sordid affairs. Now again her wild recklessness came over her. She suddenly said she was going away somewhere. She would not say where. She cashed all the money she could, £125. She took the train to Cheshire, to the last address of the Natcha-Kee-Tawaras. She followed them to Stockport and back to Chinley, and there she was stuck for the night. Next day she dashed back almost to Woodhouse, and swerved round to Sheffield. There, in that black town, thank heaven, she saw their announcement on the wall. She took a taxi to their theatre, and then on to their lodgings. The first thing she saw was Louis, in his shirt sleeves, on the landing above. She laughed with excitement and pleasure. She seemed another woman. Madame looked up, almost annoyed, when she entered. "I couldn't keep away from you, Madame," she cried. "Evidently," said Madame. Madame was darning socks for the young men. She was a wonderful mother for them, sewed for them, cooked for them, looked after them most carefully. Not many minutes was Madame idle. "Do you mind?" said Alvina. Madame darned for some moments without answering. "And how is everything at Woodhouse?" she asked. "I couldn't bear it any longer. I couldn't bear it. So I collected all the money I could and ran away. Nobody knows where I am." Madame looked up with bright, black, censorious eyes at the flushed girl opposite. Alvina had a certain strangeness and brightness which Madame did not know, and a frankness which the Frenchwoman mistrusted but found disarming. "And all the business, the will and all?" said Madame. "They're still fussing about it. And there is some money?" "I've got £100 here," laughed Alvina. "What there will be when everything is settled, I don't know. But not very much, I'm sure of that." "How much do you think? £1,000? "Oh, it's just possible, you know, but it's just as likely there won't be another penny." Madame nodded slowly, as always when she did her calculations. "And if there is nothing, what do you intend?" said Madame. "I don't know," said Alvina brightly. "And if there is something?" "I don't know either. But I thought if you would let me play for you, I could keep myself for some time with my own money. You said perhaps I might be with the Natchakitawaras? I wish you would let me." Madame bent her head so that nothing showed but the bright black folds of her hair. Then she looked up, with a slow, subtle, rather jeering smile. "Ciccio didn't come to see you, eh?" "No," said Alvina. "Yet he promised." Again Madame smiled sardonically. "Do you call it a promise?" she said. "You are easy to be satisfied with a word. £100, no more?" "120. Where is it?" "In my bag at the station, in notes. And I've got a little here." Alvina opened her purse, and took out some little gold and silver. "At the station!" exclaimed Madame, smiling grimly. "Then perhaps you have nothing." "Oh, I think it's quite safe, don't you?" "Yes, maybe, since it is England. And you think £120 is enough?" "What for?" "To satisfy Ciccio." "I wasn't thinking of him," cried Alvina. "No?" said Madame, ironically. "I can propose it to him?" "Wait one moment." She went to the door and called Ciccio. He entered, looking not very good-tempered. "Be so good, my dear," said Madame to him, "to go to the station and fetch Miss Houghton's little bag. You have got the ticket, have you?" Alvina handed the luggage ticket to Madame. "Midland Railway," said Madame. "And, Ciccio, you are listening? Mind! There is £120 of Miss Houghton's money in the bag. You hear? Mind it is not lost." "It's all I have," said Alvina. "For the time. For the time. Till the will is proved. It is all the cash she has. So mind doubly. You hear?" "All right," said Ciccio. "Tell him what sort of a bag, Miss Houghton," said Madame. Alvina told him. He ducked and went. Madame listened for his final departure. Then she nodded sagely at Alvina. "Take off your hat and coat, my dear. Soon we will have tea, when Cic returns. Let him think. Let him think what he likes. So much money is certain. Perhaps there will be more. Let him think. It will make all the difference that there is so much cash. Yes, so much." "But would it really make a difference to him?" cried Alvina. "Oh, my dear!" exclaimed Madame. "Why should it not? We are on earth, where we must eat. We are not in paradise. If it were £1,000, then he would want very badly to marry you. But 120 is better than a blow to the eye, eh? Why, sure." "It's dreadful, though," said Alvina. "Oh la la! Dreadful! If it was Max, who is sentimental, then no, the money is nothing. But all the others, why, you see, they are men. And they know which side to butter their bread. Men are like cats, my dear. They don't like their bread without butter. Why should they? Nor do I. Nor do I." "Can I help with the darning?" said Alvina. "Eh? I shall give you Ciccio's socks, yes? He pushes holes in the toes, you see." Madame poked 2 fingers through the hole in the toe of a red and black sock, and smiled a little maliciously at Alvina. "I don't mind which sock I darn," she said. "No, you don't? Well then, I give you another. But if you like, I will speak to him." "What to say?" asked Alvina. "To say that you have so much money and hope to have more, and that you like him. Yes? Am I right? You like him very much, eh? Is it so?" "And then what?" said Alvina. "That he should tell me if he should like to marry you also. Quite simply. What? Yes?" "No," said Alvina. "Don't say anything. Not yet." "Eh? Not yet. Not yet. All right, not yet then. You will see." Alvina sat darning the sock and smiling at her own shamelessness. The point that amused her most of all was the fact that she was not by any means sure she wanted to marry him. There was Madame spinning her web, like a plump, prolific black spider. There was Ciccio, the unrestful fly. And there was herself, who didn't know in the least what she was doing. There sat two of them, Madame and herself, darning socks in a stuffy little bedroom with a gas fire, as if they had been born to it. And after all, Woodhouse wasn't 50 miles away. Madame went downstairs to get tea ready. Wherever she was, she superintended the cooking and the preparation of meals for her young men, scrupulous and quick. She called Alvina downstairs. Ciccio came in with the bag. "See, my dear, that your money is safe," said Madame. Alvina unfastened her bag and counted the crisp white notes. "And now," said Madame, "I shall lock it in my little bank, yes, where it will be safe. And I shall give you a receipt, which the young men will witness." The party sat down to tea, in the stuffy sitting-room. "Now, boys," said Madame, "what do you say? Shall Miss Houghton join the Natcha Kee Tawaras? Shall she be our pianist?" The eyes of the four young men rested on Alvina. Max, as being the responsible party, looked business-like. Louis was tender, Geoffrey round-eyed and inquisitive, Ciccio furtive. "With great pleasure," said Max. "But can the Natcha Kee Tawaras afford to pay a pianist for themselves?" "No," said Madame. "No, I think not. Miss Houghton will come for 1 month to prove, and in that time she shall pay for herself. Yes? So she fancies it." "Can we pay her expenses?" said Max. "No," said Alvina. "Let me pay everything for myself for a month. I should like to be with you, awfully." She looked across with a look half mischievous, half beseeching at the erect Max. He bowed as he sat at table. "I think we shall all be honoured," he said. "Certainly," said Louis, bowing also over his teacup. Geoffrey inclined his head, and Ciccio lowered his eyelashes in indication of agreement. "Now then," said Madame briskly, "we are all agreed. Tonight we will have a bottle of wine on it. Yes, gentlemen? What did you say? Chianti, eh?" They all bowed above the table. "And Miss Houghton shall have her professional name, eh? Because we cannot say Miss Houghton. What?" "Do call me Alvina," said Alvina. "Alvina, Alvina. No, excuse me, my dear, I don't like it. I don't like this V sound. Tonight we shall find a name." After tea they enquired for a room for Alvina. There was none in the house, but 2 doors away was another decent lodging-house, where a bedroom on the top floor was found for her. "I think you are very well here," said Madame. "Quite nice," said Alvina, looking round the hideous little room, and remembering her other term of probation as a maternity nurse. She dressed as attractively as possible, in her new dress of black voile, and imitating Madame, she put 4 jewelled rings on her fingers. As a rule she only wore the mourning ring of black enamel and diamond, which had been always on Miss Frost's finger. Now she left off this, and took 4 diamond rings and 1 good sapphire. She looked at herself in her mirror as she had never done before, really interested in the effect she made. And in her dress she pinned a valuable old ruby brooch. Then she went down to Madame's house. Madame eyed her shrewdly, with just a touch of jealousy, the eternal jealousy that must exist between the plump, pale partridge of a Frenchwoman, whose black hair is so glossy and tidy, whose black eyes are so acute, whose black dress is so neat and chic, and the rather thin Englishwoman in soft voile, with soft, rather loose brown hair, and demure, blue-grey eyes. "Oh, a difference! What a difference! When you have a little more flesh, then—" Madame made a slight click with her tongue. "What a good brooch, eh?" Madame fingered the brooch. "Old paste. Old paste. Antique." "No," said Alvina. "They are real rubies. It was my great-grandmother's." "Do you mean it? Real? Are you sure?" "I think I am quite sure." Madame scrutinized the jewels with a fine eye. She said. And Alvina did not know whether she was sceptical, or jealous, or admiring, or really impressed. "And the diamonds are real?" said Madame, making Alvina hold up her hands. "I've always understood so," said Alvina. Madame scrutinised and slowly nodded her head. Then she looked into Alvina's eyes, really a little jealous. "Another 4,000 francs there," she said, nodding sagely. "Really?" said Alvina. "For sure, it's enough. It's enough." And there was a silence between the two women. The young men had been out shopping for the supper. Louis, who knew where to find French and German stuff, came in with bundles. Ciccio returned with a couple of flasks. Geoffrey with sundry moist papers of edibles. Alvina helped Madame to put the anchovies and sardines and tunny and ham and salami on various plates. She broke off a bit of fern from one of the flower pots, to stick in the pork pie. She set the table with its ugly knives and forks and glasses. All the time her rings sparkled, her red brooch sent out beams. She laughed and was gay. She was quick, and she flattered Madame by being very deferential to her. Whether she was herself or not, in the hideous, common, stuffy sitting room of the lodging house, she did not know or care. But she felt excited and gay. She knew the young men were watching her. Max gave his assistance wherever possible. Geoffrey watched her rings, half spellbound. But Alvina was concerned only to flatter the plump, white, soft vanity of Madame. She carefully chose for Madame the finest plate, the clearest glass, the whitest hafted knife, the most delicate fork, all of which Madame saw, with acute eyes. At the theatre the same. Alvina played for Kishwégin, only for Kishwégin, and Madame had the time of her life. "You know, my dear," she said afterward to Alvina, "I understand sympathy in music. Music goes straight to the heart." And she kissed Alvina on both cheeks, throwing her arms round her neck dramatically. "I'm so glad," said the wily Alvina. And the young men stirred uneasily, and smiled furtively. They hurried home to the famous supper. Madame sat at one end of the table, Alvina at the other. Madame had Max and Louis by her side, Alvina had Ciccio and Geoffrey. Ciccio was on Alvina's right hand, a delicate hint. They began with hors d'oeuvre, and tumblers 3 parts full of Chianti. Alvina wanted to water her wine, but was not allowed to insult the sacred liquid. There was a spirit of great liveliness and conviviality. Madame became paler, her eyes blacker. With the wine she drank, her voice became a little raucous. "Tonight," she said, "the Nachikitawaras make their feast of affiliation. The white daughter has entered the tribe of the Hirondelle, swallows that pass from land to land and build their nests between roof and wall. A new swallow, a new Huron from the tents of the pale-face, from the lodges of the north and the tribe of the Yengeese." Madame's black eyes glared with a kind of wild triumph down the table at Alvina. "Nameless, without having a name, comes the maiden with the red jewels, dark-hearted, with the red beams. Wine from the pale-face shadows, drunken wine for Kishwégin, strange wine for the braves in their nostrils. Vali, à vous." Madame lifted her glass. "Vali, drink to her, bois à elle." She thrust her glass forwards in the air. The young men thrust their glasses up towards Alvina, in a cluster. She could see their mouths all smiling, their teeth white as they cried in their throats, "Vali, Vali, boire à vous." Ciccio was near to her. Under the table he laid his hand on her knee. Quickly she put forward her hand to protect herself. He took her hand and looked at her along the glass as he drank. She saw his throat move as the wine went down it. He put down his glass, still watching her. "Vali," he said, in his throat. Then across the table, "Here, Gigi, Viali, le petit chemin. Comment? Me prends-tu? L'allée." There came a great burst of laughter from Louis. "It is good, it is good," he cried. "Oh, Madame, Viali, it is Italian for the little way, the alley, that is too rich." Max went off into a high and ribald laugh. "L'allée italienne," he said, and shouted with laughter. "Allée or avenue, what does it matter?" cried Madame in French, "so long as it is a good journey." Here Geoffrey at last saw the joke. With a strange, determined flourish, he filled his glass, cocking up his elbow. "À toi, Chich, et bon voyage," he said, and then he tilted up his chin and swallowed in great throatfuls. "Certainly, certainly," cried Madame. "To thy good journey, my Ciccio, for thou art not a great traveller." "Na, pour ça, y a plus d'une voix," said Geoffrey. During this passage in French, Alvina sat with very bright eyes, looking from one to another, and not understanding. But she knew it was something improper, on her account. Her eyes had a bright, slightly bewildered look as she turned from one face to another. Ciccio had let go her hand, and was wiping his lips with his fingers. He too was a little self-conscious. "Assez de cette éternelle voix italienne," said Madame. "Courage, courage au chemin d'Angleterre." "Assez de cette éternelle voix rauque," said Ciccio, looking round. Madame suddenly pulled herself together. "They will not have my name. They will call you Allais," she said to Alvina. "Is it good? Will it do?" "Quite," said Alvina. And she could not understand why Gigi, and then the others after him, went off into a shout of laughter. She kept looking round with bright, puzzled eyes. Her face was slightly flushed, and tender looking. She looked naïve, young. "Then you will become one of the tribe of Natcha-Kee-Tawara, of the name Allais, yes?" "Yes," said Alvina. "And obey the strict rules of the tribe. Do you agree?" "Yes." "Then listen." Madame primmed and preened herself like a black pigeon, and darted glances out of her black eyes. "We are one tribe, one nation. Say it." "We are one tribe, one nation," repeated Alvina. "Say all," cried Madame. "We are one tribe, one nation," they shouted, with varying accent. "Good," said Madame. "And no nation do we know but the nation of the Hirondelle." "No nation do we know but the nation of the Hirondelle," came the ragged chant of strong male voices, resonant and gay with mockery. "Huron, Hirondelle, means swallows," said Madame. "Yes, I know," said Alvina. "So you know! Well then, we know no nation but the Hirondelle. We have no law but Huron law." "We have no law but Huron law," sang the response in a deep, sardonic chant. "We have no lawgiver except Kishwégin. We have no lawgiver except Kishwégin," they sang sonorous. "We have no home but the tent of Kishwégin. We have no home but the tent of Kishwégin. There is no good but the good of Natcha-Kee-Tawara. There is no good but the good of Natcha-Kee-Tawara. We are the Hirondelle. We are the Hirondelle. We are Kishwégin. We are Kishwégin. We are Mondagua. We are Mondagua. We are Atonquois. We are Atonquois. We are Pacohuila. We are Pacohuila. We are Wolgatchka. We are Wolgatchka. We are Allais. We are Allais." "La musica! Pacohuila! La musica!" cried Madame, starting to her feet and sounding frenzied. Ciccio got up quickly and took his mandoline from its case. "Ah-ai-ai-ya," began Madame, with a long, faint wail. And on the wailing mandoline the music started. She began to dance a slight but intense dance. Then she waved for a partner, and set up a tarantella wail. Louis threw off his coat and sprang to tarantella attention. Ciccio rang out the peculiar tarantella, and Madame and Louis danced in the tight space. "Brava! Brava!" cried the others, when Madame sank into her place. And they crowded forward to kiss her hand. One after the other they kissed her fingers, whilst she laid her left hand languidly on the head of one man after another, as she sat, slightly panting. Ciccio, however, did not come up, but sat faintly twanging the mandoline. Nor did Alvina leave her place. "Pacohuila!" cried Madame, with an imperious gesture. "Allez! Come!" Ciccio laid down his mandoline, and went to kiss the fingers of Kishwégin. Alvina also went forward. Madame held out her hand. Alvina kissed it. Madame laid her hand on the head of Alvina. "This is the squaw Allaye. This is the daughter of Kishwégin," she said in her Tawara manner. "And where is the brave of Allaye? Where is the arm that upholds the daughter of Kishwégin? Which of the swallows spreads his wings over the gentle head of the new one?" "Pacohuila," said Louis. "Pacohuila, Pacohuila, Pacohuila," said the others. "Spread soft wings, spread dark-roofed wings, Pacohuila," said Kishwégin, and Ciccio, in his shirt sleeves, solemnly spread his arms. "Stoop, stoop, Allaye, beneath the wings of Pacohuila," said Kishwégin, faintly pressing Alvina on the shoulder. Alvina stooped and crouched under the right arm of Pacohuila. "Has the bird flown home?" chanted Kishwégin, to one of the strains of their music. "The bird is home," chanted the men. "Is the nest warm?" chanted Kishwégin. "The nest is warm." "Does the he-bird stoop?" "He stoops." "Who takes Allaye?" "Pacohuila." Ciccio gently stooped and raised Alvina to her feet. "C'est ça," said Madame, kissing her. "And now, children, unless the Sheffield policeman will knock at our door, we must retire to our wigwams all." Ciccio was watching Alvina. Madame made him a secret, imperative gesture that he should accompany the young woman. "You have your key, Allaye?" she said. "Did I have a key?" said Alvina. Madame smiled subtly as she produced a latch-key. "Kishwégin must open your doors for you all," she said. Then, with a slight flourish, she presented the key to Ciccio. "I give it to him, yes?" she smiled, with her subtle, malicious smile. Ciccio, smiling brightly and keeping his head ducked, took the key. Alvina looked brightly, as if bewildered, from one to another. "Also the light," said Madame, producing a pocket flashlight, which she triumphantly handed to Ciccio. Alvina watched him. She noticed how he dropped his head forward from his straight, strong shoulders. How beautiful that was, the strong, forward inclining nape and back of the head. It produced a kind of dazed submission in her, the drugged sense of unknown beauty. "And so good night, Allaye. Bonne nuit, fille des terroirs." Madame kissed her, and darted black, unaccountable looks at her. Each brave also kissed her hand, with a profound salute. Then the men shook hands warmly with Ciccio, murmuring to him. He did not put on his hat nor his coat, but ran round as he was to the neighbouring house with her, and opened the door. She entered and he followed, flashing on the light. So she climbed weakly up the dusty, drab stairs, he following. When she came to her door, she turned and looked at him. His face was scarcely visible, it seemed, and yet so strange and beautiful. It was the unknown beauty which almost killed her. "You aren't coming?" she quavered. He gave an odd, half gay, half mocking twitch of his thick dark brows, and began to laugh silently. Then he nodded again, laughing at her boldly, carelessly, triumphantly, like the dark southerner he was. Her instinct was to defend herself. When suddenly she found herself in the dark. She gasped, and as she gasped, he quite gently put her inside her room, and closed the door, keeping one arm round her all the time. She felt his heavy, muscular predominance. So he took her in both arms, powerful, mysterious, horrible in the pitch dark. Yet the sense of the unknown beauty of him weighed her down like some force. If for one moment she could have escaped from that black spell of his beauty, she would have been free. But she could not. He was awful to her, shameless, so that she died under his shamelessness, his smiling, progressive shamelessness. Yet she could not see him ugly. If only she could, for 1 second, have seen him ugly, he would not have killed her and made her his slave as he did. But the spell was on her, of his darkness and unfathomed handsomeness, and he killed her. He simply took her and assassinated her. How she suffered, no one can tell. Yet, all the time, his lustrous, dark beauty, unbearable. When later she pressed her face on his chest and cried, he held her gently as if she was a child, but took no notice, and she felt in the darkness that he smiled. It was utterly dark, and she knew he smiled, and she began to get hysterical. But he only kissed her, his smile deepening to a heavy laughter, silent and invisible, but sensible, as he carried her away once more. He intended her to be his slave, she knew. And he seemed to throw her down and suffocate her like a wave. And she could have fought, if only the sense of his dark, rich handsomeness had not numbed her like a venom. So she was suffocated in his passion. In the morning when it was light he turned and looked at her from under his long black lashes, a long, steady, cruel, faintly smiling look from his tawny eyes, searching her as if to see whether she was still alive. And she looked back at him, heavy-eyed and half subjected. He smiled slightly at her, rose and left her. And she turned her face to the wall, feeling beaten, yet not quite beaten to death. Save for the fatal numbness of her love for him, she could still have escaped him. But she lay inert, as if envenomed. He wanted to make her his slave. When she went down to the Natcha Kee Tawaras for breakfast, she found them waiting for her. She was rather frail and tender-looking, with wondering eyes that showed she had been crying. "Come, daughter of the Tawaras," said Madame brightly to her. "We have been waiting for you. Good morning, and all happiness, eh? Look, it is a gift day for you." Madame smilingly led Alvina to her place. Beside her plate was a bunch of violets, a bunch of carnations, a pair of exquisite bead moccasins, and a pair of fine doe-skin gloves, delicately decorated with feather-work on the cuffs. The slippers were from Kishwégin, the gloves were from Mondagua, the carnations from Atonquois, the violets from Walgatchka, all "to the daughter of the Tawaras, Allez," as it said on the little cards. "The gift of Pacohuila, you know," said Madame smiling. "The brothers of Pacohuila are your brothers." One by one they went to her and each one laid the back of her fingers against his forehead, saying in turn: "I am your brother Mondagua, Allez. I am your brother Atonquois, Allez. I am your brother Walgatchka, Allez. Best brother, you know." So spoke Geoffrey, looking at her with large, almost solemn eyes of affection. Alvina smiled a little wanly, wondering where she was. It was all so solemn. Was it all mockery, play-acting? She felt bitterly inclined to cry. Meanwhile Madame came in with the coffee which she always made herself, and the party sat down to breakfast. Ciccio sat on Alvina's right, but he seemed to avoid looking at her or speaking to her. All the time he looked across the table, with the half-asserted, knowing look in his eyes, at Gigi, and all the time he addressed himself to Gigi, with the throaty, rich, plangent quality in his voice that Alvina could not bear. It seemed terrible to her. And he spoke in French, and the two men seemed to be exchanging unspeakable communications. So that Alvina, for all her wistfulness and subjectedness, was at last seriously offended. She rose as soon as possible from table. In her own heart she wanted attention and public recognition from Ciccio, none of which she got. She returned to her own house, to her own room, anxious to tidy everything, not wishing to have her landlady in the room. And she half expected Ciccio to come to speak to her. As she was busy washing a garment in the bowl, her landlady knocked and entered. She was a rough and rather beery-looking Yorkshire woman, not attractive. "Oh, you'n made your bed, han ye?" "Yes," said Alvina. "I've done everything. I see y'an. Y'on been sharp." Alvina did not answer. "Seems you're doing yoursen a bit of washing." Still Alvina didn't answer. "You can hing it in th' backyard." "I think it'll dry here," said Alvina. "Isna much drying up here. Send us out when it's ready. You'll be happen wanting it. I can dry it off for you at kitchen. You don't take a drop of nothing, do you?" "No," said Alvina. "I don't like it." "Summat a bit stronger in t' bottle, my sakes alive." "Well, you mun hae your fling like rest. But come now, which one on 'em is it? I catched sight of him going out, but I didn't make out which one of 'em it was. Eh, it's a pity you don't take a drop of nothink. It's a world's pity. Is it fairest on 'em, the tallest?" "No," said Alvina, "the darkest one." "Oh ay? Well's a strappin' enough feller for them as goes that road. I thought Madame was partickler. As'll charge her a bit more, you know. As'll have to make a bit out of it. I'm partickler as a rule. I don't like 'em coming in and going out, you know. Things get said. You look so quiet, you do. Come now, it's worth extra quart to me, else I shan't have it. I shan't. You can't make us free as all that with the house, you know, be what it may." She stood red-faced and dour in the doorway. Alvina quietly gave her half a sovereign. "Nay, lass," said the woman, "if you share niver a drop o' th' lashings, you mun split it. 5 shillings is oceans, my wench. I'm not down on you, not me. Only we've got to keep up appearances a bit, you know. Dash my rags, it's a caution." "I haven't got 5 shillings," said Alvina. "You've not? All right, gi's half a crown today, and another tomorrow. It'll keep. It'll keep. God bless you for a good wench. A open heart's worth all your bum righteousness. 'Tis for me, and a sight more. You're all right, my wench, you're all right." And the rather bleary woman went nodding away. Alvina ought to have minded, but she didn't. She even laughed into her rickety mirror. At the back of her thoughts, all she minded was that Ciccio did not pay her some attention. She really expected him now to come to speak to her. If she could have imagined how far he was from any such intention. So she loitered unwillingly at her window, high over the grey, hard, cobbled street, and saw her landlady hastening along the black asphalt pavement, her dirty apron thrown discreetly over what was most obviously a quart jug. She followed the squat, intent figure with her eye, to the public house at the corner. And then she saw Ciccio humped over his yellow bicycle, going for a steep and perilous ride with Gigi. Still she lingered in her sordid room. She could feel Madame was expecting her. But she felt inert, weak, incommunicative. Only a real fear of offending Madame drove her down at last. Max opened the door to let her in. "Ah," he said, "you've come. We were wondering about you." "Thank you," she said, as she passed into the dirty hall where still 2 bicycles stood. "Madame is in the kitchen," he said. Alvina found Madame trussed in a large white apron, busy rubbing a yellow fleshed hen with lemon, previous to boiling. "Ah," said Madame, "so there you are. I have been out and done my shopping, and already begun to prepare the dinner. Yes, you may help me. Can you wash leeks? Yes, every grain of sand? Shall I trust you then?" Madame usually had a kitchen to herself in the morning. She either ousted her landlady or used her as second cook. For Madame was a gourmet, if not gourmand. If she inclined towards self-indulgence in any direction, it was in the direction of food. She loved a good table. And hence the Tawaras saved less money than they might. She was an exacting, tormenting, bullying cook. Alvina, who knew well enough how to prepare a simple dinner, was offended by Madame's exactions. Madame turning back the green leaves of a leek, and hunting a speck of earth down into the white, like a flea in a bed, was too much for Alvina. "I'm afraid I shall never be particular enough," she said. "Can't I do anything else for you?" "For me? I need nothing to be done for me. But for the young men, yes. I will show you in 1 minute." And she took Alvina upstairs to her room, and gave her a pair of the thin leather trousers fringed with hair, belonging to one of the braves. A seam had ripped. Madame gave Alvina a fine awl, and some waxed thread. "The leather is not good in these things of Gigi's," she said. "It is badly prepared. See, like this." And she showed Alvina another place where the garment was repaired. "Keep on your apron. At the weekend you must fetch more clothes, not spoil this beautiful gown of voile. Where have you left your diamonds? What? In your room? Are they locked? Oh, my dear!" Madame turned pale, and darted looks of fire at Alvina. "If they are stolen!" she cried. "Oh, I've become quite weak, hearing you." She panted and shook her head. "If they are not stolen, you have the Holy Saints alone to be thankful for keeping them. But run, run!" And Madame really stamped her foot. "Bring me everything you've got, everything that is valuable. I shall lock it up. How can you?" Alvina was hustled off to her lodging. Fortunately nothing was gone. She brought all to Madame, and Madame fingered the treasures lovingly. "Now what you want, you must ask me for," she said. With what close curiosity Madame examined the ruby brooch. "You can have that if you like, Madame," said Alvina. "You mean, what?" "I will give you that brooch, if you like to take it." "Give me this!" cried Madame, and a flash went over her face. Then she changed into a sort of wheedling. No, no, I shan't take it. I shan't take it. You don't want to give away such a thing?" "I don't mind," said Alvina. "Do take it if you like it." "Oh no! Oh no! I can't take it. A beautiful thing it is really. It would be worth over 1,000 francs, because I believe it is quite genuine." "I'm sure it's genuine," said Alvina. "Do have it, since you like it." "Oh, I can't! I can't!" "Yes, do." "The beautiful red stones, antique gems, antique gems. And do you really give it to me?" "Yes, I should like to." "You are a girl with a noble heart." Madame threw her arms round Alvina's neck and kissed her. Alvina felt very cool about it. Madame locked up the jewels quickly, after one last look. "My fowl," she said, "which must not boil too fast." At length Alvina was called down to dinner. The young men were at table, talking as young men do, not very interestingly. After the meal, Ciccio sat and twanged his mandoline, making its crying noise vibrate through the house. "I shall go and look at the town," said Alvina. "And who shall go with you?" asked Madame. "I'll go alone," said Alvina, "unless you will come, Madame." "Alas, no, I can't. I can't come. Will you really go alone?" "Yes, I want to go to the women's shops," said Alvina. "You want to? All right then. And you will come home at tea time, yes?" As soon as Alvina had gone out, Ciccio put away his mandoline and lit a cigarette. Then after a while he hailed Geoffrey, and the two young men sallied forth. Alvina, emerging from a draper's shop in Rotherhampton Broadway, found them loitering on the pavement outside. And they strolled along with her. So she went into a shop that sold ladies' underwear, leaving them on the pavement. She stayed as long as she could. But there they were when she came out. They had endless lounging patience. "I thought you would be gone on," she said. "No hurry," said Ciccio, and he took away her parcels from her, as if he had a right. She wished he wouldn't tilt the flap of his black hat over one eye, and she wished there wasn't quite so much waistline in the cut of his coat, and that he didn't smoke cigarettes against the end of his nose in the street. But wishing wouldn't alter him. He strayed alongside as if he half belonged and half didn't, most irritating. She wasted as much time as possible in the shops. Then they took the tram home again. Ciccio paid the 3 fares, laying his hand restrainingly on Gigi's hand, when Gigi's hand sought pence in his trouser pocket, and throwing his arm over his friend's shoulder, in affectionate but vulgar triumph when the fares were paid. Alvina was on her high horse. They tried to talk to her, they tried to ingratiate themselves, but she wasn't having any. She talked with icy pleasantness. And so the tea time passed, and the time after tea. The performance went rather mechanically at the theatre, and the supper at home, with bottled beer and boiled ham, was a conventionally cheerful affair. Even Madame was a little afraid of Alvina this evening. "I'm tired. I shall go early to my room," said Alvina. "Yes, I think we are all tired," said Madame. "Why is it," said Max, metaphysically, "why is it that 2 merry evenings never follow one behind the other?" "Max, beer makes thee a farceur of a fine quality," said Madame. Alvina rose. "Please don't get up," she said to the others. "I have my key and can see quite well," she said. "Good night all." They rose and bowed their good nights. But Ciccio, with an obstinate and ugly little smile on his face, followed her. "Please don't come," she said, turning at the street door. But obstinately he lounged into the street with her. He followed her to her door. "Did you bring the flashlight?" she said. "The stair is so dark." He looked at her, and turned as if to get the light. Quickly she opened the house door and slipped inside, shutting it sharply in his face. He stood for some moments looking at the door, and an ugly little look mounted his straight nose. He too turned indoors. Alvina hurried to bed and slept well. And the next day the same. She was all icy pleasantness. The Natchakee Tawaras were a little bit put out by her. She was a spoke in their wheel, a scotch to their facility. She made them irritable. And that evening, it was Friday, Ciccio did not rise to accompany her to her house. And she knew they were relieved that she had gone. That did not please her. The next day, which was Saturday, the last and greatest day of the week, she found herself again somewhat of an outsider in the troupe. The tribe had assembled in its old unison. She was the intruder, the interloper. And Ciccio never looked at her, only showed her the half-averted side of his cheek, on which was a slightly jeering, ugly look. "Will you go to Woodhouse tomorrow?" Madame asked her, rather coolly. They none of them called her Allay any more. "I'd better fetch some things, hadn't I?" said Alvina. "Certainly, if you think you will stay with us." This was a nasty slap in the face for her, but— "I want to," she said. "Yes, then you will go to Woodhouse tomorrow, and come to Mansfield on Monday morning. Like that it shall be. You will stay one night at Woodhouse." Through Alvina's mind flitted the rapid thought, "They want an evening without me." Her pride mounted obstinately. She very nearly said, "I may stay in Woodhouse altogether." But she held her tongue. After all, they were very common people. They ought to be glad to have her. Look how Madame snapped up that brooch. And look what an uncouth lout Ciccio was. After all, she was demeaning herself shamefully staying with them in common, sordid lodgings. After all, she had been bred up differently from that. They had horribly low standards. Such low standards, not only of morality, but of life altogether. Really, she had come down in the world, conforming to such standards of life. She evoked the images of her mother and Miss Frost, ladies and noble women both. Whatever could she be thinking of herself? However, there was time for her to retrace her steps. She had not given herself away, except to Ciccio. And her heart burned when she thought of him, partly with anger and mortification, partly, alas, with undeniable and unsatisfied love. Let her bridle as she might, her heart burned, and she wanted to look at him. She wanted him to notice her. And instinct told her that he might ignore her for ever. She went to her room an unhappy woman, and wept and fretted till morning, chafing between humiliation and yearning. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 10, Part 1 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fall of Manchester House. Alvina rose, chastened and wistful. As she was doing her hair, she heard the plaintive nasal sound of Ciccio's mandoline. She looked down the mixed vista of backyards and little gardens, and was able to catch sight of a portion of Ciccio, who was sitting on a box in the blue brick yard of his house, bareheaded and in his shirt sleeves, twitching away at the wailing mandoline. It was not a warm morning, but there was a streak of sunshine. Alvina had noticed that Ciccio did not seem to feel the cold, unless it were a wind or a driving rain. He was playing the wildly yearning Neapolitan songs, of which Alvina knew nothing. But although she only saw a section of him, the glimpse of his head was enough to rouse in her that overwhelming fascination, which came and went in spells. His remoteness, his southernness, something velvety and dark. So easily she might miss him altogether. Within a hair's breadth she had let him disappear. She hurried down. Geoffrey opened the door to her. She smiled at him in a quick, luminous smile, a magic change in her. "I could hear Ciccio playing," she said. Geoffrey spread his rather thick lips in a smile, and jerked his head in the direction of the back door, with a deep, intimate look into Alvina's eyes, as if to say his friend was lovesick. "Shall I go through?" said Alvina. Geoffrey laid his large hand on her shoulder for a moment, looked into her eyes, and nodded. He was a broad-shouldered fellow, with a rather flat, handsome face, well coloured, and with the look of the Alpine ox about him, slow, eternal, even a little mysterious. Alvina was startled by the deep, mysterious look in his dark fringed ox eyes. The odd arch of his eyebrows made him suddenly seem not quite human to her. She smiled to him again, startled. But he only inclined his head, and with his heavy hand on her shoulder gently impelled her towards Ciccio. When she came out at the back she smiled straight into Ciccio's face with her sudden, luminous smile. His hand on the mandolin trembled into silence. He sat looking at her with an instant re-establishment of knowledge. And yet she shrank from the long, inscrutable gaze of his black-set, tawny eyes. She resented him a little. And yet she went forward to him, and stood so that her dress touched him. And still he gazed up at her, with the heavy, unspeaking look, that seemed to bear her down. He seemed like some creature that was watching her for his purposes. She looked aside at the black garden, which had a wiry gooseberry bush. "You will come with me to Woodhouse?" she said. He did not answer till she turned to him again. Then, as she met his eyes, "To Woodhouse?" he said, watching her, to fix her. "Yes," she said, a little pale at the lips. And she saw his eternal smile of triumph slowly growing round his mouth. She wanted to cover his mouth with her hand. She preferred his tawny eyes with their black brows and lashes. His eyes watched her as a cat watches a bird, but without the white gleam of ferocity. In his eyes was a deep, deep sun-warmth, something fathomless, deepening black and abysmal, but somehow sweet to her. "Will you?" she repeated. But his eyes had already begun to glimmer their consent. He turned aside his face, as if unwilling to give a straight answer. "Yes," he said. "Play something to me," she cried. He lifted his face to her, and shook his head slightly. "Yes, do," she said, looking down on him. And he bent his head to the mandolin, and suddenly began to sing a Neapolitan song, in a faint, compressed head voice, looking up at her again as his lips moved, looking straight into her face, with a curious, mocking caress, as the muted voix blanche came through his lips at her, amid the louder quavering of the mandolin. The sound penetrated her like a thread of fire, hurting, but delicious, the high thread of his voice. She could see the Adam's apple move in his throat, his brows tilted as he looked along his lashes at her all the time. Here was the strange sphinx singing again, and herself between its paws. She seemed almost to melt into his power. Madame intervened to save her. "What? Serenade before breakfast? You have strong stomachs, I say. Eggs and ham are more the question, eh? Come, you smell them, don't you?" A flicker of contempt and derision went over Ciccio's face as he broke off, and looked aside. "I prefer the serenade," said Alvina. "I've had ham and eggs before." "You do, eh? Well, always you won't. And now you must eat the ham and eggs, however. Yes? Isn't it so?" Ciccio rose to his feet, and looked at Alvina, as he would have looked at Gigi, had Gigi been there. His eyes said unspeakable things about Madame. Alvina flashed a laugh, suddenly, and a good-humoured, half-mocking smile came over his face too. They turned to follow Madame into the house, and as Alvina went before him, she felt his fingers stroke the nape of her neck, and pass in a soft touch right down her back. She started as if some unseen creature had stroked her with its paw, and she glanced swiftly round, to see the face of Ciccio mischievous behind her shoulder. "Now I think," said Madame, "that today we all take the same train. We go by the Great Central as far as the junction, together. Then you, Allais, go on to Narborough, and we will leave you until tomorrow. And now there is not much time." "I am going to Woodhouse," said Ciccio, in French. "You also? By the train or the bicycle?" "Train," said Ciccio. "Waste so much money?" Ciccio raised his shoulders slightly. When breakfast was over, and Alvina had gone to her room, Geoffrey went out into the back yard, where the bicycles stood. "Cic," he said, "I should like to go with thee to Woodhouse. Come on bicycle with me." Ciccio shook his head. "I am going in train with her," he said. Geoffrey darkened with his heavy anger. "I would like to know how it is there, chez elle," he said. "Ask her," said Ciccio. Geoffrey watched him suddenly. "Thou forsakest me," he said. "I would like to see it, there." "Ask her," repeated Ciccio. "Then come on bicycle." "You're content to leave me," muttered Geoffrey. Ciccio touched his friend on his broad cheek, and smiled at him with affection. "I don't leave thee, Gigi. I asked thy advice. You said go. But come. Go and ask her, and then come. Come on the bicycle, eh? Ask her. Go on. Go on and ask her." Alvina was surprised to hear a tap at her door, and Gigi's voice, in his strong foreign accent. "Miss Houghton, I carry your bag?" She opened her door in surprise. She was all ready. "There it is," she said, smiling at him. But he confronted her like a powerful ox, full of dangerous force. Her smile had reassured him. "Now, Allaye," he said, "tell me something." "What?" laughed Alvina. "Can I come to Woodhouse?" "When?" "Today? Can I come to bicycle to tea, eh? At your house with you and Ciccio, eh?" He was smiling with a thick, doubtful, half-sullen smile. "Do," said Alvina. He looked at her with his large, dark blue eyes. "Really, eh?" he said, holding out his large hand. She shook hands with him warmly. "Yes, really," she said. "I wish you would." "Good," he said, a broad smile on his thick mouth, and all the time he watched her curiously, from his large eyes. "Ciccio, a good chap, eh?" he said. "Is he?" laughed Alvina. "Ha ha!" Gigi shook his head solemnly. "The best." He made such solemn eyes, Alvina laughed. He laughed too, and picked up her bag as if it were a bubble. "Now, Cic'," he said, as he saw Ciccio in the street. "Sommes d'accord?" "Ben," said Ciccio, holding out his hand for the bag. "Done." "Nene," said Gigi, shrugging. Alvina found herself on the new and busy station that Sunday morning, one of the little theatrical company. It was an odd experience. They were so obviously a theatrical company. People apart from the world. Madame was darting her black eyes here and there, behind her spotted veil, and standing with the ostensible self-possession of her profession. Max was circling round with large strides, round a big black box on which the red words Nachakitawara showed mystic, and round the small bunch of stage fittings at the end of the platform. Louis was waiting to get the tickets. Gigi and Ciccio were bringing up the bicycles. They were a whole train of departure in themselves, busy, bustling, cheerful, and curiously apart, vagrants. Alvina strolled away towards the half-open bookstall. Geoffrey was standing monumental between her and the company. She returned to him. "What time shall we expect you?" she said. He smiled at her in his broad, friendly fashion. "Expect me to be there? Why—" he rolled his head, and proceeded to calculate. "At 4 o'clock." "Just about the time when we get there," she said. He looked at her sagely and nodded. They were a good-humoured company in the railway carriage. The men smoked cigarettes and tapped off the ash on the heels of their boots. Madame watched every traveller with professional curiosity. Max scrutinised the newspaper, Lloyd's, and pointed out items to Louis, who read them over Max's shoulder. Ciccio suddenly smacked Geoffrey on the thigh, and looked laughing into his face. So till they arrived at the junction. And then there was a kissing and a taking of farewells, as if the company was separating for ever. Louis darted into the refreshment bar, and returned with little pies and oranges, which he deposited in the carriage. Madame presented Alvina with a packet of chocolate, and it was "Good-bye, good-bye, allez! Good-bye, Ciccio! Bon voyage! Have a good time both!" So Alvina sped on, in the fast train to Knarborough with Ciccio. "I do like them all," she said. He opened his mouth slightly and lifted his head up and down. She saw in the movement how affectionate he was, and in his own way how emotional. He loved them all. She put her hand to his. He gave her hand one sudden squeeze, of physical understanding, then left it as if nothing had happened. There were other people in the carriage with them. She could not help feeling how sudden and lovely that moment's grasp of his hand was, so warm, so whole. And thus they watched the Sunday morning landscape slip by, as they ran into Knarborough. They went out to a little restaurant to eat. It was 1 o'clock. "Isn't it strange that we are travelling together like this?" she said, as she sat opposite him. He smiled, looking into her eyes. "You think it's strange?" he said, showing his teeth slightly. "Don't you?" she cried. He gave a slight, laconic laugh. "And I can hardly bear it that I love you so much," she said, quavering across the potatoes. He glanced furtively round to see if any one was listening, if any one might hear. He would have hated it. but no one was near. Beneath the tiny table he took her 2 knees between his knees, and pressed them with a slow, immensely powerful pressure. Helplessly she put her hand across the table to him. He covered it for one moment with his hand, then ignored it. But her knees were still between the powerful, living vice of his knees. "Eat," he said to her, smiling, motioning to her plate, and he relaxed her. They decided to go out to Woodhouse on the tram-car, a long hour's ride. Sitting on the top of the covered car, in the atmosphere of strong tobacco smoke, he seemed self-conscious, withdrawn into his own cover, so obviously a dark-skinned foreigner. And Alvina, as she sat beside him, was reminded of the woman with the negro husband, down in Lumley. She understood the woman's reserve. She herself felt, in the same way, something of an outcast, because of the man at her side. An outcast! And glad to be an outcast. She clung to Chicho's dark, despised, foreign nature. She loved it, she worshipped it. She defied all the other world. Dark, he sat beside her, drawn into himself, overcast by his presumed inferiority among these northern industrial people. And she was with him, on his side, outside the pale of her own people. There were already acquaintances on the tram. She nodded in answer to their salutation, but so obviously from a distance, that they kept turning round to eye her and Chicho. But they left her alone. The breach between her and them was established for ever, and it was her will which established it. So up and down the weary hills of the hilly, industrial countryside, till at last they drew near to Woodhouse. They passed the ruins of Throttle Ha'penny, and Alvina glanced at it indifferent. They ran along the Narborough Road. A fair number of Woodhouse young people were strolling along the pavements in their Sunday clothes. She knew them all. She knew Lizzie Bates's fox furs and Fanny Clough's lilac costume, and Mrs. Smitham's winged hat. She knew them all. And almost inevitably the old Woodhouse feeling began to steal over her. She was glad they could not see her. She was a little ashamed of Chicho. She wished, for the moment, Chicho were not there. And as the time came to get down, she looked anxiously back and forth to see at which halt she had better descend, where fewer people would notice her. But then she threw her scruples to the wind, and descended into the staring, Sunday afternoon street, attended by Chicho, who carried her bag. She knew she was a marked figure. They slipped round to Manchester House. Miss Pinnegar expected Alvina, but by the train, which came later, so she had to be knocked up, for she was lying down. She opened the door, looking a little patched in her cheeks, because of her curious colouring, and a little forlorn, and a little dumpy, and a little irritable. "I didn't know there'd be 2 of you," was her greeting. "Didn't you?" said Alvina, kissing her. "Chicho came to carry my bag." "Oh," said Miss Pinnegar. "How d'you do?" And she thrust out her hand to him. He shook it loosely. "I had your wire," said Miss Pinnegar. "You said the train. Mrs. Rollings is coming in at 4 again." "Oh, all right," said Alvina. The house was silent and afternoon-like. Chicho took off his coat and sat down in Mr. Houghton's chair. Alvina told him to smoke. He kept silent and reserved. Miss Pinnegar, a poor, patch-cheeked, rather round-backed figure with grey-brown fringe, stood as if she did not quite know what to say or do. She followed Alvina upstairs to her room. "I can't think why you bring him here," snapped Miss Pinnegar. "I don't know what you're thinking about. The whole place is talking already." "I don't care," said Alvina. "I like him." "Oh, for shame!" cried Miss Pinnegar, lifting her hand with Miss Frost's helpless, involuntary movement. "What do you think of yourself? And your father a month dead?" "It doesn't matter. Father is dead, and I'm sure the dead don't mind." "I never knew such things as you say." "Why? I mean them." Miss Pinnegar stood blank and helpless. "You're not asking him to stay the night?" she blurted. "Yes, and I'm going back with him to Madame to-morrow. You know I'm part of the company now, as pianist." "And are you going to marry him?" "I don't know." "How can you say you don't know? Why, it's awful. You make me feel I shall go out of my mind." "But I don't know," said Alvina. "It's incredible, simply incredible. I believe you're out of your senses. I used to think sometimes there was something wrong with your mother. And that's what it is with you. You're not quite right in your mind. You need to be looked after." "Do I, Miss Pinnegar? Ah, well, don't you trouble to look after me, will you?" "No one will if I don't." "I hope no one will." There was a pause. "I'm ashamed to live another day in Woodhouse," said Miss Pinnegar. "I'm leaving it for ever," said Alvina. "I should think so," said Miss Pinnegar. Suddenly she sank into a chair, and burst into tears, wailing, "Your poor father! Your poor father!" "I'm sure the dead are all right. Why must you pity him?" "You're a lost girl!" cried Miss Pinnegar. "Am I really?" laughed Alvina. It sounded funny. "Yes, you're a lost girl," sobbed Miss Pinnegar, on a final note of despair. "I like being lost," said Alvina. Miss Pinnegar wept herself into silence. She looked huddled and forlorn. Alvina went to her and laid her hand on her shoulder. "Don't fret, Miss Pinnegar," she said. "Don't be silly. I love to be with Ciccio and Madame. Perhaps in the end I shall marry him. But if I don't—" Her hand suddenly gripped Miss Pinnegar's heavy arm till it hurt. "I wouldn't lose a minute of him. No, not for anything, would I?" Poor Miss Pinnegar dwindled, convinced. "You make it hard for me in Woodhouse," she said, hopeless. "Never mind," said Alvina, kissing her. "Woodhouse isn't heaven and earth. It's been my home for 40 years. It's been mine for 30. That's why I'm glad to leave it." There was a pause. "I've been thinking," said Miss Pinnegar, "about opening a little business in Tamworth. You know the Watsons are there." "I believe you'd be happy," said Alvina. Miss Pinnegar pulled herself together. She had energy and courage still. "I don't want to stay here, anyhow," she said. "Woodhouse has nothing for me any more." "Of course it hasn't," said Alvina. "I think you'd be happier away from it." "Yes, probably I should. Now." None the less, poor Miss Pinnegar was grey-haired. She was almost a dumpy, odd old woman. They went downstairs. Miss Pinnegar put on the kettle. "Would you like to see the house?" said Alvina to Ciccio. He nodded, and she took him from room to room. His eyes looked quickly and curiously over everything, noticing things, but without criticism. "This was my mother's little sitting room," she said. "She sat here for years, in this chair." "Always here?" he said, looking into Alvina's face. "Yes, she was ill with her heart. This is another photograph of her. I'm not like her." "Who is that?" he asked, pointing to a photograph of the handsome, white-haired Miss Frost. "That was Miss Frost, my governess. She lived here till she died. I loved her. She meant everything to me." "She also dead?" "Yes, 5 years ago." They went to the drawing-room. He laid his hand on the keys of the piano, sounding a chord. "Play," she said. He shook his head, smiling slightly. But he wished her to play. She sat and played one of Kishwégin's pieces. He listened, faintly smiling. "Fine piano, eh?" he said, looking into her face. "I like the tone," she said. "Is it yours?" "The piano? Yes, I suppose everything is mine, in name at least. I don't know how father's affairs are really." He looked at her, and again his eye wandered over the room. He saw a little coloured portrait of a child with a fleece of brownish gold hair and surprised eyes, in a pale blue stiff frock with a broad dark blue sash. "You?" he said. "Do you recognise me?" she said. "Aren't I comical?" She took him upstairs, first to the monumental bedroom. "This was mother's room," she said. "Now it is mine." He looked at her, then at the things in the room, then out of the window, then at her again. She flushed, and hurried to show him his room, and the bathroom. Then she went downstairs. He kept glancing up at the height of the ceilings, the size of the rooms, taking in the size and proportion of the house, and the quality of the fittings. "It is a big house," he said. "Yours?" "Mine in name," said Alvina. "Father left all to me, and his debts as well, you see." "Much debts?" "Oh yes. I don't quite know how much. But perhaps more debts than there is property. I shall go and see the lawyer in the morning. Perhaps there will be nothing at all left for me, when everything is paid." She had stopped on the stairs, telling him this, turning round to him, who was on the steps above. He looked down on her, calculating. Then he smiled sourly. Bad job, if it is all gone, he said. I don't mind, really, if I can live, she said. He spread his hands, deprecating, not understanding. Then he glanced up the stairs and along the corridor again, and downstairs into the hall. A fine big house, grand if it was yours, he said. I wish it were, she said, rather pathetically, if you like it so much. He shrugged his shoulders. Heh, he said, how not like it? I don't like it, she said. I think it's a gloomy, miserable hole. I hate it. I've lived here all my life and seen everything bad happen here. I hate it. Why? He said, with a curious, sarcastic intonation. It's a bad job if it isn't yours, for certain, he said, as they entered the living room, where Miss Pinnegar sat cutting bread and butter. What? Said Miss Pinnegar, sharply. The house, said Alvina. Oh, well, we don't know. We'll hope for the best, replied Miss Pinnegar, arranging the bread and butter on the plate. Then, rather tart, she added, it is a bad job, and a good many things are a bad job besides that. If Miss Houghton had what she ought to have, things would be very different, I assure you. Oh yes, said Ciccio, to whom this address was directed. Very different indeed. If all the money hadn't been lost in the way it has, Miss Houghton wouldn't be playing the piano, for one thing, in a cinematograph show. No, perhaps not, said Ciccio. Certainly not. It's not the right thing for her to be doing, at all. You think not, said Ciccio. Do you imagine it is? Said Miss Pinnegar, turning point blank on him, as he sat by the fire. He looked curiously at Miss Pinnegar, grinning slightly. Heh, he said, how do I know? I should have thought it was obvious, said Miss Pinnegar. Heh, he ejaculated, not fully understanding. But of course, those that are used to nothing better can't see anything but what they're used to, she said, rising and shaking the crumbs from her black silk apron into the fire. He watched her. Miss Pinnegar went away into the scullery. Alvina was laying a fire in the drawing-room. She came with a dustpan to take some coal from the fire of the living-room. What do you want? Said Ciccio, rising, and he took the shovel from her hand. Big, hot fires, aren't they? He said, as he lifted the burning coals from the glowing mass of the grate. Enough, said Alvina. Enough! We'll put it in the drawing-room. He carried the shovel of flaming, smoking coals to the other room, and threw them in the grate on the sticks, watching Alvina put on more pieces of coal. Fine, a fire. Quick work, eh? A beautiful thing, a fire. You know what they say in my place? You can live without food, but you can't live without fire. But I always thought it was hot in Naples, said Alvina. No, it isn't. And my village, you know, when I was a small boy, that was in the mountains, an hour quick train from Naples. Cold in the winter, hot in the summer. As cold as England, said Alvina. Eh, and colder. The wolves come down. You could hear them crying in the night, in the frost. How terrifying, said Alvina. And they will kill the dogs. Always they kill the dogs. You know, they hate dogs, wolves do. He made a queer noise to show how wolves hate dogs. Alvina understood and laughed. So should I, if I was a wolf, she said. Yes? Eh? His eyes gleamed on her for a moment. Ah, but the poor dogs. You find them bitten, carried away among the trees or the stones. Hard to find them the next day. How frightened they must be, said Alvina. Frightened? Oh! He made sudden gesticulations and ejaculations, which added volumes to his few words. And did you like it, your village? She said. He put his head on one side in deprecation. No, he said, because, you see, there is nothing to do. No money. Work, work, work. No life. You see nothing. When I was a small boy, my father, he died, and my mother comes with me to Naples. Then I go with the little boats on the sea, fishing, carrying people. He flourished his hand as if to make her understand all the things that must be wordless. He smiled at her, but there was a faint, poignant sadness and remoteness in him, a beauty of old fatality and ultimate indifference to fate. And were you very poor? Poor? Why, yes. Nothing. Rags, no shoes, bread, little fish from the sea, shellfish. His hands flickered, his eyes rested on her with a profound look of knowledge. and it seemed, in spite of all, one state was very much the same to him as another. Poverty was as much life as affluence. Only he had a sort of jealous idea that it was humiliating to be poor, and so, for vanity's sake, he would have possessions. The countless generations of civilization behind him had left him an instinct of the world's meaninglessness. Only his little modern education made money and independence an idée fixe. Old instinct told him the world was nothing. But modern education, so shallow, was much more efficacious than instinct. It drove him to make a show of himself to the world. Alvina, watching him, as if hypnotized, saw his old beauty, formed through civilization after civilization, and at the same time she saw his modern vulgarianism and decadence. "And when you go back, you will go back to your old village?" she said. He made a gesture with his head and shoulders, evasive, non-committal. "I don't know. You see," he said. "What is the name of it?" "Pescocalascio." He said the word subduedly, unwillingly. "Tell me again," said Alvina. "Pescocalascio." She repeated it. "And tell me how you spell it," she said. He fumbled in his pocket for a pencil and a piece of paper. She rose and brought him an old sketch-book. He wrote, slowly, but with the beautiful Italian hand, the name of his village. "And write your name," she said. "Marasca Francesco," he wrote. "And write the name of your father and mother," she said. He looked at her enquiringly. "I want to see them," she said. "Marasca Giovanni," he wrote, and under that, Califano Maria. She looked at the 4 names, in the graceful Italian script, and one after the other she read them out. He corrected her, smiling gravely. When she said them properly, he nodded. "Yes," he said, "that's it. You say it well." At that moment Miss Pinnegar came in to say Mrs. Rollings had seen another of the young men riding down the street. "That's Gigi. He doesn't know how to come here," said Ciccio, quickly taking his hat and going out to find his friend. Geoffrey arrived, his broad face hot and perspiring. "Couldn't you find it?" said Alvina. "I find the house, but I could not find no door," said Geoffrey. They all laughed and sat down to tea. Geoffrey and Ciccio talked to each other in French, and kept each other in countenance. Fortunately for them, Madame had seen to their table manners. But still they were far too free and easy to suit Miss Pinnegar. "Do you know," said Ciccio, in French to Geoffrey, "what a fine house this is?" "No," said Geoffrey, rolling his large eyes round the room, and speaking with his cheeks stuffed out with food. "Is it?" "Ah, if it was hers, you know." And so, after tea, Ciccio said to Alvina, "Shall you let Geoffrey see the house?" The tour commenced again. Geoffrey, with his thick legs planted apart, gazed round the rooms, and made his comments in French to Ciccio. When they climbed the stairs, he fingered the big, smooth mahogany banister rail. In the bedroom he stared almost dismayed at the colossal bed and cupboard. In the bathroom he turned on the old-fashioned silver taps. "Here is my room," said Ciccio, in French. "Assez Halloween," replied Gigi. Ciccio also glanced along the corridor. "Yes," he said, "but an open course. Look, my boy, if you could marry this," meaning the house. "Ha! She doesn't know if it is hers any more. Perhaps the debts cover every bit of it." "Don't say so. Nah, that's a pity. That's a pity. La pauvre fille. Pauvre demoiselle," lamented Geoffrey. "Isn't it a pity? What dost say?" "1,000 pities. 1,000 pities. Look, my boy, love needs no havings, but marriage does. Love is for all, even the grasshoppers. But marriage means a kitchen. That's how it is. La pauvre demoiselle. C'est malheur pour elle." "That's true," said Ciccio. "Et aussi pour moi. For me as well." "For thee as well, cher, perhaps," said Geoffrey, laying his hand on Ciccio's shoulder, and giving him a sudden hug. They smiled to each other. "Who knows?" said Ciccio. "Who knows, truly, my Cic'." As they went downstairs to rejoin Alvina, whom they heard playing on the piano in the drawing-room, Geoffrey peeped once more into the big bedroom. "Tu n'es jamais monté si haut, mon beau. Pour moi, ça serait difficile de me lever. J'aurais bien peur, moi. Tu te trouves aussi un peu ébahi, hein? N'est-ce pas?" "Y a place pour toi," said Ciccio. "Non, je crèverais là-haut. Pas pour moi." And they went laughing downstairs. Miss Pinnegar was sitting with Alvina, determined not to go to chapel this evening. She sat, rather hulked, reading a novel. Alvina flirted with the two men, played the piano to them, and suggested a game of cards. "Oh, Alvina, you will never bring out the cards tonight," expostulated poor Miss Pinnegar. "But, Miss Pinnegar, it can't possibly hurt anybody." "You know what I think, and what your father thought, and your mother and Miss Frost." "You see, I think it's only prejudice," said Alvina. "Oh, very well," said Miss Pinnegar, angrily. And closing her book, she rose and went to the other room. Alvina brought out the cards, and a little box of pence which remained from Endeavour harvests. At that moment there was a knock. It was Mr. May. Miss Pinnegar brought him in triumph. "Oh," he said, "company! I heard you'd come, Miss Houghton, so I hastened to pay my compliments. I didn't know you had company. How do you do, Francesco? How do you do, Geoffrey? Comment allez-vous, alors?" "Bien," said Geoffrey. "You are going to take a hand?" "Cards on Sunday evening? Dear me, what a revolution! Of course, I'm not bigoted, if Miss Houghton asks me." Miss Pinnegar looked solemnly at Alvina. "Yes, do take a hand, Mr. May," said Alvina. "Thank you, I will then, if I may. Especially as I see those tempting piles of pennies and halfpennies. Who is bank, may I ask? Is Miss Pinnegar going to play too?" But Miss Pinnegar had turned her poor, bowed back, and departed. "I'm afraid she's offended," said Alvina. "But why? We don't put her soul in danger, do we now? I'm a good Catholic, you know. I can't do with these provincial little creeds. Who deals? Do you, Miss Houghton? But I'm afraid we shall have a rather dry game." "What? Isn't that your opinion?" The other men laughed. "If Miss Houghton would just allow me to run round and bring something in, yes? May I? That would be so much more cheerful. What is your choice, gentlemen?" "Beer," said Ciccio, and Geoffrey nodded. "Beer! Oh, really? Extraordinary! I always take a little whiskey myself. What kind of beer? Ale or bitter? I'm afraid I'd better bring bottles. Now, how can I secrete them? You haven't a small travelling case, Miss Houghton? Then I shall look as if I'd just been taking a journey, which I have, to the sun and back. And if that isn't far enough, even for Miss Pinnegar and John Wesley, why, I'm sorry." Alvina produced the travelling case. "Excellent," he said. "Excellent. It'll hold half a dozen beautifully. Now," he fell into a whisper, "hadn't I better sneak out at the front door, and so escape the clutches of the watchdog?" Out he went, on tiptoe, the other two men grinning at him. Fortunately there were glasses, the best old glasses in the side cupboard in the drawing-room, but unfortunately, when Mr. May returned, a corkscrew was in request. So Alvina stole to the kitchen. Miss Pinnegar sat dumped by the fire, with her spectacles and her book. She watched like a lynx as Alvina returned, and she saw the tell-tale corkscrew, so she dumped a little deeper in her chair. There was a sound of revelry by night. For Mr. May, after a long depression, was in high feather. They shouted, positively shouted over their cards. They roared with excitement, expostulation, and laughter. Miss Pinnegar sat through it all, but at one point she could bear it no longer. The drawing-room door opened, and the dumpy, hulked, faded woman in a black serge dress stood like a rather squat avenging angel in the doorway. "What would your father say to this?" she said sternly. The company suspended their laughter and their cards, and looked around. Miss Pinnegar wilted, and felt strange under so many eyes. "Father!" said Alvina. "But why father?" "You lost girl," said Miss Pinnegar, backing out and closing the door. Mr. May laughed so much that he knocked his whiskey over. "There!" he cried, helpless. "Look what she's cost me!" And he went off into another paroxysm, swelling like a turkey. Ciccio opened his mouth, laughing silently. "Lost girl! Lost girl! How lost, when you are at home?" said Geoffrey, making large eyes and looking hither and thither, as if he had lost something. They all went off again, in a muffled burst. "No, but really," said Mr. May, "drinking and card-playing with strange men in the drawing-room on Sunday evening, of course it's scandalous. It's terrible. I don't know how ever you'll be saved after such a sin. And in Manchester House, too." He went off into another silent turkey scarlet burst of mirth, wriggling in his chair and squealing faintly. "Oh, I love it! I love it! You lost girl! Why, of course she's lost, and Miss Pinnegar has only just found it out. Who wouldn't be lost? Why, even Miss Pinnegar would be lost if she could. Of course she would. Quite natural." Mr. May wiped his eyes with his handkerchief, which had unfortunately mopped up his whisky. So they played on, till Mr. May and Geoffrey had won all the pennies, except twopence of Chicho's. Alvina was in debt. "Well, I think it's been a most agreeable game," said Mr. May. "Most agreeable. Don't you all?" The two other men smiled and nodded. "I'm only sorry to think Miss Houghton has lost so steadily all evening. Really quite remarkable. But then, you see, I comfort myself with the reflection, lucky in cards, unlucky in love. I'm certainly hounded with misfortune in love. And I'm sure Miss Houghton would rather be unlucky in cards than in love. What? Isn't it so?" "Of course," said Alvina. "There, you see! Of course! Well, all we can do after that is to wish her success in love. Isn't that so, gentlemen? I'm sure we are all quite willing to do our best to contribute to it. Isn't it so, gentlemen? Aren't we all ready to do our best to contribute to Miss Houghton's happiness in love? Well then, let us drink to it." He lifted his glass and bowed to Alvina. "With every wish for your success in love, Miss Houghton, and your devoted servant." He bowed and drank. Geoffrey made large eyes at her as he held up his glass. "I know you'll come out all right in love. I know," he said, heavily. "And you, Chicho, aren't you drinking?" said Mr. May. Chicho held up his glass, looked at Alvina, made a little mouth at her, comical, and drank his beer. "Well," said Mr. May, "beer must confirm it, since words won't." "What time is it?" said Alvina. "We must have supper." It was past 9 o'clock. Alvina rose and went to the kitchen, the men trailing after her. Miss Pinnegar was not there. She was not anywhere. "Has she gone to bed?" said Mr. May, and he crept stealthily upstairs on tiptoe, a comical, flush-faced, tubby little man. He was familiar with the house. He returned prancing. "I heard her cough," he said. "There's a light under her door. She's gone to bed. Now, haven't I always said she was a good soul? I shall drink her health. Miss Pinnegar," and he bowed stiffly in the direction of the stairs, "your health, and a good night's rest." After which, giggling gaily, he seated himself at the head of the table, and began to carve the cold mutton. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 10, Part 2 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "And where are the Natchaki Tawaras this week?" he asked. They told him. "Oh, and you two are cycling back to the camp of Kishwagan tonight. We mustn't prolong our cheerfulness too far." "Chicho is staying to help me with my bag tomorrow," said Alvina. "You know I've joined the Tawaras permanently, as pianist." "No, I didn't know that. Oh, really? Really? Oh, well, I see. Permanently? Yes, I am surprised. Yes, as pianist. And if I might ask, what is your share of the tribal income?" "That isn't settled yet," said Alvina. "No, exactly. Exactly. It wouldn't be settled yet. And you say it is a permanent engagement?" "Of course, at such a figure." "Yes, it is a permanent engagement," said Alvina. "Really? What a blow you give me! You won't come back to the Endeavour? What? Not at all? "No," said Alvina. "I shall sell out of the Endeavour." "Really? You've decided, have you? Oh, this is news to me. And is this quite final too?" "Quite," said Alvina. "I see. Putting two and two together, if I may say so," and he glanced from her to the young men, "I see. Most decidedly, most one-sidedly, if I may use the vulgarism, I see e. Oh, but what a blow you give me! What a blow you give me!" "Why?" said Alvina. "What's to become of the Endeavour, and consequently of poor me? Can't you keep it going? Form a company?" "I'm afraid I can't. I've done my best, but I'm afraid, you know, you've landed me." "I'm so sorry," said Alvina. "I hope not." "Thank you for the hope," said Mr. May sarcastically. "They say hope is sweet. I begin to find it a little bitter." Poor man, he had already gone quite yellow in the face. Ciccio and Geoffrey watched him with dark seeing eyes. "And when are you going to let this fatal decision take effect?" asked Mr. May. "I'm going to see the lawyer to morrow, and I'm going to tell him to sell everything, and clear up as soon as possible," said Alvina. "Sell everything? This house, and all it contains?" "Yes," said Alvina. "Everything." "Really?" Mr. May seemed smitten quite dumb. "I feel as if the world had suddenly come to an end," he said. "But hasn't your world often come to an end before?" said Alvina. "Well, I suppose, once or twice. But never quite on top of me, you see, before." There was a silence. "And have you told Miss Pinnegar?" said Mr. May. "Not finally. But she's decided to open a little business in Tamworth, where she has relations." "Has she? And are you really going to tour with these young people?" He indicated Ciccio and Gigi. "And at no salary?" His voice rose. "Why, it's almost white slave traffic on Madame's part. Upon my word." "I don't think so," said Alvina. "Don't you see that's insulting?" "Insulting? Well, I don't know. I think it's the truth." "Not to be said to me, for all that," said Alvina, quivering with anger. "Oh!" perked Mr. May, yellow with strange rage. "Oh! I mustn't say what I think. Oh!" "Not if you think those things," said Alvina. "Oh, really? The difficulty is, you see, I'm afraid I do think them." Alvina watched him with big, heavy eyes. "Go away," she said. "Go away. I won't be insulted by you." "No, indeed!" cried Mr. May, starting to his feet, his eyes almost bolting from his head. "No, indeed! I wouldn't think of insulting you in the presence of these two young gentlemen." Ciccio rose slowly, and with a slow, repeated motion of the head, indicated the door. "Allez," he said. "Certainement!" cried Mr. May, flying at Ciccio, verbally like an enraged hen, yellow at the gills. "Certainement! Je m'en vais. Cette compagnie n'est pas de ma choix." "Allez!" said Ciccio, more loudly. And Mr. May strutted out of the room like a bird bursting with its own rage. Ciccio stood with his hands on the table listening. They heard Mr. May slam the front door. "Gone!" said Geoffrey. Ciccio smiled, sneeringly. "Voyez, un cochon de lait," said Gigi amply and calmly. Ciccio sat down in his chair. Geoffrey poured out some beer for him, saying, "Drink, my cheek. The bubble has burst. Poof!" And Gigi knocked in his own puffed cheek with his fist. "Allez, my dear, your health. We are the Tawaras. We are Allez. We are Pacohuila. We are Walgatchka. Allons! The milk pig is stewed and eaten. Voilà!" He drank, smiling broadly. "One by one," said Geoffrey, who was a little drunk. "One by one, we put them out in the field. They are hors de combat. Who remains? Pacohuila, Walgatchka, Allez!" He smiled very broadly. Alvina was sitting, sunk in thought and torpor after her sudden anger. "Allez, what do you think about? You are the bride of Tawara," said Geoffrey. Alvina looked at him, smiling rather wanly. "And who is Tawara?" she asked. He raised his shoulders and spread his hands and swayed his head from side to side, for all the world like a comic mandarin. "There!" he cried. "The question! Who is Tawara? Who? Tell me? Ciccio is he, and I am he, and Max and Louis." He spread his hand to the distant members of the tribe. "I can't be the bride of all four of you," said Alvina, laughing. "No, no, no, no. Such a thing does not come into my mind. But you are the bride of Tawara. You dwell in the tent of Pacohuila, and comes the day, should it ever be so, there is no room for you in the tent of Pacohuila, then the lodge of Walgatchka the bear is open for you. Open, yes, wide open." He spread his arms from his ample chest at the end of the table. "Open, and when Allais enters, it is the lodge of Allais. Walgatchka is the bear that serves Allais. By the law of the pale face, by the law of the Yengeese, by the law of the Français, Walgatchka shall be husband bear to Allais. That day she lifts the door curtain of his tent." He rolled his eyes and looked around. Alvina watched him. "But I might be afraid of a husband bear," she said. Geoffrey got on to his feet. "By the Manitou," he said, "the head of the bear, Walgatchka, is humble." Here Geoffrey bowed his head. "His teeth are as soft as lilies." Here he opened his mouth and put his finger on his small, close teeth. "His hands are as soft as bees that stroke a flower." Here he spread his hands and went and suddenly flopped on his knees beside Alvina, showing his hands and his teeth still, and rolling his eyes. "Allais can have no fear at all of the bear Walgatchka," he said, looking up at her comically. Ciccio, who had been watching and slightly grinning, here rose to his feet and took Geoffrey by the shoulder, pulling him up. "Basta," he said. "Tu es Saul. You are drunk, my Gigi. Get up. How are you going to ride to Mansfield, eh? Great beast." "Ciccio," said Geoffrey solemnly, "I love thee. I love thee as a brother, and also more. I love thee as a brother, my Ciccio, as thou knowest. But—" and he puffed fiercely, "I am the slave of Allais. I am the tame bear of Allais." "Get up," said Ciccio. "Get up. Pebaccio. She doesn't want a tame bear." He smiled down on his friend. Geoffrey rose to his feet and flung his arms round Ciccio. "Cic'," he besought him. "Cic', I love thee as a brother, but let me be the tame bear of Allais. Let me be the gentle bear of Allais." "All right," said Ciccio. "Thou art the tame bear of Allais." Geoffrey strained Ciccio to his breast. "Thank you, thank you. Salute me, my own friend." And Ciccio kissed him on either cheek. Whereupon Geoffrey immediately flopped on his knees again before Alvina, and presented her his broad, rich-coloured cheek. "Salute your bear, Allais," he cried. "Salute your slave, the tame bear, Walgatchka, who is a wild bear for all except Allais and his brother, Pacohuila, the puma." Geoffrey growled realistically as a wild bear, as he kneeled before Alvina, presenting his cheek. Alvina looked at Ciccio, who stood above watching. Then she lightly kissed him on the cheek, and said, "Won't you go to bed and sleep?" Geoffrey staggered to his feet, shaking his head. "No, no," he said. "No, no. Walgatchka must travel to the tent of Kishwégin, to the camp of the Tawaras." "Not tonight, mon brave," said Ciccio. "Tonight we stay here, eh? Why separate, eh? Frère?" Geoffrey again clasped Ciccio in his arms. "Pacohuila and Walgatchka are blood brothers, two bodies, one blood. One blood in two bodies, one stream in two valleys, one lake between two mountains." Here Geoffrey gazed with large, heavy eyes on Ciccio. Alvina brought a candle and lighted it. "You will manage in the one room?" she said. "I'll give you another pillow." She led the way upstairs. Geoffrey followed heavily. Then Ciccio. On the landing Alvina gave them the pillow and the candle, smiled, bade them good night in a whisper, and went downstairs again. She cleared away the supper and carried away all glasses and bottles from the drawing room. Then she washed up, removing all traces of the feast. The cards she restored to their old mahogany box. Manchester House looked itself again. She turned off the gas at the meter and went upstairs to bed. From the far room she could hear the gentle but profound vibrations of Geoffrey's snoring. She was tired after her day, too tired to trouble about anything any more. But in the morning she was first downstairs. She heard Miss Pinnegar and hurried. Hastily she opened the windows and doors to drive away the smell of beer and smoke. She heard the men rumbling in the bathroom, and quickly she prepared breakfast and made a fire. Mrs. Rollings would not appear till later in the day. At 6:45 Miss Pinnegar came down, and went into the scullery to make her tea. "Did both the men stay?" she asked. "Yes, they both slept in the end room," said Alvina. Miss Pinnegar said no more, but padded with her tea and her boiled egg into the living room. In the morning she was wordless. Ciccio came down, in his shirt sleeves as usual, but wearing a collar. He greeted Miss Pinnegar politely. "Good morning," she said, and went on with her tea. Geoffrey appeared. Miss Pinnegar glanced once at him, sullenly, and briefly answered his good morning. Then she went on with her egg, slow and persistent in her movements. Mum. The men went out to attend to Geoffrey's bicycle. The morning was slow and grey, obscure. As they pumped up the tyres, they heard someone padding behind. Miss Pinnegar came and unbolted the yard door, but ignored their presence. Then they saw her return and slowly mount the outer stair ladder which went up to the top floor. 2 minutes afterwards they were startled by the irruption of the work girls. As for the work girls, they gave quite loud, startled squeals, suddenly seeing the two men on their right hand in the obscure morning, and they lingered on the stairway to gaze in rapt curiosity, poking and whispering, until Miss Pinnegar appeared overhead and sharply rang a bell which hung beside the entrance door of the workrooms. After which excitements, Geoffrey and Ciccio went in to breakfast, which Alvina had prepared. "You have done it all, eh?" said Ciccio, glancing round. "Yes, I've made breakfast for years now," said Alvina. "Not many more times here, eh?" he said, smiling significantly. "I hope not," said Alvina. Ciccio sat down, almost like a husband, as if it were his right. Geoffrey was very quiet this morning. He ate his breakfast and rose to go. "I shall see you soon," he said, smiling sheepishly and bowing to Alvina. Ciccio accompanied him to the street. When Ciccio returned, Alvina was once more washing dishes. "What time shall we go?" he said. "We'll catch the 1 train. I must see the lawyer this morning." "And what shall you say to him?" "I shall tell him to sell everything." "And marry me?" She started and looked at him. "You don't want to marry, do you?" she said. "Yes, I do." "Wouldn't you rather wait and see?" "What?" he said. "See if there is any money." He watched her steadily, and his brow darkened. "Why?" he said. She began to tremble. "You'd like it better if there was money?" A slow, sinister smile came on his mouth. His eyes never smiled, except to Geoffrey, when a flood of warm, laughing light sometimes suffused them. "You think I should?" "Yes, it's true, isn't it? You would?" He turned his eyes aside, and looked at her hands as she washed the forks. They trembled slightly. Then he looked back at her eyes again, that were watching him, large and wistful, and a little accusing. His impudent laugh came on his face. "Yes," he said, "it is always better if there is money." He put his hand on her, and she winced. "But I marry you for love, you know. You know what love is." And he put his arms round her, and laughed down into her face. She strained away. "But you can have love without marriage," she said. "You know that." "All right, all right. Give me love, eh? I want that." She struggled against him. "But not now," she said. She saw the light in his eyes fixed determinedly, and he nodded. "Now," he said. "Now." His yellow tawny eyes looked down into hers, alien and overbearing. "I can't," she said. "I can't now." He laughed in a sinister way, yet with a certain warm-heartedness. "Come to that big room," he said. Her face flew fixed into opposition. "I can't now, really," she said grimly. His eyes looked down at hers. Her eyes looked back at him, hard and cold and determined. They remained motionless for some seconds. Then, a stray wisp of her hair catching his attention, desire filled his heart, warm and full, obliterating his anger in the combat. For a moment he softened. He saw her hardness becoming more assertive, and he wavered in sudden dislike, and almost dropped her. Then again the desire flushed his heart, his smile became reckless of her, and he picked her right up. "Yes, sir," he said. "Now." For a second she struggled frenziedly, but almost instantly she recognised how much stronger he was, and she was still, mute and motionless with anger. White and mute and motionless she was taken to her room, and at the back of her mind all the time she wondered at his deliberate recklessness of her. Recklessly he had his will of her, but deliberately and thoroughly, not rushing to the issue, but taking everything he wanted of her, progressively and fully, leaving her stark, with nothing of herself, nothing. When she could lie still she turned away from him, still mute, and he lay with his arms over her, motionless. Noises went on in the street, overhead in the workroom, but theirs was complete silence. At last he rose and looked at her. "Love is a fine thing, Alle," he said. She lay mute and unmoving. He approached, laid his hand on her breast, and kissed her. "Love," he said, asserting and laughing. But still she was completely mute and motionless. He threw bedclothes over her and went downstairs, whistling softly. She knew she would have to break her own trance of obstinacy. So she snuggled down into the bedclothes, shivering deliciously, for her skin had become chilled. She didn't care a bit, really, about her own downfall. She snuggled deliciously in the sheets, and admitted to herself that she loved him. In truth, she loved him, and she was laughing to herself. Luxuriously, she resented having to get up and tackle her heap of broken garments, but she did it. She took other clothes, adjusted her hair, tied on her apron, and went downstairs once more. She could not find Ciccio, he had gone out. A stray cat darted from the scullery, and broke a plate in her leap. Alvina found her washing up water cold. She put on more, and began to dry her dishes. Ciccio returned shortly and stood in the doorway looking at her. She turned to him, unexpectedly laughing. "What do you think of yourself?" she laughed. "Well," he said, with a little nod, and a furtive look of triumph about him, evasive. He went past her and into the room. Her inside burned with love for him, so elusive, so beautiful, in his silent passing out of her sight. She wiped her dishes happily. Why was she so absurdly happy, she asked herself, and why did she still fight so hard against the sense of his dark, unseizable beauty? Unseizable, forever unseizable. That made her almost his slave. She fought against her own desire to fall at his feet. Ridiculous to be so happy. She sang to herself as she went about her work downstairs. Then she went upstairs to do the bedrooms and pack her bag. At 10 o'clock she was to go to the family lawyer. She lingered over her possessions, what to take and what not to take. And so doing she wasted her time. It was already 10 o'clock when she hurried downstairs. He was sitting quite still, waiting. He looked up at her. "Now I must hurry," she said. "I don't think I shall be more than an hour." He put on his hat and went out with her. "I shall tell the lawyer I am engaged to you, shall I?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Tell him what you like." He was indifferent. "Because," said Alvina gaily, "we can please ourselves what we do, whatever we say. I shall say we think of getting married in the summer, when we know each other better, and going to Italy." "Why shall you say all that?" said Ciccio. "Because I shall have to give some account of myself, or they'll make me do something I don't want to do. You might come to the lawyer's with me, will you? He's an awfully nice old man. Then he'd believe in you." But Ciccio shook his head. "No," he said. "I shan't go. He doesn't want to see me." "Well, if you don't want to. But I remember your name, Francesco Marasca, and I remember Pesco Calascio." Ciccio heard in silence, as they walked the half-empty, Monday morning street of Woodhouse. People kept nodding to Alvina. Some hurried inquisitively across to speak to her and look at Ciccio. Ciccio, however, stood aside and turned his back. "Oh yes," Alvina said. I am staying with friends, here and there, for a few weeks. No, I don't know when I shall be back. Good-bye." "You're looking well, Alvina," people said to her. "I think you're looking wonderful. A change does you good." "It does, doesn't it?" said Alvina brightly, and she was pleased she was looking well. "Well, good-bye for a minute," she said, glancing smiling into his eyes and nodding to him as she left him at the gate of the lawyer's house, by the ivy-covered wall. The lawyer was a little man, all grey. Alvina had known him since she was a child, but rather as an official than an individual. She arrived all smiling in his room. He sat down and scrutinised her sharply, officially, before beginning. "Well, Miss Houghton, and what news have you?" "I don't think I've any, Mr. Beeby. I came to you for news." "Ah!" said the lawyer, and he fingered a paper-weight that covered a pile of papers. "I'm afraid there is nothing very pleasant, unfortunately. And nothing very unpleasant either, for that matter." He gave her a shrewd little smile. "Is the will proved?" "Not yet. But I expect it will be through in a few days' time." "And are all the claims in?" "Yes, I think so. I think so." And again he laid his hand on the pile of papers under the paper-weight, and ran through the edges with the tips of his fingers. "All those?" said Alvina. "Yes," he said quietly. It sounded ominous. "Many?" said Alvina. "A fair amount. A fair amount. Let me show you a statement." He rose and brought her a paper. She made out, with the lawyer's help, that the claims against her father's property exceeded the gross estimate of his property by some £700. "Does it mean we owe £700?" she asked. "That is only on the estimate of the property. It might, of course, realise much more when sold, or it might realise less." "How awful!" said Alvina, her courage sinking. "Unfortunate! Unfortunate! However, I don't think the realisation of the property would amount to less than the estimate. I don't think so." "But even then," said Alvina, "there is sure to be something owing." She saw herself saddled with her father's debts. "I'm afraid so," said the lawyer. "And then what?" said Alvina. "Oh, the creditors will have to be satisfied with a little less than they claim, I suppose. Not a very great deal, you see. I don't expect they will complain a great deal. In fact, some of them will be less badly off than they feared. No, on that score we need not trouble further. Useless if we do, anyhow. But now about yourself. Would you like me to try to compound with the creditors, so that you could have some sort of provision? They are mostly people who know you, know your condition, and I might try—" "Try what?" said Alvina. "To make some sort of compound. Perhaps you might retain a lease of Miss Pinnegar's workrooms. Perhaps even something might be done about the cinematograph. What would you like?" Alvina sat still in her chair, looking through the window at the ivy sprays and the leaf buds on the lilac. She felt she could not cut off every resource. In her own heart she had confidently expected a few £100, even 1,000 or more. And that would make her something of a catch to people who had nothing. But now, nothing. Nothing at the back of her but her £100. When that was gone! In her dilemma she looked at the lawyer. "You didn't expect it would be quite so bad?" he said. "I think I didn't," she said. "No. Well, it might have been worse." Again he waited, and again she looked at him vacantly. "What do you think?" he said. For an answer she only looked at him with wide eyes. Perhaps you would rather decide later. "No," she said. "No. It's no use deciding later." The lawyer watched her with curious eyes. His hand beat a little impatiently. "I will do my best," he said, "to get what I can for you." "Oh well," she said. "Better let everything go. I don't want to hang on. Don't bother about me at all. I shall go away anyhow." "You will go away?" said the lawyer, and he studied his finger-nails. "Yes. I shan't stay here." "Oh! And may I ask if you have any definite idea where you will go?" "I've got an engagement as pianist with a travelling theatrical company." "Oh, indeed!" said the lawyer, scrutinising her sharply. She stared away vacantly out of the window. He took to the attentive study of his finger-nails once more. "And at a sufficient salary?" "Quite sufficient, thank you," said Alvina. "Oh! Well! Well now." He fidgeted a little. You see, we are all old neighbours and connected with your father for many years. We, that is, the persons interested, and myself, would not like to think that you were driven out of Woodhouse destitute, if we could come to some composition, make some arrangement that would be agreeable to you, and would, in some measure, secure you means of a livelihood." He watched Alvina with sharp blue eyes. Alvina looked back at him, still vacantly. "No, thanks awfully," she said. "But don't bother. I'm going away." "With the travelling theatrical company?" "Yes." The lawyer studied his fingernails intensely. "Well," he said, feeling with a finger-tip an imaginary roughness of one nail-edge. "Well, in that case, supposing you have made an irrevocable decision." He looked up at her sharply. She nodded slowly like a porcelain mandarin. "In that case," he said, "we must proceed with the valuation and the preparation for the sale." "Yes," she said faintly. "You realise," he said, "that everything in Manchester House, except your private personal property and that of Miss Pinnegar, belongs to the claimants, your father's creditors, and may not be removed from the house." "Yes," she said. "And it will be necessary to make an account of everything in the house. So if you and Miss Pinnegar will put your possessions strictly apart, but I shall see Miss Pinnegar during the course of the day. Would you ask her to call about 7? I think she is free then." Alvina sat trembling. "I shall pack my things to-day," she said. "Of course," said the lawyer. "Any little things to which you may be attached the claimants would no doubt wish you to regard as your own. For anything of greater value, your piano, for example, I should have to make a personal request." "Oh, I don't want anything," said Alvina. "No? Well, you will see. You'll be here a few days?" "No," said Alvina. "I'm going away to-day." "To-day? Is that also irrevocable?" "Yes, I must go this afternoon." "On account of your engagement? May I ask where your company is performing this week? Far away?" "Mansfield." "Oh, well then, in case I particularly wished to see you, you could come over." "If necessary," said Alvina. "But I don't want to come to Woodhouse unless it is necessary. Can't we write?" "Yes, certainly, certainly. Most things, certainly. And now—" He went into certain technical matters, and Alvina signed some documents. At last she was free to go. She had been almost an hour in the room. "Well, good morning, Miss Houghton. You will hear from me, and I from you. I wish you a pleasant experience in your new occupation. You are not leaving Woodhouse for ever." "Good-bye," she said, and she hurried to the road. Try as she might, she felt as if she had had a blow which knocked her down. She felt she had had a blow. At the lawyer's gate she stood a minute. There, across the hollow, rose the cemetery hill. There were her graves, her mother's, Miss Frost's, her father's. Looking, she made out the white cross at Miss Frost's grave, the grey stone at her parents'. Then she turned slowly, under the church wall, back to Manchester House. She felt humiliated. She felt she did not want to see anybody at all. She did not want to see Miss Pinnegar, nor the Natcha Kee Tawaras, and least of all Ciccio. She felt strange in Woodhouse, almost as if the ground had risen from under her feet and hit her over the mouth. The fact that Manchester House and its very furniture was under seal to be sold on behalf of her father's creditors made her feel as if all her Woodhouse life had suddenly gone smash. She loathed the thought of Manchester House. She loathed staying another minute in it. And yet she did not want to go to the Natcha Kee Tawaras either. The church clock above her clanged 11. She ought to take the 12:40 train to Mansfield. Yet instead of going home, she turned off down the alley towards the fields and the brook. How many times had she gone that road? How many times had she seen Miss Frost bravely striding home that way from her music pupils? How many years had she noticed a particular wild cherry tree come into blossom, a particular bit of blackthorn scatter its whiteness in among the pleached twigs of a hawthorn hedge? How often, how many springs had Miss Frost come home with a bit of this blackthorn in her hand? Alvina did not want to go to Mansfield that afternoon. She felt insulted. She knew she would be much cheaper in Madame's eyes. She knew her own position with the troupe would be humiliating. It would be openly a little humiliating. But it would be much more maddeningly humiliating to stay in Woodhouse, and experience the full flavour of Woodhouse's calculated benevolence. She hardly knew which was worse, the cool look of insolent, half contempt, half satisfaction with which Madame would receive the news of her financial downfall, or the officious patronage which she would meet from the Woodhouse magnates. She knew exactly how Madame's black eyes would shine, how her mouth would curl with a sneering, slightly triumphant smile as she heard the news. And she could hear the bullying tone in which Henry Wagstaff would dictate the Woodhouse benevolence to her. She wanted to go away from them all, for ever. Even from Ciccio, for she felt he insulted her too. Subtly, they all did it. They had regard for her possibilities as an heiress. 500, even 200 pounds would have made all the difference. Useless to deny it. Even to Ciccio. Ciccio would have had a lifelong respect for her, if she had come with even so paltry a sum as 200 pounds. Now she had nothing. He would coolly withhold this respect. She felt he might jeer at her, and she could not get away from this feeling. Mercifully she had the bit of ready money, and she had a few trinkets which might be sold. Nothing else. Mercifully, for the mere moment, she was independent. Whatever else she did, she must go back and pack. She must pack her 2 boxes and leave them ready. For she felt that once she had left, she would never come back to Woodhouse again. If England had cliffs all round, why, when there was nowhere else to go and no getting beyond, she could walk over one of the cliffs. Meanwhile she had her short run before her. She banked hard on her independence. So she turned back to the town. She would not be able to take the 12:40 train, for it was already midday. But she was glad. She wanted some time to herself. She would send Ciccio on. Slowly she climbed the familiar hill, slowly and rather bitterly. She felt her native place insulted her, and she felt the Natchas insulted her. In the midst of the insult she remained isolated upon herself, and she wished to be alone. She found Ciccio waiting at the end of the yard, eternally waiting, it seemed. He was impatient. "You've been a long time?" he said. "Yes," she answered. "We shall have to make haste to catch the train." "I can't go by this train. I shall have to come on later. You can just eat a mouthful of lunch and go now." They went indoors. Miss Pinnegar had not yet come down. Mrs. Rollings was busy peeling potatoes. "Mr. Marasca is going by the train. He'll have to have a little cold meat," said Alvina. "Would you mind putting it ready while I go upstairs?" "Sharpses and Fullbankses sent them bills," said Mrs. Rollings. Alvina opened them and turned pale. It was £30, the total funeral expenses. She had completely forgotten them. "And Mr. Atterwell wants to know what you'd like to put on th' headstone for your father, if you'd write it down." "All right." Mrs. Rollings popped on the potatoes for Miss Pinnegar's dinner, and spread the cloth for Ciccio. When he was eating, Miss Pinnegar came in. She inquired for Alvina, and went upstairs. "Have you had your dinner?" she said, for there was Alvina sitting writing a letter. "I'm going by a later train," said Alvina. "Both of you?" "No, he's going now." Miss Pinnegar came downstairs again, and went through to the scullery. When Alvina came down, she returned to the living room. "Give this letter to Madame," Alvina said to Ciccio. "I shall be at the hall by 7 tonight. I shall go straight there." "Why can't you come now?" said Ciccio. "I can't possibly," said Alvina. "The lawyer has just told me father's debts come to much more than everything is worth. Nothing is ours, not even the plate you're eating from. Everything is under seal to be sold to pay off what is owing. So I've got to get my own clothes and boots together, or they'll be sold with the rest. Mr. Beeby wants you to go round at 7 this evening, Miss Pinnegar, before I forget." "Really?" gasped Miss Pinnegar. "Really? The house and the furniture and everything got to be sold up? Then we're on the streets? I can't believe it." "So he told me," said Alvina. "But how positively awful," said Miss Pinnegar, sinking motionless into a chair. "It's not more than I expected," said Alvina. "I'm putting my things into my 2 trunks, and I shall just ask Mrs. Slaney to store them for me. Then I've the bag I shall travel with." "Really?" gasped Miss Pinnegar. "I can't believe it. And when have we got to get out?" "Oh, I don't think there's a desperate hurry. They'll take an inventory of all the things, and we can live on here till they're actually ready for the sale." "And when will that be?" "I don't know. A week or 2." And is the cinematograph to be sold the same?" "Yes, everything. The piano, even mother's portrait." "It's impossible to believe it," said Miss Pinnegar. "It's impossible. He can never have left things so bad." "Ciccio," said Alvina, "you'll really have to go if you're to catch the train. You'll give Madame my letter, won't you? I should hate you to miss the train. I know she can't bear me already, for all the fuss and upset I cause." Ciccio rose slowly, wiping his mouth. "You'll be there at 7 o'clock?" he said. "At the theatre," she replied. And without more ado he left. Mrs. Rollings came in. "You've heard?" said Miss Pinnegar dramatically. "I heard somethink," said Mrs. Rollings. "Sold up! Everything to be sold up! Every stick and rag! I never thought I should live to see the day," said Miss Pinnegar. "You might almost have expected it," said Mrs. Rollings. "But you're all right yourself, Miss Pinnegar. Your money isn't with his, is it?" "No," said Miss Pinnegar. "What little I have put by is safe. But it's not enough to live on. It's not enough to keep me, even supposing I only live another 10 years. If I only spend £1 a week, it costs £52 a year. And for 10 years, look at it, it's £520. And you couldn't say less. And I haven't half that amount. I never had more than a wage, you know. Why, Miss Frost earned a good deal more than I do. And she didn't leave much more than 50. Where's the money to come from?" "But if you've enough to start a little business," said Alvina. "Yes, it's what I shall have to do. It's what I shall have to do. And then what about you? What about you?" "Oh, don't bother about me," said Alvina. "Yes, it's all very well, don't bother. But when you come to my age, you know you've got to bother, and bother a great deal. If you're not going to find yourself in a position you'd be sorry for. You have to bother, and you'll have to bother before you've done." "Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof," said Alvina. "Huh! Sufficient for a good many days, it seems to me." Miss Pinnegar was in a real temper. To Alvina this seemed an odd way of taking it. The three women sat down to an uncomfortable dinner of cold meat and hot potatoes and warmed up pudding. "But whatever you do," pronounced Miss Pinnegar, "whatever you do, and however you strive, in this life, you're knocked down in the end. You're always knocked down." "It doesn't matter," said Alvina, "if it's only in the end. It doesn't matter if you've had your life." "You've never had your life, till you're dead," said Miss Pinnegar. "And if you work and strive, you've a right to the fruits of your work." "It doesn't matter," said Alvina laconically, "so long as you've enjoyed working and striving." But Miss Pinnegar was too angry to be philosophic. Alvina knew it was useless to be either angry or otherwise emotional. None the less, she also felt as if she had been knocked down. And she almost envied poor Miss Pinnegar the prospect of a little day-by-day haberdashery shop in Tamworth. Her own problem seemed so much more menacing. "Answer or die," said the Sphinx of Fate. Miss Pinnegar could answer her own fate according to its question. She could say haberdashery shop, and her Sphinx would recognise this answer as true to nature, and would be satisfied. But every individual has his own or her own fate, and her own Sphinx. Alvina's Sphinx was an old, deep thoroughbred. She would take no mongrel answers. And her thoroughbred teeth were long and sharp. To Alvina, the last of the fantastic but pure-bred race of Houghton, the problem of her fate was terribly abstruse. The only thing to do was not to solve it, to stray on, and answer fate with whatever came into one's head. No good striving with fate. Trust to a lucky shot, or take the consequences. "Miss Pinnegar," said Alvina, "have we any money in hand?" "There is about £20 in the bank. It's all shown in my books," said Miss Pinnegar. "We couldn't take it, could we?" "Every penny shows in the books." Alvina pondered again. "Are there more bills to come in?" she asked. "I mean, my bills. Do I owe anything?" "I don't think you do," said Miss Pinnegar. "I'm going to keep the insurance money, anyway. They can say what they like. I've got it, and I'm going to keep it." "Well," said Miss Pinnegar, "it's not my business. But there's Sharps and Fullbanks to pay." "I'll pay those," said Alvina. "You'll tell Atterwell what to put on father's stone. How much does it cost?" 5 shillings a letter, you remember. "Well, we'll just put the name and the date. How much will that be? James Houghton, born 17th January. You'll have to put also of," said Miss Pinnegar. Also of, said Alvina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 letters, 30 shillings. Seems an awful lot for also of. But you can't leave it out, said Miss Pinnegar. You can't economise over that. I begrudge it, said Alvina. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 1. Of the Lost Girl, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Honourable Engagement. For days after joining the Natchitoches, Alvina was very quiet, subdued, and rather remote, sensible of her humiliating position as a hanger-on. They none of them took much notice of her. They drifted on, rather disjointedly. The cordiality, the joie de vivre, did not revive. Madame was a little irritable, and very exacting, and inclined to be spiteful. Ciccio went his way with Geoffrey. In the second week, Madame found out that a man had been surreptitiously inquiring about them at their lodgings from the landlady and the landlady's blowsy daughter. It must have been a detective, some shoddy detective. Madame waited. Then she sent Max over to Mansfield on some fictitious errand. Yes, the lousy-looking dogs of detectives had been there too, making the most minute enquiries as to the behaviour of the Natchitoches, what they did, how their sleeping was arranged, how Madame addressed the men, what attitude the men took towards Alvina. Madame waited again. And again, when they moved to Doncaster, the same 2 mongrel-looking fellows were lurking in the street, and plying the inmates of their lodging-house with questions. All the Natches caught sight of the men, and Madame cleverly wormed out of the righteous and respectable landlady what the men had asked. Once more it was about the sleeping accommodation, whether the landlady heard anything in the night, whether she noticed anything in the bedrooms, in the beds. No doubt about it, the Natchitoches were under suspicion. They were being followed and watched. What for? Madame made a shrewd guess. They want to say we are immoral foreigners, she said. But what have our personal morals got to do with them? Said Max angrily. Yes, but the English, they are so pure, said Madame. You know, said Louis, somebody must have put them up to it. Perhaps, said Madame, somebody on account of Allais. Alvina went white. Yes, said Geoffrey, white slave traffic. Mr. May said it. Madame slowly nodded. Mr. May, she said. Mr. May. It is he. He knows all about morals and immorals. Yes, I know. Yes, yes, yes. He suspects all our immoral doings, mes braves. But there aren't any, except mine, cried Alvina, pale to the lips. You! There you are. Madame smiled archly, and rather mockingly. What are we to do? Said Max, pale on the cheekbones. Curse them! Curse them! Louis was muttering in his rolling accent. Wait, said Madame, wait. They will not do anything to us. You are only dirty foreigners, mes braves. At the most they will ask us only to leave their pure country. We don't interfere with none of them, cried Max. Curse them, muttered Louis. Never mind, mon cher. You are in a pure country. Let us wait. If you think it's me, said Alvina, I can go away. Oh, my dear, you are only the excuse, said Madame, smiling indulgently at her. Let us wait and see. She took it smilingly, but her cheeks were white as paper, and her eyes black as drops of ink with anger. Wait and see, she chanted ironically. Wait and see. If we must leave the dear country, then adieu. And she gravely bowed to an imaginary England. I feel it's my fault. I feel I ought to go away, cried Alvina, who was terribly distressed, seeing Madame's glitter and pallor, and the black brows of the men. Never had Ciccio's brow looked so ominously black, and Alvina felt it was all her fault. Never had she experienced such a horrible feeling, as if something repulsive were creeping on her from behind. Every minute of these weeks was a horror to her. The sense of the low-down dogs of detectives hanging round, sliding behind them, trying to get hold of some clear proof of immorality on their part. And then, the unknown vengeance of the authorities. All the repulsive secrecy, and all the absolute power of the police authorities. The sense of a great malevolent power which had them all the time in its grip, and was watching, feeling, waiting to strike the morbid blow. The sense of the utter helplessness of individuals who were not even accused, only watched and enmeshed. The feeling that they, the Natchitowaras, herself included, must be monsters of hideous vice to have provoked all this. And yet the sane knowledge that they, none of them, were monsters of vice, this was quite killing. The sight of a policeman would send up Alvina's heart in a flame of fear, agony. Yet she knew she had nothing legally to be afraid of. Every knock at the door was horrible. She simply could not understand it. Yet there it was. They were watched, followed. Of that there was no question. And all she could imagine was that the troop was secretly accused of white slave traffic by somebody in Woodhouse. Probably Mr. May had gone the round of the benevolent magnates of Woodhouse, concerning himself with her virtue and currying favour with his concern. Of this she became convinced, that it was concern for her virtue which had started the whole business, and that the first instigator was Mr. May, who had got round some vulgar magistrate or county councillor. Madame did not consider Alvina's view very seriously. She thought it was some personal malevolence against the Tawaras themselves, probably put up by some other professionals with whom Madame was not popular. Be that as it may, for some weeks they went about in the shadow of this repulsive finger which was following after them, to touch them and destroy them with the black smear of shame. The men were silent and inclined to be sulky. They seemed to hold together. They seemed to be united into a strong, four-square silence and tension. They kept to themselves, and Alvina kept to herself, and Madame kept to herself. So they went about. And slowly the cloud melted. It never broke. Alvina felt that the very force of the sullen, silent fearlessness and fury in the Tawaras had prevented its bursting. Once there had been a weakening, a cringing, they would all have been lost. But their hearts hardened with black, indomitable anger, and the cloud melted, it passed away. There was no sign. Early summer was now at hand. Alvina no longer felt at home with the Natchas. While the trouble was hanging over, they seemed to ignore her altogether. The men hardly spoke to her. They hardly spoke to Madame, for that matter. They kept within the four-square enclosure of themselves. But Alvina felt herself particularly excluded, left out. And when the trouble of the detectives began to pass off, and the men became more cheerful again, wanted her to jest and be familiar with them, she responded verbally. But in her heart there was no response. Madame had been quite generous with her. She allowed her to pay for her room and the expense of travelling, but she had her food with the rest. Wherever she was, Madame bought the food for the party, and cooked it herself, and Alvina came in with the rest. She paid no board. She waited, however, for Madame to suggest a small salary, or at least that the troop should pay her living expenses. But Madame did not make such a suggestion. So Alvina knew she was not very badly wanted, and she guarded her money, and watched for some other opportunity. It became her habit to go every morning to the public library of the town in which she found herself, to look through the advertisements for maternity nurses, for nursery governesses, pianists, travelling companions, even ladies' maids. For some weeks she found nothing, though she wrote several letters. One morning Ciccio, who had begun to hang round her again, accompanied her as she set out to the library, but her heart was closed against him. "Why are you going to the library?" he asked her. It was in Lancaster. "To look at the papers and magazines." "Ah, to find a job, eh?" His cuteness startled her for a moment. "If I found one I should take it," she said. "Eh, I know that," he said. It so happened that that very morning she saw on the notice board of the library an announcement that the Borough Council wished to engage the services of an experienced maternity nurse, applications to be made to the medical board. Alvina wrote down the directions. Ciccio watched her. "What is a maternity nurse?" he said. "An accoucheuse," she said. "The nurse who attends when babies are born." "Do you know how to do that?" he said, incredulous and jeering slightly. "I was trained to do it," she said. He said no more, but walked by her side as she returned to the lodgings. As they drew near the lodgings, he said, "You don't want to stop with us any more?" "I can't," she said. He made a slight mocking gesture. "I can't," he repeated. "Why do you always say you can't?" "Because I can't," she said. "Poof!" he went with a whistling sound of contempt. But she went indoors to her room. Fortunately, when she had finally cleared her things from Manchester House, she had brought with her her nurse's certificate and recommendations from doctors. She wrote out her application, took the tram to the town hall, and dropped it in the letter box there. Then she wired home to her doctor for another reference. After which she went to the library and got out a book on her subject. If summoned, she would have to go before the medical board on Monday. She had a week. She read and pondered hard, recalling all her previous experience and knowledge. She wondered if she ought to appear before the board in uniform. Her nurse's dresses were packed in her trunk at Mrs. Slaney's in Woodhouse. It was now May. The whole business at Woodhouse was finished. Manchester House and all the furniture was sold to some boot and shoe people. At least the boot and shoe people had the house. They had given £4,000 for it, which was above the lawyer's estimate. On the other hand, the theatre was sold for almost nothing. It all worked out that some £33, which the creditors made up to £50, remained for Alvina. She insisted on Miss Pinnegar's having half of this. And so that was all over. Miss Pinnegar was already in Tamworth, and her little shop would be opened next week. She wrote happily and excitedly about it. Sometimes fate acts swiftly and without a hitch. On Thursday Alvina received her notice that she was to appear before the board on the following Monday. And yet she could not bring herself to speak of it to Madame till the Saturday evening. When they were all at supper, she said: "Madame, I applied for the post of maternity nurse to the Borough of Lancaster." Madame raised her eyebrows. Ciccio had said nothing. "Oh really? You never told me." "I thought it would be no use if it all came to nothing. They want me to go and see them on Monday, and then they will decide." "Really? Do they? On Monday? And then if you get this work you will stay here, yes?" "Yes, of course." "Of course, of course, yes. And if not?" The two women looked at each other. "What?" said Alvina. "If you don't get it. You are not sure?" "No," said Alvina. "I'm not a bit sure." "Well then. Now, and if you don't get it?" "What shall I do, you mean?" "Yes, what shall you do?" "I don't know." "How? You don't know? Shall you come back to us then?" "I will if you like." "If I like! If I like! Come, it is not a question of if I like. It is what do you want to do yourself?" "I feel you don't want me very badly," said Alvina. "Why? Why do you feel? Who makes you? Which of us makes you feel so? Tell me." "Nobody in particular. But I feel it." "Oh well, if nobody makes you, and yet you feel it, it must be in yourself, don't you see? Eh? Isn't it so?" "Perhaps it is," admitted Alvina. "Well then. Well. So Madame gave her congé. But if you like to come back, if you like, then," Madame shrugged her shoulders, "you must come, I suppose." "Thank you," said Alvina. The young men were watching. They seemed indifferent. Ciccio turned aside, with his faint, stupid smile. In the morning Madame gave Alvina all her belongings, from the little safe she called her bank. "There is the money. So and so and so. That is correct. Please count it once more." Alvina counted it and kept it clutched in her hand. "And there are your rings, And your chain and your locket. See, all, everything. But not the brooch. Where is the brooch? Here, shall I give it back, eh?" "I gave it to you," said Alvina, offended. She looked into Madame's black eyes. Madame dropped her eyes. "Yes, you gave it. But I thought, you see, as you have now not much money, perhaps you would like to take it again." "No, thank you," said Alvina. And she went away, leaving Madame with the red brooch in her plump hand. "Thank goodness I've given her something valuable," thought Alvina to herself, as she went trembling to her room. She had packed her bag. She had to find new rooms. She bade good-bye to the Natcha Kee Tawaras. Her face was cold and distant, but she smiled slightly as she bade them good-bye. "And perhaps," said Madame, "perhaps you will come to Wigan tomorrow afternoon, or evening, yes?" "Thank you," said Alvina. She went out and found a little hotel, where she took her room for the night, explaining the cause of her visit to Lancaster. Her heart was hard and burning. A deep, burning, silent anger against everything possessed her, and a profound indifference to mankind. And therefore, the next day, everything went as if by magic. She had decided that at the least sign of indifference from the medical board people she would walk away, take her bag, and go to Windermere. She had never been to the Lakes, and Windermere was not far off. She would not endure one single hint of contumely from any one else. She would go straight to Windermere, to see the big lake. Why not do as she wished? She could be quite happy by herself among the lakes, and she would be absolutely free. Absolutely free. She rather looked forward to leaving the town hall, hurrying to take her bag and off to the station and freedom. Hadn't she still got about £100? Why bother for one moment? To be quite alone in the whole world, and quite free, with her £100, the prospect attracted her sincerely. And therefore, everything went charmingly at the town hall. The medical board were charming to her. Charming. There was no hesitation at all. From the first moment she was engaged. And she was given a pleasant room in a hospital, in a garden, and the matron was charming to her, and the doctors most courteous. When could she undertake to commence her duties? When did they want her? The very moment she could come. She could begin tomorrow. But she had no uniform. Oh, the matron would lend her uniform and aprons till her box arrived. So there she was, by afternoon, installed in her pleasant little room looking on the garden, and dressed in a nurse's uniform. It was all sudden like magic. She had wired to Madame. She had wired for her box. She was another person. Needless to say, she was glad. Needless to say that, in the morning, when she had thoroughly bathed and dressed in clean clothes, and put on the white dress, the white apron, and the white cap, she felt another person. So clean, she felt so thankful. Her skin seemed caressed and live with cleanliness and whiteness. Luminous she felt. It was so different from being with the Natchas. In the garden the snowballs, guelder roses, swayed softly among green foliage. There was pink may-blossom, and single scarlet may-blossom, and underneath the young green of the trees, irises rearing purple and moth-white. A young gardener was working, and a convalescent slowly trailed a few paces. Having 10 minutes still, Alvina sat down and wrote to Ciccio. "I am glad I have got this post as nurse here. Every one is most kind, and I feel at home already. I feel quite happy here. I shall think of my days with the Natcha Kee Tawaras, and of you, who are such a stranger to me. Good-bye. A.H." This she addressed it and posted. No doubt Madame would find occasion to read it. But let her. Alvina now settled down to her new work. There was of course a great deal to do. For she had work both in the hospital and out in the town, though chiefly out in the town. She went rapidly from case to case, as she was summoned. And she was summoned at all hours. So that it was tiring work, which left her no time to herself, except just in snatches. She had no serious acquaintance with anybody. She was too busy. The matron and sisters and doctors and patients were all part of her day's work, and she regarded them as such. The men she chiefly ignored. She felt much more friendly with the matron. She had many a cup of tea and many a chat in the matron's room, in the quiet, sunny afternoons when the work was not pressing. Alvina took her quiet moments when she could, for she never knew when she would be rung up by one or other of the doctors in the town. And so, from the matron, she learnt to crochet. It was work she had never taken to, but now she had her ball of cotton and her hook, and she worked away as she chatted. She was in good health, and she was getting fatter again. With the Natchitowaras she had improved a good deal, her colour and her strength had returned. But undoubtedly the nursing life, arduous as it was, suited her best. She became a handsome, reposeful woman, jolly with the other nurses, really happy with her friend the matron, who was well bred and wise, and never over-intimate. The doctor with whom Alvina had most to do was a Dr. Mitchell, a Scotchman. He had a large practice among the poor, and was an energetic man. He was about 54 years old, tall, largely built, with a good figure, but with extraordinarily large feet and hands. His face was red and clean-shaven, his eyes blue, his teeth very good. He laughed and talked rather mouthingly. Alvina, who knew what the nurses told her, knew that he had come as a poor boy and bottle-washer to Dr. Robertson, a fellow Scotchman, and that he had made his way up gradually till he became a doctor himself, and had an independent practice. Now he was quite rich, and a bachelor. But the nurses did not set their bonnets at him very much, because he was rather mouthy and overbearing. In the houses of the poor he was a great autocrat. "What is that stuff you've got there?" he inquired largely, seeing a bottle of somebody's soothing syrup by a poor woman's bedside. "Take it and throw it down the sink. And the next time you want a soothing syrup, put a little boot blacking in hot water. It'll do you just as much good." Imagine the slow, pompous, large-mouthed way in which the red-faced, handsomely built man pronounced these words, and you realise why the poor set such store by him. He was eagle-eyed. Wherever he went there was a scuffle directly his foot was heard on the stairs, and he knew they were hiding something. He sniffed the air, he glanced round with a sharp eye, and during the course of his visit picked up a blue mug which was pushed behind the looking-glass. He peered inside and smelled it. "Stout?" he said, in a tone of indignant inquiry. God Almighty would presumably take on just such a tone, finding the core of an apple flung away among the dead nettle of paradise. "Stout? Have you been drinking stout?" This as he gazed down on the wan mother in the bed. "They gave me a drop, doctor. I felt that low." The doctor marched out of the room, still holding the mug in his hand. The sick woman watched him with haunted eyes. The attendant women threw up their hands and looked at one another. Was he going for ever? There came a sudden smash. The doctor had flung the blue mug downstairs. He returned with a solemn stride. "There," he said, "and the next person that gives you stout will be thrown down along with the mug." "Oh, doctor, the bit of comfort," wailed the sick woman. "It'd never do me no harm." "Harm! Harm! With a stomach as weak as yours! Harm! Do you know better than I do? What have I come here for? To be told by you what will do you harm and what won't? It appears to me you need no doctor here. You know everything already." "Oh no, doctor, it's not like that. But when you feel as if you'd sink through the bed, and you don't know what to do with yourself, take a little beef tea, or a little rice pudding. Take nourishment. Don't take that muck. Do you hear?" Charging upon the attendant women, who shrank against the wall. "She's to have nothing alcoholic at all. And don't let me catch you giving it her." "They say there's nobbut 4% stout," retorted the daring female. 4%, mimicked the doctor brutally. "Why, what does an ignorant creature like you know about 4%? The woman muttered a little under her breath. What? Speak out. Let me hear what you've got to say, my woman. I've no doubt it's something for my benefit." But the affronted woman rushed out of the room, and burst into tears on the landing. After which Dr. Mitchell, mollified, largely told the patient how she was to behave, concluding: "Nourishment! Nourishment is what you want. Nonsense, don't tell me you can't take it. Push it down if it won't go down by itself. Oh, doctor, don't say 'oh, doctor' to me. Do as I tell you. That's your business." After which he marched out, and the rattle of his motor car was shortly heard. Alvina got used to scenes like these. She wondered why the people stood it, but soon she realised that they loved it, particularly the women. "Oh, nurse, stop till Dr. Mitchell's been. I'm scared to death of him, for fear he's going to shout at me." "Why does everybody put up with him?" asked innocent Alvina. "Oh, he's good-hearted, nurse. He does feel for you." And everywhere it was the same. "Oh, he's got a heart, you know. He's rough, but he's got a heart. I'd rather have him than your smarmy, sloming sort. Oh, you feel safe with Dr. Mitchell. I don't care what you say." But to Alvina this peculiar form of blustering, bullying heart which had all the women scurrying like chickens was not particularly attractive. The men did not like Dr. Mitchell, and would not have him if possible. Yet since he was club doctor and panel doctor they had to submit. The first thing he said to a sick or injured labourer invariably was, "And keep off the beer. Oh ay, keep off the beer, or I shan't set foot in this house again. Thou's got a red enough face on thee, thou nedna shat. My face is red with exposure to all weathers, attending ignorant people like you. I never touch alcohol in any form. No, and I dunna. I drink a drop of beer, if that's what you ca' touching alcohol, and I'm none the wuss for it, tha sees. You've heard what I've told you?" "Ay, I have." "And if you go on with the beer, you may go on with curing yourself. I shan't attend you. You know I mean what I say, Mrs. Larrick." This to the wife. "I do, doctor, and I know it's true what you say, and I'm at him night and day about it." "Oh, well, if he'll hear no reason, he must suffer for it. He mustn't think I'm going to be running after him, if he disobeys my orders." And the doctor stalked off, and the woman began to complain. None the less the women had their complaints against Dr. Mitchell. If ever Alvina entered a clean house on a wet day, she was sure to hear the housewife chuntering. "Oh, my Lord, come in, nurse. What a day! Doctor's not been yet, and he's bound to come now I've just cleaned up, traipsing wi' his gret feet. He's got the biggest understandings of any man i' Lancaster. My husband says they're the best pair of pasties i' th' kingdom. And he does make such a mess, for he never stops to wipe his feet on th' mat, marches straight up your clean stairs." "Why don't you tell him to wipe his feet?" said Alvina. "Oh, my word, fancy me telling him! He'd jump down my throat with both feet afore I'd opened my mouth. He's not to be spoken to, he isn't. He's my lord, he is. You mustn't look or you're done for." Alvina laughed. She knew they all liked him for browbeating them, and having a heart over and above. Sometimes he was given a good hit, though nearly always by a man. It happened he was in a workman's house when the man was at dinner. "Canna you gie a man summat better nor this here pap, missis?" said the hairy husband, turning up his nose at the rice pudding. "Oh, go on," cried the wife. "I hadna time for owt else." Dr. Mitchell was just stooping his handsome figure in the doorway. "Rice pudding!" he exclaimed largely. "You couldn't have anything more wholesome and nourishing. I have a rice pudding every day of my life. Every day of my life I do." The man was eating his pudding and pearling his big moustache copiously with it. He did not answer. "Do you, doctor?" cried the woman. "And never no different?" "Never," said the doctor. "Fancy that! You're that fond of them? I find they agree with me. They are light and digestible, and my stomach is as weak as a baby's." The labourer wiped his big moustache on his sleeve. "Mine isna, tha sees," he said, "so pap's no use. Swatter to me. I want to feel as I've had summat, A bit of suety dumpling and a pint of ale, summat to fill th' thole up, and that'd be th' same if thou did my work." "If I did your work," sneered the doctor, "why, I do 10 times the work that any one of you does. It's just the work that has ruined my digestion, the never getting a quiet meal, and never a whole night's rest. When do you think I can sit at table and digest my dinner? I have to be off looking after people like you." "Eh, thou could take the titty bottle with thee," said the labourer. But Dr. Mitchell was furious for weeks over this. It put him in a black rage to have his great manliness insulted. Alvina was quietly amused. The doctor began by being rather lordly and condescending with her. But luckily she felt she knew her work at least as well as he knew it. She smiled and let him condescend. Certainly she neither feared nor even admired him. To tell the truth, she rather disliked him. The great, red-faced bachelor of 53, with his bald spot and his stomach as weak as a baby's, and his mouthing imperiousness, and his good heart which was as selfish as it could be. Nothing can be more cocksuredly selfish than a good heart which believes in its own beneficence. He was a little too much the teetotaler on the one hand to be so largely manly on the other. Alvina preferred the labourers, with their awful, long moustaches that got full of food. And he was a little too loud-mouthedly lordly to be in human good taste. As a matter of fact, he was conscious of the fact that he had risen to be a gentleman. Now if a man is conscious of being a gentleman, he is bound to be a little less than a man. But if he is gnawed with anxiety lest he may not be a gentleman, he is only pitiable. There is a third case, however. If a man must loftily, by his manner, assert that he is now a gentleman, he shows himself a clown. For Alvina, poor Dr. Mitchell fell into this third category, of clowns. She tolerated him good-humouredly, as women so often tolerate ninnies and poseurs. She smiled to herself when she saw his large and important presence on the board. She smiled when she saw him at a sale, buying the grandest pieces of antique furniture. She smiled when he talked of going up to Scotland, for grouse shooting, or of snatching an hour on Sunday morning for golf. And she talked him over with quiet, delicate malice with the matron. He was no favourite at the hospital. Gradually Dr. Mitchell's manner changed towards her. From his imperious condescension he took to a tone of uneasy equality. This did not suit him. Dr. Mitchell had no equals. He had only the vast stratum of inferiors, towards whom he exercised his quite profitable beneficence. It brought him in about 2,000 a year. And then his superiors, people who had been born with money. It was the tradesmen and professionals who had started at the bottom and clambered to the motor-car footing who distressed him, and therefore, whilst he treated Alvina on this uneasy tradesman footing, he felt himself in a false position. She kept her attitude of quiet amusement, and little by little he sank. From being a lofty creature soaring over her head, he was now like a big fish, poking its nose above water and making eyes at her. He treated her with rather presuming deference. "You look tired this morning," he barked at her in one hot day. "I think it's thunder," she said. "Thunder? Work, you mean?" And he gave a slight smile. "I'm going to drive you back." "Oh no, thanks, don't trouble. I've got to call on the way." "Where have you got to call?" She told him. "Very well. That takes you no more than 5 minutes. I'll wait for you. Now, take your cloak." She was surprised. Yet, like other women, she submitted. As they drove he saw a man with a barrow of cucumbers. He stopped the car and leaned towards the man. "Take that barrow load of poison and bury it," he shouted, in his strong voice. The busy street hesitated. "What's that, mister?" replied the mystified hawker. Dr. Mitchell pointed to the green pile of cucumbers. "Take that barrow load of poison and bury it," he called, "before you do anybody any more harm with it." "What barrow load of poison's that?" asked the hawker, approaching. A crowd began to gather. "What barrow load of poison is that?" repeated the doctor. "Why, your barrow load of cucumbers." "Oh," said the man, scrutinising his cucumbers carefully. To be sure, some were a little yellow at the end. "How's that? Cumbers is right enough, fresh from market this morning." "Fresh or not fresh," said the doctor, mouthing his words distinctly, "you might as well put poison into your stomach as those things. Cucumbers are the worst thing you can eat." "Oh!" said the man, stuttering. "That's happen for them as doesn't like them. I niver knowed a cumber do me no harm, and I eat 'em like a happle." Whereupon the hawker took a cumber from his barrow, bit off the end, and chewed it till the sap squirted. "What's wrong with that?" he said, holding up the bitten cucumber. "I'm not talking about what's wrong with that," said the doctor. "My business is what's wrong with the stomach it goes into. I'm a doctor, and I know that those things cause me half my work. They cause half the internal troubles people suffer from in summer-time." "Oh, aye? That's no loss to you, is it? Me and you's partners. More cumbers I sell, more graft for you, according to that. What's wrong, then?" "Cumbers! Fine fresh cumbers! All fresh and juicy! All cheap and tasty!" yelled the man. "I am a doctor, not only to cure illness, but to prevent it where I can. And cucumbers are poison to everybody." "Cumbers! Cumbers! Fresh cumbers!" yelled the man. Dr. Mitchell started his car. "When will they learn intelligence?" he said to Alvina, smiling and showing his white, even teeth. "I don't care, you know, myself," he said. "I should always let people do what they wanted." "Even if you knew it would do them harm?" he queried, smiling with amiable condescension. "Yes, why not? It's their own affair, and they'll do themselves harm one way or another." "And you wouldn't try to prevent it?" "You might as well try to stop the sea with your fingers." "You think so?" smiled the doctor. "I see you are a pessimist. You are a pessimist with regard to human nature." "Am I?" smiled Alvina, thinking the rose would smell as sweet. It seemed to please the doctor to find that Alvina was a pessimist with regard to human nature. It seemed to give her an air of distinction. In his eyes she seemed distinguished. He was in a fair way to dote on her. She, of course, when he began to admire her, liked him much better, and even saw graceful, boyish attractions in him. There was really something childish about him, and this something childish, since it looked up to her as if she were the saving grace, naturally flattered her and made her feel gentler towards him. He got in the habit of picking her up in his car, when he could, and he would tap at the matron's door, smiling and showing all his beautiful teeth, just about tea-time. "May I come in?" His voice sounded almost flirty. "Certainly. I see you're having tea. Very nice. A cup of tea at this hour." "Have one too, doctor?" "I will, with pleasure." And he sat down, wreathed with smiles. Alvina rose to get a cup. "I didn't intend to disturb you, nurse," he said. "Men are always intruders," he smiled to the matron. "Sometimes," said the matron, "women are charmed to be intruded upon." "Oh, really?" His eyes sparkled. "Perhaps you wouldn't say so, nurse?" he said, turning to Alvina. Alvina was just reaching at the cupboard. Very charming she looked, in her fresh dress and cap and soft brown hair. Very attractive her figure, with its full, soft loins. She turned round to him. "Oh yes," she said. "I quite agree with the matron." "Oh, you do?" He did not quite know how to take it. "But you mind being disturbed at your tea, I'm sure." "No," said Alvina. "We are so used to being disturbed." "Rather weak, doctor?" said the matron, pouring the tea. "Very weak, please." The doctor was a little laboured in his gallantry, but unmistakably gallant. When he was gone, the matron looked demure, and Alvina confused. Each waited for the other to speak. "Don't you think Dr. Mitchell is quite coming out?" said Alvina. "Quite! Quite the ladies' man. I wonder who it is can be bringing him out. A very praiseworthy work, I am sure." She looked wickedly at Alvina. "No, don't look at me," laughed Alvina. "I know nothing about it." "Do you think it may be me?" said the matron, mischievous. "I'm sure of it, matron. He begins to show some taste at last." "There now," said the matron, "I shall put my cap straight." And she went to the mirror, fluffing her hair and settling her cap. "There!" she said, bobbing a little curtsy to Alvina. They both laughed, and went off to work. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But there was no mistake. Dr. Mitchell was beginning to expand. With Alvina he quite unbent, and seemed even to sun himself when she was near, to attract her attention. He smiled and smirked and became oddly self-conscious, rather uncomfortable. He liked to hang over her chair, and he made a great event of offering her a cigarette whenever they met, although he himself never smoked. He had a gold cigarette case. One day he asked her in to see his garden. He had a pleasant old square house with a big walled garden. He showed her his flowers and his wall fruit, and asked her to eat his strawberries. He bade her admire his asparagus. And then he gave her tea in the drawing room, with strawberries and cream and cakes, all of which he ate nothing. But he smiled expansively all the time. He was a made man, and now he was really letting himself go, luxuriating in everything, above all in Alvina, who poured tea gracefully from the old Georgian teapot, and smiled so pleasantly above the Queen Anne teacups. And she, wicked that she was, admired every detail of his drawing room. It was a pleasant room indeed, with roses outside the French door, and a lawn in sunshine beyond, with bright red flowers in beds. But indoors it was insistently antique. Alvina admired the Jacobean sideboard, and the Jacobean armchairs, and the Hepplewhite wall chairs, and the Sheraton settee, and the Chippendale stands, and the Axminster carpet, and the bronze clock with Shakespeare and Ariosto reclining on it. Yes, she even admired Shakespeare on the clock, and the ormolu cabinet, and the beadwork footstools, and the dreadful Sèvres dish with a cherub in it, but why enumerate? She admired everything. And Dr. Mitchell's heart expanded in his bosom till he felt it would burst, unless he either fell at her feet, or did something extraordinary. He had never even imagined what it was to be so expanded, what a delicious feeling. He could have kissed her feet in an ecstasy of wild expansion. But habit, so far, prevented his doing more than beam. Another day he said to her, when they were talking of age, "You're as young as you feel. Why, when I was 20, I felt I had all the cares and responsibility of the world on my shoulders. And now I am middle-aged, more or less, I feel as light as if I were just beginning life." He beamed down at her. "Perhaps you are only just beginning your own life," she said. "You have lived for your work till now." "It may be that," he said. "It may be that up till now I have lived for others, for my patients. And now, perhaps, I may be allowed to live a little more for myself." He beamed with real luxury, saw the real luxury of life begin. "Why shouldn't you?" said Alvina. "Oh yes, I intend to," he said, with confidence. He really, by degrees, made up his mind to marry now, and to retire in part from his work. That is, he would hire another assistant, and give himself a fair amount of leisure. He was inordinately proud of his house, and now he looked forward to the treat of his life, hanging round the woman he had made his wife, following her about, feeling proud of her and his house, talking to her from morning till night, really finding himself in her. When he had to go his rounds she would go with him in the car. He made up his mind she would be willing to accompany him. He would teach her to drive, and they would sit side by side, she driving him and waiting for him. And he would run out of the houses of his patients and find her sitting there, and he would get in beside her and feel so snug and so sure and so happy as she drove him off to the next case, he informing her about his work. And if ever she did not go out with him, she would be there on the doorstep waiting for him the moment she heard the car, and they would have long, cosy evenings together in the drawing-room as he luxuriated in her very presence. She would sit on his knees and they would be snug for hours, before they went warmly and deliciously to bed. And in the morning he need not rush off. He would loiter about with her. They would loiter down the garden, looking at every new flower and every new fruit. She would wear fresh, flowery dresses and no cap on her hair. He would never be able to tear himself away from her. And every hour he would be rushing back to her. They would be simply everything to one another. And how he would enjoy it! Ah! He pondered as to whether he would have children. A child would take her away from him. That was his first thought. But then, well, he would have to leave it till the time. Love's young dream is never so delicious as at the virgin age of 53. But he was quite cautious. He made no definite advances till he had put a plain question. It was August Bank Holiday, that forever black day of the declaration of war, when his question was put. For this year of our story is the fatal year 1914. There was quite a stir in the town over the declaration of war, but most people felt that the news was only intended to give an extra thrill to the all-important event of Bank Holiday. Half the world had gone to Blackpool or Southport, the other half had gone to the lakes or into the country. Lancaster was busy with a sort of fete, notwithstanding, and as the weather was decent, everybody was in a real holiday mood. So that Dr. Mitchell, who had contrived to pick up Alvina at the hospital, contrived to bring her to his house at 3:30 for tea. "What do you think of this new war?" said Alvina. "Oh, it will be over in 6 weeks," said the doctor easily, and there they left it. Only, with a fleeting thought, Alvina wondered if it would affect the Natcha-Kee-Tawaras. She had never heard any more of them. "Where would you have liked to go to-day?" said the doctor, turning to smile at her as he drove the car. "I think to Windermere, into the lakes," she said. "We might make a tour of the lakes before long," he said. She was not thinking, so she took no particular notice of the speech. "How nice," she said vaguely. "We could go in the car and take them as we chose," said the doctor. "Yes," she said, wondering at him now. When they had had tea, quietly and gallantly, tête-à-tête in his drawing-room, he asked her if she would like to see the other rooms of the house. She thanked him, and he showed her the substantial oak dining-room, and the little room with medical works and a revolving chair, which he called his study, then the kitchen and the pantry, the housekeeper looking askance, then upstairs to his bedroom, which was very fine, with old mahogany tall-boys, and silver candlesticks on the dressing-table, and brushes with green ivory backs, and a hygienic white bed and straw mats. Then the visitor's bedroom corresponding, with its old satin-wood furniture and cream-coloured chairs with large pale blue cushions, and a pale carpet with reddish wreaths. "Very nice, lovely, awfully nice, I do like that. Isn't that beautiful? I've never seen anything like that," came the gratifying fireworks of admiration from Alvina. And he smiled and gloated. But in her mind she was thinking of Manchester House, and how dark and horrible it was, how she hated it, but how it had impressed Ciccio and Geoffrey, how they would have loved to feel themselves masters of it, and how done in the eye they were. She smiled to herself rather grimly. For this afternoon she was feeling unaccountably uneasy and wistful, yearning into the distance again, a trick she thought she had happily lost. The doctor dragged her up even to the slanting attics. He was a big man, and he always wore navy blue suits, well tailored and immaculate. Unconsciously she felt that big men in good navy blue suits, especially if they had reddish faces and rather big feet, and if their hair was wearing thin, were a special type all to themselves, solid and rather namby-pamby and tiresome. "What very nice attics! I think the many angles which the roof makes, the different slants, you know, are so attractive. Oh, and the fascinating little window!" She crouched in the hollow of the small dormer window. "Fascinating! See the town and the hills! I know I should want this room for my own." "Then have it," he said. "Have it for one of your own." She crept out of the window recess and looked up at him. He was leaning forward to her, smiling, self-conscious, tentative and eager. She thought it best to laugh it off. "I was only talking like a child, from the imagination," she said. "I quite understand that," he replied deliberately. "But I am speaking what I mean." She did not answer, but looked at him reproachfully. He was smiling and smirking broadly at her. "Won't you marry me and come and have this garret for your own?" He spoke as if he were offering her a chocolate. He smiled with curious uncertainty. "I don't know," she said vaguely. His smile broadened. "Well now," he said, "make up your mind. I'm not good at talking about love, you know. But I think I'm pretty good at feeling it, you know. I want you to come here and be happy. With me." He added the two last words as a sort of sly postscriptum, and as if to commit himself finally. "But I've never thought about it," she said, rapidly cogitating. "I know you haven't. But think about it now." He began to be hugely pleased with himself. "Think about it now. And tell me if you could put up with me, as well as the garret." He beamed and put his head a little on one side, rather like Mr. May for one second. But he was much more dangerous than Mr. May. He was overbearing, and had the devil's own temper if he was thwarted. This she knew. He was a big man in a navy blue suit, with very white teeth. Again she thought she had better laugh it off. "It's you I am thinking about," she laughed, flirting still. "It's you I am wondering about." "Well," he said, rather pleased with himself, "you wonder about me till you've made up your mind." "I will," she said, seizing the opportunity. "I'll wonder about you till I've made up my mind. Shall I?" "Yes," he said. "That's what I wish you to do. And the next time I ask you, you'll let me know. That's it, isn't it?" He smiled indulgently down on her, thought her face young and charming. Charming. "Yes," she said. "But don't ask me too soon, will you?" "How too soon?" He smiled delightedly. "You'll give me time to wonder about you, won't you? You won't ask me again this month, will you?" "This month?" His eyes beamed with pleasure. He enjoyed the procrastination as much as she did. "But the month's only just begun. However, yes, you shall have your way. I won't ask you again this month." "And I'll promise to wonder about you all the month," she laughed. "That's a bargain," he said. They went downstairs, and Alvina returned to her duties. She was very much excited indeed. A big, well-to-do man in a navy blue suit, of handsome appearance, aged 53, with white teeth and a delicate stomach. It was exciting. A sure position, a very nice home and lovely things in it, once they were dragged about a bit. And of course he'd adore her. That went without saying. She was as fussy as if someone had given her a lovely new pair of boots. She was really fussy and pleased with herself, and quite decided she'd take it all on. That was how it put itself to her. She would take it all on. Of course there was the man himself to consider. But he was quite presentable. There was nothing at all against it. Nothing at all. If he had pressed her during the first half of the month of August, he would almost certainly have got her. But he only beamed in anticipation. Meanwhile the stir and restlessness of the war had begun, and was making itself felt even in Lancaster. And the excitement and the unease began to wear through Alvina's rather glamorous fussiness. Some of her old fretfulness came back on her. Her spirit, which had been as if asleep these months, now woke rather irritably and chafed against its collar. Who was this elderly man that she should marry him? Who was he that she should be kissed by him? Actually kissed and fondled by him? Repulsive. She avoided him like the plague. Fancy reposing against his broad navy blue waistcoat! She started as if she had been stung. Fancy seeing his red, smiling face just above hers, coming down to embrace her! She pushed it away with her open hand, and she ran away to avoid the thought. And yet, she would be so comfortable, She would be so well off for the rest of her life. The hateful problem of material circumstance would be solved for ever. And she knew well how hateful material circumstances can make life. Therefore she could not decide in a hurry. But she bore Dr. Mitchell a deep grudge that he could not grant her all the advantages of his offer, and excuse her the acceptance of him himself. She dared not decide in a hurry. And this very fear, like a yoke on her, made her resent the man who drove her to decision. Sometimes she rebelled. Sometimes she laughed unpleasantly in the man's face, though she dared not go too far, for she was a little afraid of him, and his rabid temper also. In her moments of sullen rebellion she thought of Natcha Kee Tawara. She thought of them deeply. She wondered where they were, what they were doing, how the war had affected them. Poor Geoffrey was a Frenchman. He would have to go to France to fight. Max and Louis were Swiss. It would not affect them, nor Ciccio, who was Italian. She wondered if the troop was in England, if they would continue together when Geoffrey was gone. She wondered if they thought of her. She felt they did. She felt they did not forget her. She felt there was a connection. In fact, during the latter part of August she wondered a good deal more about the Natchas than about Dr. Mitchell. But wondering about the Natchas would not help her. She felt if she knew where they were, she would fly to them, but then she knew she wouldn't. When she was at the station, she saw crowds and bustle. People were seeing their young men off. Beer was flowing. Sailors on the train were tipsy. Women were holding young men by the lapel of the coat. And when the train drew away, the young men waving, the women cried aloud and sobbed after them. A chill ran down Alvina's spine. This was another matter, apart from her Dr. Mitchell. It made him feel very unreal, trivial. She did not know what she was going to do. She realised she must do something, take some part in the wild dislocation of life. She knew that she would put off Dr. Mitchell again. She talked the matter over with the matron. The matron advised her to procrastinate. Why not volunteer for war service? True, she was a maternity nurse, and this was hardly the qualification needed for the nursing of soldiers, but still she was a nurse. Alvina felt this was the thing to do. Everywhere was a stir and a seethe of excitement. Men were active, women were needed too. She put down her name on the list of volunteers for active service. This was on the last day of August. On the 1st of September, Dr. Mitchell was round at the hospital early, when Alvina was just beginning her morning duties there. He went into the matron's room and asked for Nurse Houghton. The matron left them together. The doctor was excited. He smiled broadly, but with a tension of nervous excitement. Alvina was troubled. Her heart beat fast. "Now," said Dr. Mitchell, "what have you to say to me?" She looked up at him with confused eyes. He smiled excitedly and meaningfully at her, and came a little nearer. "Today is the day when you answer, isn't it?" he said. "Now then, let me hear what you have to say." But she only watched him with large, troubled eyes, and did not speak. He came still nearer to her. "Well then," he said, "I am to take it that silence gives consent?" And he laughed nervously, with nervous anticipation, as he tried to put his arm round her. But she stepped suddenly back. "No, not yet," she said. "Why?" he asked. "I haven't given my answer," she said. "Give it then," he said, testily. "I've volunteered for active service," she stammered. "I felt I ought to do something." "Why?" he asked. He could put a nasty intonation into that monosyllable. "I should have thought you would answer me first." She did not answer, but watched him. She did not like him. "I only signed yesterday," she said. "Why didn't you leave it till tomorrow? It would have looked better." He was angry, but he saw a half frightened, half guilty look on her face, and during the weeks of anticipation he had worked himself up. "But put that aside," he smiled again, a little dangerously. "You have still to answer my question. Having volunteered for war service doesn't prevent your being engaged to me, does it?" Alvina watched him with large eyes, and again he came very near to her, so that his blue serge waistcoat seemed to impinge on her, and his purplish red face was above her. "I'd rather not be engaged, under the circumstances," she said. "Why?" came the nasty monosyllable. "What have the circumstances got to do with it?" "Everything is so uncertain," she said. "I'd rather wait." "Wait! Haven't you waited long enough? There's nothing at all to prevent your getting engaged to me now. Nothing whatsoever. Come now, I'm old enough not to be played with, and I'm too much in love with you to let you go on indefinitely like this. Come now." He smiled imminent, and held out his large hand for her hand. "Let me put the ring on your finger. It'll be the proudest day of my life, when I make you my wife. Give me your hand." Alvina was wavering. For one thing, mere curiosity made her want to see the ring. She half lifted her hand. And but for the knowledge that he would kiss her, she would have given it. But he would kiss her, and against that she obstinately set her will. She put her hand behind her back, and looked obstinately into his eyes. "Don't play a game with me," he said dangerously. But she only continued to look mockingly and obstinately into his eyes. "Come," he said, beckoning for her to give her hand. With a barely perceptible shake of the head, she refused, staring at him all the time. His ungovernable temper got the better of him. He saw red, and without knowing, seized her by the shoulder, swung her back, and thrust her, pressed her against the wall as if he would push her through it. His face was blind with anger, like a hot, red sun. Suddenly, almost instantaneously, he came to himself again, and drew back his hands, shaking his right hand as if some rat had bitten it. "I'm sorry!" he shouted, beside himself. "I'm sorry! I didn't mean it! I'm sorry!" He dithered before her. She recovered her equilibrium, and, pale to the lips, looked at him with sombre eyes. "I'm sorry!" he continued loudly, in his strange frenzy, like a small boy. "Don't remember! Don't remember! Don't think I did it!" His face was a kind of blank, and unconsciously he wrung the hand that had gripped her as if it pained him. She watched him, and wondered why on earth all this frenzy. She was left rather cold. She did not at all feel the strong feelings he seemed to expect of her. There was nothing so very unnatural, after all, in being bumped up suddenly against the wall. Certainly her shoulder hurt where he had gripped it, but there were plenty of worse hurts in the world. She watched him with wide, distant eyes. And he fell on his knees before her, as she backed against the bookcase, and he caught hold of the edge of her dress bottom, drawing it to him, which made her rather abashed, and much more uncomfortable. "Forgive me," he said. "Don't remember! Forgive me! Love me! Love me! Forgive me and love me! Forgive me and love me!" As Alvina was looking down dismayed on the great, red-faced, elderly man, who in his crying out showed his white teeth like a child, and as she was gently trying to draw her skirt from his clutch, the door opened, and there stood the matron, in her big, frilled cap. Alvina glanced at her, flushed crimson, and looked down to the man. She touched his face with her hand. "Never mind," she said. "It's nothing. Don't think about it." He caught her hand and clung to it. "Love me! Love me! Love me!" he cried. The matron softly closed the door again, withdrawing. "Love me! Love me!" Alvina was absolutely dumbfounded by this scene. She had no idea men did such things. It did not touch her. It dumbfounded her. The doctor, clinging to her hand, struggled to his feet, and flung his arms round her, clasping her wildly to him. "You love me? You love me, don't you?" he said, vibrating and beside himself as he pressed her to his breast, and hid his face against her hair. At such a moment, what was the good of saying she didn't? But she didn't. Pity for his shame, however, kept her silent, motionless, and silent in his arms, smothered against the blue serge waistcoat of his broad breast. He was beginning to come to himself. He became silent. But he still strained her fast. He had no idea of letting her go. "You will take my ring, won't you?" he said, at last, still in the strange, lamentable voice. "You will take my ring?" Yes, she said coldly. Anything for a quiet emergence from this scene. He fumbled feverishly in his pocket with one hand, holding her still fast by the other arm. And with one hand he managed to extract the ring from its case, letting the case roll away on the floor. It was a diamond solitaire. "Which finger? Which finger is it?" he asked, beginning to smile rather weakly. She extricated her hand and held out her engagement finger. Upon it was the mourning ring Miss Frost had always worn. The doctor slipped the diamond solitaire above the mourning ring, and folded Alvina to his breast again. "No," he said, almost in his normal voice. "No, I know you love me." The pleased self-satisfaction in his voice made her angry. She managed to extricate herself. "You will come along with me now?" he said. "I can't," she answered. "I must get back to my work here." "Nurse Allen can do that." "I'd rather not." "Where are you going to-day?" She told him her cases. "Well, you will come and have tea with me. I shall expect you to have tea with me every day." But Alvina was straightening her crushed cap before the mirror, and did not answer. "We can see as much as we like of each other now we're engaged," he said, smiling with satisfaction. "I wonder where the matron is," said Alvina, suddenly going into the cool white corridor. He followed her, and they met the matron just coming out of the ward. "Matron!" said Dr. Mitchell, with a return of his old mouthing importance. "You may congratulate Nurse Houghton and me on our engagement." He smiled largely. "I may congratulate you, you mean," said the matron. "Yes, of course. And both of us, since we are now one," he replied. "Not quite, yet," said the matron, gravely. And at length she managed to get rid of him. At once she went to look for Alvina, who had gone to her duties. "Well, I suppose it is all right," said the matron, gravely. "No, it isn't," said Alvina. "I shall never marry him." "Ah, never is a long while. Did he hear me come in?" "No, I'm sure he didn't." "Thank goodness for that." "Yes, indeed. It was perfectly horrible. Following me round on his knees, and shouting for me to love him. Perfectly horrible." "Well," said the matron, "you never know what men will do till you've known them. And then you need be surprised at nothing." "Nothing. I'm surprised at nothing they do." "I must say," said Alvina, "I was surprised. Very unpleasantly." "But you accepted him?" "Anything to quieten him. Like a hysterical child." "Yes, but I'm not sure you haven't taken a very risky way of quietening him, giving him what he wanted." "I think," said Alvina, "I can look after myself. I may be moved any day now." "Well," said the matron, "he may prevent your getting moved, you know. He's on the board. And if he says you're indispensable—" This was a new idea for Alvina to cogitate. She had counted on a speedy escape. She put his ring in her apron pocket, and there she forgot it until he pounced on her in the afternoon, in the house of one of her patients. He waited for her, to take her off. "Where is your ring?" he said. And she realized that it lay in the pocket of a soiled, discarded apron, perhaps lost for ever. "I shan't wear it on duty," she said. "You know that." She had to go to tea with him. She avoided his love-making by telling him any sort of spooniness revolted her. And he was too much an old bachelor to take easily to a fondling habit, before marriage at least. So he mercifully left her alone. He was on the whole devoutly thankful she wanted to be left alone. But he wanted her to be there. That was his greatest craving. He wanted her to be always there. And so he craved for marriage, to possess her entirely, and to have her always there with him, so that he was never alone. Alone and apart from all the world. But by her side. Always by her side. "Now, when shall we fix the marriage?" he said. "It is no good putting it back. We both know what we're doing. And now the engagement is announced." He looked at her anxiously. She could see the hysterical little boy under the great authoritative man. "Oh, not till after Christmas," she said. "After Christmas!" He started as if he had been bitten. "Nonsense! It's nonsense to wait so long. Next month at the latest." "Oh no," she said. "I don't think so soon." "Why not? The sooner the better. You'd better send in your resignation at once, so that you're free." "Oh, but is there any need? I may be transferred for war service." "That's not likely. You're our only maternity nurse." And so the days went by. She had tea with him practically every afternoon, and she got used to him. They discussed the furnishing. She could not help suggesting a few alterations, a few arrangements according to her idea. And he drew up a plan of a wedding tour in Scotland. Yet she was quite certain she would not marry him. The matron laughed at her certainty. "You will drift into it," she said. "He's tying you down by too many little threads." "Ah, well, you'll see," said Alvina. "Yes," said the matron, "I shall see." And it was true that Alvina's will was indeterminate at this time. She was resolved not to marry, but her will, like a spring that is hitched somehow, did not fly direct against the doctor. She had sent in her resignation, as he suggested, but not that she might be free to marry him, but that she might be at liberty to flee him. So she told herself. Yet she worked into his hands. One day she sat with the doctor in the car near the station. It was towards the end of September, held up by a squad of soldiers in khaki, who were marching off with their band wildly playing to embark on the special troop train that was coming down from the north. The town was in great excitement. War fever was spreading everywhere. Men were rushing to enlist, and being constantly rejected, for it was still the days of regular standards. As the crowd surged on the pavement, as the soldiers tramped to the station, as the traffic waited, there came a certain flow in the opposite direction. The 4:15 train had come in. People were struggling along with luggage. Children were running with spades and buckets. Cabs were crawling along with families. It was the seaside people coming home. Alvina watched the two crowds mingle. And as she watched, she saw two men, one carrying a mandoline case and a suitcase which she knew. It was Ciccio. She did not know the other man, some theatrical individual. The two men halted almost near the car, to watch the band go by. Alvina saw Ciccio quite near to her. She would have liked to squirt water down his brown, handsome, oblivious neck. She felt she hated him. He stood there, watching the music, his lips curling in his faintly derisive Italian manner, as he talked to the other man. His eyelashes were as long and dark as ever. His eyes had still the attractive look of being set in with a smutty finger. He had got the same brownish suit on, which she disliked. The same black hat, set slightly, jauntily over one eye. He looked common, and yet with that peculiar southern aloofness, which gave him a certain beauty and distinction in her eyes. She felt she hated him, rather. She felt she had been let down by him. The band had passed. A child ran against the wheel of the standing car. Alvina suddenly reached forward and made a loud screeching flourish on the hooter. Every one looked round, including the laden, tramping soldiers. "We can't move yet," said Dr. Mitchell. But Alvina was looking at Ciccio at that moment. He had turned with the rest, looking inquiringly at the car. And his quick eyes, the whites of which showed so white against his duskiness, the yellow pupils, so non-human, met hers with a quick flash of recognition. His mouth began to curl in a smile of greeting. But she stared at him without moving a muscle. Just blankly stared, abstracting every scrap of feeling, even of animosity or coldness, out of her gaze. She saw the smile die on his lips. His eyes glanced sideways, and again sideways, with that curious animal shyness which characterized him. It was as if he did not want to see her looking at him, and ran from side to side, like a caged weasel, avoiding her blank, glaucous look. She turned pleasantly to Dr. Mitchell. "What did you say?" she asked, sweetly. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 12 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allay also is engaged. Alvina found it pleasant to be respected, as she was respected in Lancaster. It is not only the prophet who hath honour save in his own country, it is every one with individuality. In this northern town Alvina found that her individuality really told. Already she belonged to the revered caste of medicine men, and into the bargain she was a personality, a person. Well and good. She was not going to cheapen herself. She felt that even in the eyes of the natives, the well-to-do part at least, she lost a little of her distinction when she was engaged to Dr. Mitchell. The engagement had been announced in the Times, the Morning Post, the Manchester Guardian, and the local News. No fear about its being known. And it cast a slight slur of vulgar familiarity over her. In Woodhouse, she knew, it elevated her in the common esteem tremendously. But she was no longer in Woodhouse. She was in Lancaster. And in Lancaster her engagement pigeon-holed her. Apart from Dr. Mitchell she had a magic potentiality. Connected with him, she was a known and labelled quantity. This she gathered from her contact with the local gentry. The matron was a woman of family, who somehow managed, in her big, white, frilled cap, to be distinguished, like an abbess of old. The really toney women of the place came to take tea in her room, and these little teas in the hospital were like a little elegant female conspiracy. There was a slight flavour of art and literature about. The matron had known Walter Pater in the somewhat remote past. Alvina was admitted to these teas with the few women who formed the toney intellectual elite of this northern town. There was a certain freemasonry in the matron's room. The matron, a lady doctor, a clergyman's daughter, and the wives of 2 industrial magnates of the place, these 5, and then Alvina, formed the little group. They did not meet a great deal outside the hospital, but they always met with that curious female freemasonry which can form a law unto itself even among the most conventional women. They talked as they would never talk before men, or before feminine outsiders. They threw aside the whole vestment of convention. They discussed plainly the things they thought about, even the most secret. And they were quite calm about the things they did, even the most impossible. Alvina felt that her transgression was a very mild affair, and that her engagement was really in for a dig. "And are you going to marry him?" asked Mrs. Tuke, with a long, cool look. "I can't imagine myself," said Alvina. "Oh, but so many things happen outside one's imagination. That's where your body has you. I can't imagine that I'm going to have a child." She lowered her eyelids, weary and sardonically over her large eyes. Mrs. Tuke was the wife of the son of a local manufacturer. She was about 28 years old, pale, with great dark grey eyes and an arched nose and black hair, very like a head on one of the lovely Syracusan coins. The odd look of a smile which wasn't a smile, at the corners of the mouth, the arched nose, and the slowness of the big, full, classic eyes, gave her the dangerous Greek look of the Syracusan women of the past, the dangerous, heavily civilized women of old Sicily, those who laughed about the Latomia. "But do you think you can have a child without wanting it at all?" asked Alvina. "Oh, but there isn't one bit of me wants it. Not one bit. My flesh doesn't want it. And my mind doesn't. Yet there it is." She spread her fine hands with a flicker of inevitability. "Something must want it," said Alvina. "Oh," said Mrs. Tuke, "the universe is one big machine, and we're just part of it." She flicked out her grey silk handkerchief, and dabbed her nose, watching with big, black grey eyes the fresh face of Alvina. "There's not one bit of me concerned in having this child," she persisted to Alvina. "My flesh isn't concerned, and my mind isn't. And yet, le voilà, I'm just plantée. I can't imagine why I married Tommy. And yet, I did." She shook her head as if it was all just beyond her, and the pseudo-smile at the corners of her ageless mouth deepened. Alvina was to nurse Mrs. Tuke. The baby was expected at the end of August, but already the middle of September was here, and the baby had not arrived. The Tukes were not very rich, the young ones, that is. Tommy wanted to compose music, so he lived on what his father gave him. His father gave him a little house outside the town, a house furnished with expensive bits of old furniture, in a way that the townspeople thought insane. But there you are. Effie would insist on dabbing a rare bit of yellow brocade on the wall, instead of a picture, and in painting apple-green shelves in the recesses of the whitewashed wall of the dining-room. Then she enamelled the hall furniture yellow, and decorated it with curious green and lavender lines and flowers, and had unearthly cushions and Sardinian pottery with unspeakable peaked griffins. What were you to make of such a woman? Alvina slept in her house these days, instead of at the hospital. For Effie was a very bad sleeper. She would sit up in bed, the two glossy black plaits hanging beside her white, arch face, wrapping loosely round her dressing gown of a sort of plumbago-coloured dark grey silk lined with fine silk of metallic blue, and there, ivory and jet black and grey like black lead, she would sit in the white bedclothes, flicking her handkerchief, and revealing a flicker of kingfisher blue silk and white silk nightdress, complaining of her neuritis nerve and her own impossible condition, and begging Alvina to stay with her another half-hour, and suddenly studying the big, blood-red stone on her finger as if she were reading something in it. "I believe I shall be like the woman in Sainte Nouvelle and carry my child for 5 years. Do you know that story? She said that eating a parsley leaf on which bits of snow were sticking started the child in her. It might just as well." Alvina would laugh and get tired. There was about her a kind of half-bitter sanity and nonchalance which the nervous woman liked. One night as they were sitting thus in the bedroom, at nearly 11 o'clock, they started and listened. Dogs in the distance had also started to yelp. A mandoline was wailing its vibration in the night outside, rapidly, delicately quivering. Alvina went pale. She knew it was Ciccio. She had seen him lurking in the streets of the town, but had never spoken to him. "What's this?" cried Mrs. Tuke, cocking her head on one side. "Music! A mandoline! How extraordinary! Do you think it's a serenade?" And she lifted her brows archly. "I should think it is," said Alvina. "How extraordinary! What a moment to choose to serenade the lady! Isn't it like life? I must look at it." She got out of bed with some difficulty, wrapped her dressing gown round her, pushed her feet into slippers, and went to the window. She opened the sash. It was a lovely moonlight night of September. Below lay the little front garden, with its short drive and its iron gates that closed on the high road. From the shadow of the high road came the noise of the mandoline. "Hello, Tommy!" called Mrs. Tuke to her husband, whom she saw on the drive below her. "How's your musical ear?" "All right. Doesn't it disturb you?" came the man's voice from the moonlight below. "Not a bit. I like it. I'm waiting for the voice. Oh, Richard, oh, mon roi." But the music had stopped. "There!" cried Mrs. Tuke. "You've frightened him off. And we're dying to be serenaded, aren't we, nurse?" She turned to Alvina. "Do give me my fur, will you? Thanks so much. Won't you open the other window and look out there?" Alvina went to the second window. She stood looking out. "Do play again," Mrs. Tuke called into the night. "Do sing something." And with her white arm she reached for a glory rose that hung in the moonlight from the wall, and with a flash of her white arm she flung it toward the garden wall, ineffectually, of course. "Won't you play again?" she called into the night, to the unseen. "Tommy, go indoors. The bird won't sing when you're about." "It's an Italian by the sound of him. Nothing I hate more than emotional Italian music. Perfectly nauseating." "Never mind, dear. I know it sounds as if all their insides were coming out of their mouth. But we want to be serenaded. Don't we, nurse?" Alvina stood at her window, but did not answer. "Ah," came the odd query from Mrs. Tuke. "Don't you like it?" "Yes," said Alvina. "Very much." "And aren't you dying for the song?" "Quite." "There!" cried Mrs. Tuke into the moonlight. "Una canzone, bella, bella, molto bella." She pronounced her syllables one by one, calling into the night. It sounded comical. There came a rude laugh from the drive below. "Go indoors, Tommy. He won't sing if you're there. Nothing will sing if you're there," called the young woman. They heard a footstep on the gravel, and then the slam of the hall door. "Now!" cried Mrs. Tuke. They waited, and sure enough, came the fine tinkle of the mandoline, and after a few moments, the song. It was one of the well-known Neapolitan songs, and Ciccio sang it as it should be sung. Mrs. Tuke went across to Alvina. "Doesn't he put his bowels into it?" she said, laying her hand on her own full figure, and rolling her eyes mockingly. "I'm sure it's more effective than Cenopods." Then she returned to her own window, huddled her furs over her breast, and rested her white elbows in the moonlight. Torna sorientu, fammi campar. The song suddenly ended in a clamorous, animal sort of yearning. Mrs. Tuke was quite still, resting her chin on her fingers. Alvina also was still. Then Mrs. Tuke slowly reached for the rosebuds on the old wall. "Molto bella!" she cried, half ironically. "Molto bella! Je vous envoie un rose!" And she threw the roses out on to the drive. A man's figure was seen hovering outside the gate, on the high road. "Entrez!" cried Mrs. Tuke. "Entrez! Prenez votre rose! Come in and take your rose!" The man's voice called something from the distance. "What?" cried Mrs. Tuke. "Je ne peux pas entrer." "Vous ne pouvez pas entrer? Pourquoi alors? La porte n'est pas fermée à clé. Entrez donc!" "Non, on n'entre pas," called the well-known voice of Ciccio. "Quoi faire alors? Alvina, take him the rose to the gate, will you? Yes, do! Their singing is horrible, I think. I can't go down to him. But do take him the roses and see what he looks like. Yes, do!" Mrs. Tuke's eyes were arched and excited. Alvina looked at her slowly. Alvina was also smiling to herself. She went slowly down the stairs and out of the front door. From a bush at the side she pulled 2 sweet-smelling roses. Then in the drive she picked up Effie's flowers. Ciccio was standing outside the gate. "Allez!" he said, in a soft, yearning voice. "Mrs. Tuke sent you these roses," said Alvina, putting the flowers through the bars of the gate. "Allez!" he said, caressing her hand, kissing it with a soft, passionate, yearning mouth. Alvina shivered. Quickly he opened the gate and drew her through. He drew her into the shadow of the wall, and put his arms round her, lifting her from her feet with passionate yearning. "Allez!" he said. "I love you, Allez, my beautiful Allez. I love you, Allez." He held her fast to his breast, and began to walk away with her. His throbbing, musical power seemed completely to envelop her. He was just walking away with her down the road, clinging fast to her, enveloping her. "Nurse! Nurse! I can't see you! Nurse!" came the long call of Mrs. Tuke through the night. Dogs began to bark. "Put me down," murmured Alvina. "Put me down, Ciccio. Come with me to Italy. Come with me to Italy, Allez. I can't go to Italy by myself, Allez. Come with me, to be married to me. Allez. Allez." His voice was a strange, hoarse whisper just above her face. He still held her in his throbbing, heavy embrace. "Yes, yes," she whispered. "Yes, yes. But put me down, Ciccio. Put me down. Come to Italy with me, Allez. Come with me," he still reiterated, in a voice hoarse with pain and yearning. "Nurse! Nurse! Wherever are you? Nurse! I want you," sang the uneasy, querulous voice of Mrs. Tuke. "Do put me down," murmured Alvina, stirring in his arms. He slowly relaxed his clasp, and she slid down like rain to earth. But still he clung to her. "Come with me, Allez. Come with me to Italy," he said. She saw his face, beautiful, non-human in the moonlight, and she shuddered slightly. "Yes," she said, "I will come. But let me go now. Where is your mandoline?" He turned round and looked up the road. "Nurse! You absolutely must come. I can't bear it," cried the strange voice of Mrs. Tuke. Alvina slipped from the man, who was a little bewildered, and through the gate into the drive. "You must come," came the voice in pain from the upper window. Alvina ran upstairs. She found Mrs. Tuke crouched in a chair, with a drawn, horrified, terrified face. As her pain suddenly gripped her, she uttered an exclamation, and pressed her clenched fists hard on her face. "The pains have begun," said Alvina, hurrying to her. "Oh, it's horrible! It's horrible! I don't want it!" cried the woman in travail. Alvina comforted her and reassured her as best she could, and from outside, once more, came the despairing howl of the Neapolitan song, animal and inhuman on the night. E tu Dio pata Dio, t'allontare a sta core, nel paese dell'amore. Tieno cor di non tornar, ma non me la sa. It was almost unendurable. But suddenly Mrs. Tuke became quite still, and sat with her fists clenched on her knees, her two jet-black plaits dropping on either side of her ivory face, her big eyes fixed, staring into space, at the line, "Ma non me la sa." She began to murmur softly to herself, "Yes, it's dreadful. It's horrible. I can't understand it. What does it mean, that noise? It's as bad as these pains. What does it mean? What does he say? I can understand a little Italian." She paused, and again came the sudden complaint. "Ma non me la sa. Ma non me la sa," she murmured, repeating the music. "That means, don't leave me. Don't leave me. But why? Why shouldn't one human being go away from another? What does it mean? That awful noise. Isn't love the most horrible thing? I think it's horrible. It just does one in and turns one into a sort of howling animal. I'm howling with one sort of pain, and he's howling with another. Two hellish animals howling through the night. I'm not myself, he's not himself. Oh, I think it's horrible. What does he look like, nurse? Is he beautiful? Is he a great hefty brute?" She looked with big, slow, enigmatic eyes at Alvina. "He's a man I knew before," said Alvina. Mrs. Tuke's face woke from its half-trance. "Really? Oh! A man you knew before? Where?" "It's a long story," said Alvina. "In a travelling music-hall troupe." "In a travelling music-hall troupe? How extraordinary! Why, how did you come across such an individual?" Alvina explained as briefly as possible. Mrs. Tuke watched her. "Really?" she said. "You've done all those things?" And she scrutinised Alvina's face. "You've had some effect on him, that's evident," she said. Then she shuddered, and dabbed her nose with her handkerchief. "Oh, the flesh is a beastly thing!" she cried. "To make a man howl outside there like that, because you're here, and to make me howl because I've got a child inside me. It's unbearable. What does he look like, really?" "I don't know," said Alvina. "Not extraordinary. Rather a hefty brute." Mrs. Tuke glanced at her to detect the irony. "I should like to see him," she said. "Do you think I might?" "I don't know," said Alvina, non-committal. "Do you think he might come up? Ask him. Do let me see him." "Do you really want to?" said Alvina. "Of course!" Mrs. Tuke watched Alvina with big, dark, slow eyes. Then she dragged herself to her feet. Alvina helped her into bed. "Do ask him to come up for a minute," Effie said. "We'll give him a glass of Tommy's famous port. Do let me see him. Yes, do!" She stretched out her long white arm to Alvina, with sudden imploring. Alvina laughed and turned doubtfully away. The night was silent outside, but she found Ciccio leaning against a gate pillar. He started up. "Allez!" he said. "Will you come in for a moment? I can't leave Mrs. Tuke." Ciccio obediently followed Alvina into the house and up the stairs, without a word. He was ushered into the bedroom. He drew back when he saw Effie in the bed, sitting with her long plaits and her dark eyes, and the subtle seeming smile at the corners of her mouth. "Do come in," she said. "I want to thank you for the music. Nurse says it was for her, but I enjoyed it also. Would you tell me the words? I think it's a wonderful song." Ciccio hung back against the door, his head dropped, and the shy, suspicious, faintly malicious smile on his face. "Have a glass of port, do," said Effie. "Nurse, give us all one. I should like one, too. And a biscuit." Again she stretched out her long white arm from the sudden blue lining of her wrap, suddenly, as if taken with the desire. Ciccio shifted on his feet, watching Alvina pour out the port. He swallowed his in one swallow and put aside his glass. "Have some more," said Effie, watching over the top of her glass. He smiled faintly, stupidly, and shook his head. "Won't you? Now tell me the words of the song." He looked at her from out of the dusky hollows of his brow, and did not answer. The faint, stupid half smile, half sneer was on his lips. "Won't you tell them me? I understood one line." Ciccio smiled more pronouncedly as he watched her, but did not speak. "I understood one line," said Effie, making big eyes at him. "Ma non me lasciar, don't leave me. There, isn't that it?" He smiled, stirred on his feet, and nodded. "Don't leave me, there, I knew it was that. Why don't you want nurse to leave you? Do you want her to be with you every minute?" He smiled a little contemptuously, awkwardly, and turned aside his face, glancing at Alvina. Effie's watchful eyes caught the glance. It was swift, and full of the terrible yearning which so horrified her. At the same moment a spasm crossed her face, her expression went blank. "Shall we go down?" said Alvina to Ciccio. He turned immediately, with his cap in his hand, and followed. In the hall he pricked up his ears as he took the mandoline from the chest. He could hear the stifled cries and exclamations from Mrs. Tuke. At the same moment the door of the study opened, and the musician, a burly fellow with troubled hair, came out. "Is that Mrs. Tuke?" he snapped anxiously. "Yes, the pains have begun," said Alvina. "Oh God! And have you left her?" He was quite irascible. "Only for a minute," said Alvina. But with a puff of angry indignation he was climbing the stairs. "She's going to have a child," said Alvina to Ciccio. "I shall have to go back to her." And she held out her hand. He did not take her hand, but looked down into her face with the same slightly distorted look of overwhelming yearning, yearning heavy and unbearable, in which he was carried towards her as on a flood. "Allez!" he said, with a faint lift of the lip that showed his teeth, like a pained animal, a curious sort of smile. He could not go away. "I shall have to go back to her," she said. "Shall you come with me to Italy? Allez!" "Yes. Where is Madame?" "Gone. Gigi, all gone." "Gone where?" "Gone back to France. Called up." "And Madame and Louis and Max?" "Switzerland." He stood helplessly looking at her. "Well, I must go," she said. He watched her with his yellow eyes from under his long black lashes, like some chained animal, haunted by doom. She turned and left him standing. She found Mrs. Tuke wildly clutching the edge of the sheets and crying, "No, Tommy dear, I'm awfully fond of you, you know I am, but go away. Oh God, go away. Put a space between us. Put a space between us," she almost shrieked. He pushed up his hair. He had been working on a big choral work which he was composing, and by this time he was almost demented. "Can't you stand my presence?" he shouted, and dashed downstairs. "Nurse!" cried Effie. "It's no use trying to get a grip on life. You're just at the mercy of forces," she shrieked angrily. "Why not?" said Alvina. "There are good life forces. Even the will of God is a life force." "You don't understand. I want to be by myself, and I'm not myself. I'm just torn to pieces by forces. It's horrible." "Well, it's not my fault. I didn't make the universe," said Alvina. "If you have to be torn to pieces by forces, well, you have. Other forces will put you together again." "I don't want them to. I want to be myself. I don't want to be nailed together like a chair with a hammer. I want to be myself." "You won't be nailed together like a chair. You should have faith in life." "But I hate life. It's nothing but a mass of forces. I am intelligent. Life isn't intelligent. Look at it this moment. Do you call this intelligent? Oh, oh, it's horrible. Oh!" She was wild and sweating with her pains. Tommy flounced out downstairs, beside himself. He was heard talking to some one in the moonlight outside, to Ciccio. He had already telephoned wildly for the doctor, but the doctor had replied that nurse would ring him up. The moment Mrs. Tuke recovered her breath she began again. "I hate life and faith and such things. Faith is only fear, and life is a mass of unintelligent forces to which intelligent beings are submitted, prostituted." "Oh, oh, prostituted!" "Perhaps life itself is something bigger than intelligence," said Alvina. "Bigger than intelligence!" shrieked Effie. "Nothing is bigger than intelligence. Your man is a hefty brute. His yellow eyes aren't intelligent, they're animal." "No," said Alvina. "Something else. I wish he didn't attract me." "There! "Because you're not content to be at the mercy of forces," cried Effie. "I'm not. I'm not. I want to be myself. And so forces tear me to pieces. Tear me to Oh, no!" Downstairs Tommy had walked Ciccio back into the house again, and the two men were drinking port in the study, discussing Italy, for which Tommy had a great sentimental affection, though he hated all Italian music after the younger Scarlatti. They drank port all through the night, Tommy being strictly forbidden to interfere upstairs, or even to fetch the doctor. They drank 3½ bottles of port, and were discovered in the morning by Alvina fast asleep in the study, with the electric light still burning. Tommy slept with his fair and ruffled head hanging over the edge of the couch, like some great loose fruit. Ciccio was on the floor, face downwards, his face in his folded arms. Alvina had a great difficulty in waking the inert Ciccio. In the end she had to leave him and rouse Tommy first, who in rousing fell off the sofa with a crash which woke him disagreeably, so that he turned on Alvina in a fury, and asked her what the hell she thought she was doing. In answer to which Alvina held up a finger warningly, and Tommy, suddenly remembering, fell back as if he had been struck. "She's sleeping now," said Alvina. "Is it a boy or a girl?" he cried. "It isn't born yet," she said. "Oh God! It's an accursed fugue!" cried the bemused Tommy. After which they proceeded to wake Ciccio, who was like the dead doll in Petrushka, all loose and floppy. When he was awake, however, he smiled at Alvina and said, "Allez!" The dark, waking smile upset her badly. End of Chapter 12. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 13 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wedded Wife. The upshot of it all was that Alvina ran away to Scarborough without telling anybody. It was in the first week in October. She asked for a week-end to make some arrangements for her marriage. The marriage was presumably with Dr. Mitchell, though she had given him no definite word. However, her month's notice was up, so she was legally free, and therefore she packed a rather large bag with all her ordinary things, and set off in her everyday dress, leaving the nursing paraphernalia behind. She knew Scarborough quite well, and quite quickly found rooms which she had occupied before, in a boarding house where she had stayed with Miss Frost long ago. Having recovered from her journey, she went out onto the cliffs on the north side. It was evening, and the sea was before her. What was she to do? She had run away from both men, from Ciccio as well as from Mitchell. She had spent the last fortnight more or less avoiding the pair of them. Now she had a moment to herself. She was even free from Mrs. Tuke, who, in her own way, was more exacting than the men. Mrs. Tuke had a baby daughter, and was getting well. Ciccio was living with the Tukes. Tommy had taken a fancy to him, and had half engaged him as a sort of personal attendant, the sort of thing Tommy would do, not having paid his butcher's bills. So Alvina sat on the cliffs in a mood of exasperation. She was sick of being badgered about. She didn't really want to marry anybody. Why should she? She was thankful beyond measure to be by herself. How sick she was of other people, and their importunities. What was she to do? She decided to offer herself again, in a little while, for war service, in a new town this time. Meanwhile she wanted to be by herself. She made excursions. She walked on the moors, in the brief but lovely days of early October. For 3 days it was all so sweet and lovely, perfect liberty, pure, almost paradisal. The 4th day it rained, simply rained all day long, and was cold, dismal, disheartening beyond words. There she sat, stranded in the dismalness, and knew no way out. She went to bed at 9 o'clock, having decided in a jerk to go to London and find work in the war hospitals at once, not to leave off until she had found it. But in the night she dreamed that Alexander, her first fiancé, was with her on the quay of some harbour, and was reproaching her bitterly, even reviling her for having come too late, so that they had missed their ship. They were there to catch the boat, and she, for dilatoriness, was an hour late, and she could see the broad stern of the steamer not far off. Just an hour late. She showed Alexander her watch. Exactly 10 o'clock instead of 9. And he was more angry than ever because her watch was slow. He pointed to the harbour clock. It was 10 minutes past 10. When she woke up she was thinking of Alexander. It was such a long time since she had thought of him. She wondered if he had a right to be angry with her. The day was still grey, with sweepy rain clouds on the sea, gruesome, objectionable. It was a prolongation of yesterday. Well, despair was no good, and being miserable was no good either. She got no satisfaction out of either mood. The only thing to do was to act, seize hold of life and wring its neck. She took the timetable that hung in the hall, the timetable, that magic carpet of to-day. When in doubt, move. This was the maxim, move. Where to? Another click of a resolution. She would wire to Ciccio and meet him. Where? York, Leeds, Halifax. She looked up the places in the timetable and decided on Leeds. She wrote out a telegram that she would be at Leeds that evening. Would he get it in time? Chance it. She hurried off and sent the telegram. Then she took a little luggage, told the people of her house she would be back next day, and set off. She did not like whirling in the direction of Lancaster, but no matter. She waited a long time for the train from the north to come in. The first person she saw was Tommy. He waved to her and jumped from the moving train. "I say," he said, "so glad to see you. Ciccio is with me. Effie insisted on my coming to see you." There was Ciccio climbing down with the bag, a sort of servant. This was too much for her. "So you came with your valet?" she said, as Ciccio stood with the bag. "Not a bit," said Tommy, laying his hand on the other man's shoulder. "We're the best of friends. I don't carry bags because my heart is rather groggy. I say, nurse, excuse me, but I like you better in uniform. Black doesn't suit you. You don't mind?" "Yes, I do. But I've only got black clothes, except uniforms." "Well, look here now. You're not going on anywhere to-night, are you?" "It is too late." "Well now, let's turn into the hotel and have a talk. I'm acting under Effie's orders, as you may gather." At the hotel Tommy gave her a letter from his wife, to the tune of "Don't marry this Italian, you'll put yourself in a wretched hole, and one wants to avoid getting into holes. I know," concluded Effie, on a sinister note. Tommy sang another tune. Ciccio was a lovely chap, a rare chap, a treat. He, Tommy, could quite understand any woman's wanting to marry him. Didn't agree a bit with Effie. But marriage, you know, was so final. And then with this war on, you never knew how things might turn out. A foreigner and all that. And then, you won't mind what I say, we won't talk about class and that rot. If the man's good enough, he's good enough by himself. But is he your intellectual equal, nurse? After all, it's a big point. You don't want to marry a man you can't talk to. Ciccio's a treat to be with, because he's so natural. But it isn't a mental treat. Alvina thought of Mrs. Tuke, who complained that Tommy talked music and pseudo-philosophy by the hour when he was wound up. She saw Effie's long, outstretched arm of repudiation and weariness. "Of course," another of Mrs. Tuke's exclamations, "why not be atavistic if you can be, and follow at a man's heel just because he's a man? Be like barbarous women, a slave." During all this, Ciccio stayed out of the room, as bidden. It was not till Alvina sat before her mirror that he opened her door softly and entered. "I come in," he said, and he closed the door. Alvina remained with her hairbrush suspended, watching him. He came to her, smiling softly, to take her in his arms, but she put the chair between them. "Why did you bring Mr. Tuke?" she said. He lifted his shoulders. "I haven't brought him," he said, watching her. "Why did you show him the telegram?" "It was Mrs. Tuke took it." "Why did you give it to her?" "It was she who gave it me in her room. She kept it in her room till I came and took it." "All right," said Alvina. "Go back to the Tukes." And she began again to brush her hair. Ciccio watched her with narrowing eyes. "What do you mean?" he said. "I shan't go. Allez. You come with me." "Ha!" She sniffed scornfully. I shall go where I like. But slowly he shook his head. You come. Allez, he said. You come with me. With Ciccio. She shuddered at the soft, plaintive entreaty. How can I go with you? How can I depend on you at all? Again he shook his head. His eyes had a curious yellow fire, beseeching, plaintive, with a demon quality of yearning compulsion. Yes, you come with me, Allez. You come with me to Italy. You don't go to that other man. He is too old, not healthy. You come with me to Italy. Why do you send a telegram? Alvina sat down and covered her face, trembling. I can't, she moaned. I can't do it. Yes, you come with me. I have money. You come with me to my place in the mountains, to my uncle's house. Fine house. You like it. Come with me, Allez. She could not look at him. Why do you want me? She said. Why I want you? He gave a curious laugh, almost of ridicule. I don't know that. You ask me another, eh? She was silent, sitting looking downwards. I can't, I think, she said abstractedly, looking up at him. He smiled, a fine, subtle smile, like a demon's, but inexpressibly gentle. He made her shiver as if she was mesmerised. And he was reaching forward to her as a snake reaches, nor could she recoil. You come, Allez, he said softly, with his foreign intonation. You come. You come to Italy with me. Yes? He put his hand on her, and she started as if she had been struck. But his hands, with the soft, powerful clasp, only closed her faster. Yes, he said. Yes? All right, eh? All right. He had a strange, mesmeric power over her, as if he possessed the sensual secrets, and she was to be subjected. I can't, she moaned, trying to struggle. But she was powerless. Dark and insidious he was. He had no regard for her. How could a man's movements be so soft and gentle, and yet so inhumanly regardless? He had no regard for her. Why didn't she revolt? Why couldn't she? She was as if bewitched. She couldn't fight against her bewitchment. Why? Because he seemed to her beautiful, so beautiful. And this left her numb, submissive. Why must she see him beautiful? Why was she will-less? She felt herself like one of the old sacred prostitutes. A sacred prostitute. In the morning, very early, they left for Scarborough, leaving a letter for the sleeping Tommy. In Scarborough they went to the registrar's office. They could be married in a fortnight's time. And so the fortnight passed, and she was under his spell. Only she knew it. She felt extinguished. Ciccio talked to her, but only ordinary things. There was no wonderful intimacy of speech, such as she had always imagined and always craved for. No. He loved her. But it was in a dark, mesmeric way which did not let her be herself. His love did not stimulate her or excite her. It extinguished her. She had to be the quiescent, obscure woman. She felt as if she were veiled. Her thoughts were dim, in the dim back regions of consciousness. Yet, somewhere, she almost exulted. Atavism. Mrs. Tuke's word would play in her mind. Was it atavism, this sinking into extinction under the spell of Ciccio? Was it atavism, this strange, sleep-like submission to his being? Perhaps it was. Perhaps it was. But it was also heavy and sweet and rich. Somewhere she was content. Somewhere even she was vastly proud of the dark, veiled, eternal loneliness she felt under his shadow. And so it had to be. She shuddered when she touched him, because he was so beautiful, and she was so submitted. She quivered when he moved as if she were his shadow. Yet her mind remained distantly clear. She would criticise him, find fault with him, the things he did. But ultimately she could find no fault with him. She had lost the power. She didn't care. She had lost the power to care about his faults. Strange, sweet, poisonous indifference. She was drugged, and she knew it. Would she ever wake out of her dark, warm coma? She shuddered and hoped not. Mrs. Tuke would say atavism. Atavism. The word recurred curiously. But under all her questionings she felt well, a nonchalance deep as sleep, a passivity and indifference so dark and sweet she felt it must be evil. Evil! She was evil. And yet she had no power to be otherwise. They were legally married, and she was glad. She was relieved by knowing she could not escape. She was Mrs. Marasca. What was the good of trying to be Miss Houghton any longer? Marasca, the bitter cherry. Some dark poison fruit she had eaten. How glad she was she had eaten it. How beautiful he was. And no one saw it but herself. For her, it was so potent it made her tremble when she noticed him. His beauty, his dark shadow. Ciccio really was much handsomer since his marriage. He seemed to emerge. Before, he had seemed to make himself invisible in the streets in England altogether. But now something unfolded in him. He was a potent, glamorous presence. People turned to watch him. There was a certain dark, leopard-like pride in the air about him, something that the English people watched. He wanted to go to Italy, and now it was his will which counted. Alvina, as his wife, must submit. He took her to London the day after the marriage. He wanted to get away to Italy. He did not like being in England, a foreigner, amid the beginnings of the spy craze. In London they stayed at his cousin's house. His cousin kept a restaurant in Battersea, and was a flourishing London Italian, a real London product with all the good English virtues of cleanliness and honesty added to an Italian shrewdness. His name was Giuseppe Califano, and he was pale, and he had 4 children, of whom he was very proud. He received Alvina with an affable respect, as if she were an asset in the family, but as if he were a little uneasy and disapproving. She had come down in marrying Ciccio. She had lost caste. He rather seemed to exult over her degradation. For he was a northernized Italian. He had accepted English standards. His children were English brats. He almost patronized Alvina. But then a long, slow look from her remote blue eyes brought him up sharp, and he envied Ciccio suddenly. He was almost in love with her himself. She disturbed him. She disturbed him in his new English aplomb of a London restaurateur, and she disturbed in him the old Italian dark soul to which he was renegade. He tried treating her as an English lady, but the slow, remote look in her eyes made this fall flat. He had to be Italian. And he was jealous of Ciccio. In Ciccio's face was a lurking smile, and round his fine nose there seemed a subtle, semi-defiant triumph. After all, he had triumphed over his well-to-do Anglicised cousin. With a stealthy, leopard-like pride Ciccio went through the streets of London in those wild early days of war. He was the one victor, arching stealthily over the vanquished north. Alvina saw nothing of all these complexities. For the time being, she was all dark and potent. Things were curious to her. It was curious to be in Battersea, in this English-Italian household, where the children spoke English more readily than Italian. It was strange to be high over the restaurant, to see the trees of the park, to hear the clang of trams. It was strange to walk out and come to the river. It was strange to feel the seethe of war and dread in the air, but she did not question. She seemed steeped in the passional influence of the man, as in some narcotic. She even forgot Mrs. Tuke's atavism. Vague and unquestioning she went through the days. She accompanied Ciccio into town, she went with him to make purchases, or she sat by his side in the music hall, or she stayed in her room and sewed, or she sat at meals with the Califanos, a vague brightness on her face. And Mrs. Califano was very nice to her, very gentle, though with a suspicion of malicious triumph, mockery beneath her gentleness. Still, she was nice and womanly, hovering as she was between her English emancipation and her Italian subordination. She half pitied Alvina, and was more than half jealous of her. Alvina was aware of nothing, only of the presence of Ciccio. It was his physical presence which cast a spell over her. She lived within his aura, and she submitted to him as if he had extended his dark nature over her. She knew nothing about him. She lived mindlessly within his presence, quivering within his influence, as if his blood beat in her. She knew she was subjected. One tiny corner of her knew, and watched. He was very happy, and his face had a real beauty. His eyes glowed with lustrous secrecy, like the eyes of some victorious, happy wild creature seen remote under a bush, and he was very good to her. His tenderness made her quiver into a swoon of complete self-forgetfulness, as if the floodgates of her depths opened. The depth of his warm, mindless, enveloping love was immeasurable. She felt she could sink for ever into his warm, pulsating embrace. Afterwards, later on, when she was inclined to criticize him, she would remember the moment when she saw his face at the Italian consulate in London. There were many people at the consulate, clamouring for passports, a wild and ill-regulated crowd. They had waited their turn and got inside. Ciccio was not good at pushing his way. And inside a courteous, tall old man with a white beard had lifted the flap for Alvina to go inside the office and sit down to fill in the form. She thanked the old man, who bowed as if he had a reputation to keep up. Ciccio followed, and it was he who had to sit down and fill up the form, because she did not understand the Italian questions. She stood at his side, watching the excited, laughing, noisy East End Italians at the desk. The whole place had a certain free and easy confusion, a human, unofficial, muddling liveliness which was not quite like England, even though it was in the middle of London. "What was your mother's name?" Ciccio was asking her. She turned to him. He sat with the pen perched flourishingly at the end of his fingers, suspended in the serious and artistic business of filling in a form. And his face had a dark luminousness, like a dark transparence which was shut and has now expanded. She quivered as if it was more than she could bear. For his face was open like a flower right to the depths of his soul, a dark, lovely translucency, vulnerable to the deep quick of his soul. The lovely, rich darkness of his southern nature, so different from her own, exposing itself now in its passional vulnerability, made her go white with a kind of fear. For an instant her face seemed drawn and old, as she looked down at him, answering his questions. Then her eyes became sightless with tears. She stopped as if to look at his writing, and quickly kissed his fingers that held the pen, there in the midst of the crowded, vulgar consulate. He stayed suspended, again looking up at her with the bright, unfolded eyes of a wild creature which plays and is not seen. A faint smile, very beautiful to her, was on his face. What did he see when he looked at her? She did not know. She did not know. And she would never know. For an instant she swore inside herself that God himself should not take her away from this man. She would commit herself to him through every eternity. And then the vagueness came over her again. She turned aside, photographically seeing the crowd in the consulate, but really unconscious. His movement as he rose seemed to move her in her sleep. She turned to him at once. It was early in November before they could leave for Italy, and her dim, lustrous state lasted all the time. She found herself at Charing Cross in the early morning, in all the bustle of catching the Continental train. Giuseppe was there, and Gemma his wife, and 2 of the children, besides 3 other Italian friends of Ciccio. They all crowded up the platform. Giuseppe had insisted that Ciccio should take second-class tickets. They were very early. Alvina and Ciccio were installed in a second-class compartment with all their packages. Ciccio was pale, yellowish under his tawny skin, and nervous. He stood excitedly on the platform talking in Italian, or rather in his own dialect, whilst Alvina sat quite still in her corner. Sometimes one of the women or one of the children came to say a few words to her, or Giuseppe hurried to her with illustrated papers. They treated her as if she were some sort of invalid or angel, now she was leaving. But most of their attention they gave to Ciccio, talking at him rapidly all at once, whilst he answered, and glanced in this way and that, under his fine lashes, and smiled his old, nervous, meaningless smile. He was curiously upset. Time came to shut the doors. The women and children kissed Alvina, saying, "You'll be all right, eh? Going to Italy?" And then profound and meaningful nods, which she could not interpret, but which were fraught surely with good fellowship. Then they all kissed Ciccio. The men took him in their arms and kissed him on either cheek. The children lifted their faces in eager anticipation of the double kiss. Strange how eager they were for this embrace, how they all kept taking Ciccio's hand, one after the other, whilst he smiled constrainedly and nervously. End of Chapter 13. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 14 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The journey across. The train began to move. Giuseppe ran alongside, holding Ciccio's hand still. The women and children were crying and waving their handkerchiefs, the other men were shouting messages, making strange, eager gestures. And Alvina sat quite still, wonderingly. And so the big, heavy train drew out, leaving the others small and dim on the platform. It was foggy. The river was a sea of yellow beneath the ponderous iron bridge. The morning was dim and dank. The train was very full. Next to Alvina sat a trim Frenchwoman reading Les Lions. There was a terrible encumbrance of packages and luggage everywhere. Opposite her sat Ciccio, his black overcoat open over his pale grey suit, his black hat a little over his left eye. He glanced at her from time to time, smiling constrainedly. She remained very still. They ran through Bromley and out into the open country. It was grey, with shivers of grey sunshine. On the downs there was thin snow. The air in the train was hot, heavy with the crowd and tense with excitement and uneasiness. The train seemed to rush ponderously, massively, across the Weald. And so, through Folkestone to the sea. There was sun in the sky now, and white clouds, in the sort of hollow sky dome above the grey earth, with its horizon walls of fog. The air was still. The sea heaved with a sucking noise inside the dock. Alvina and Ciccio sat aft on the second-class deck, their bags near them. He put a white muffler round himself. Alvina hugged herself in her beaver scarf and muff. She looked tender and beautiful in her still vagueness, and Ciccio, hovering about her, was beautiful too. His estrangement gave him a certain wistful nobility, which for the moment put him beyond all class inferiority. The passengers glanced at them across the magic of estrangement. The sea was very still. The sun was fairly high in the open sky, where white cloud-tops showed against the pale, wintry blue. Across the sea came a silver sun-track, and Alvina and Ciccio looked at the sun, which stood a little to the right of the ship's course. "The sun!" said Ciccio, nodding towards the orb and smiling to her. "I love it," she said. He smiled again, silently. He was strangely moved. She did not know why. The wind was cold over the wintry sea, though the sun's beams were warm. They rose, walked round the cabins. Other ships were at sea, destroyers and battleships, grey, low, and sinister on the water. Then a tall bright schooner glimmered far down the channel. Some brown fishing smacks kept together. All was very still in the wintry sunshine of the channel. So they turned to walk to the stern of the boat, and Alvina's heart suddenly contracted. She caught Ciccio's arm as the boat rolled gently. For there, behind all the sunshine, was England. England, beyond the water, rising with ash-grey, corpse-grey cliffs, and streaks of snow on the downs above. England, like a long, ash-grey coffin, slowly submerging. She watched it, fascinated and terrified. It seemed to repudiate the sunshine, to remain unilluminated, long and ash-grey and dead, with streaks of snow like cerements. That was England. Her thoughts flew to Woodhouse, the grey centre of it all. Home! Her heart died within her. Never had she felt so utterly strange and far off. Ciccio at her side was as nothing. As spellbound she watched, away off, behind all the sunshine and the sea, the grey, snow-streaked substance of England slowly receding and sinking, submerging. She felt she could not believe it. It was like looking at something else. What? It was like a long, ash-grey coffin. Winter, slowly submerging in the sea. England! She turned again to the sun. But clouds and veils were already weaving in the sky. The cold was beginning to soak in, moreover. She sat very still for a long time, almost an eternity. And when she looked round again there was only a bank of mist behind, beyond the sea. A bank of mist and a few grey, stalking ships. She must watch for the coast of France. And there it was already, looming up grey and amorphous, patched with snow. It had a grey, heaped, sordid look in the November light. She had imagined Boulogne gay and brilliant, whereas it was more grey and dismal than England. But not that magical, mystic, phantom look. The ship slowly put about, and backed into the harbour. She watched the quay approach. Ciccio was gathering up the luggage. Then came the first cry one ever hears. "Porter! Porter! Want a porter?" A porter in a blouse strung the luggage on his strap, and Ciccio and Alvina entered the crush for the exit and the passport inspection. There was a tense, eager, frightened crowd, and officials shouting directions in French and English. Alvina found herself at last before a table where bearded men in uniforms were splashing open the pink sheets of the English passports. She felt strange and uneasy, that her passport was unimpressive and Italian. The official scrutinised her, and asked questions of Ciccio. Nobody asked her anything. She might have been Ciccio's shadow. So they went through to the vast, crowded cavern of a customs house, where they found their porter waving to them in the mob. Ciccio fought in the mob while the porter whisked off Alvina to get seats in the big train, and at last she was planted once more in a seat, with Ciccio's place reserved beside her. And there she sat, looking across the railway lines at the harbour, in the last burst of grey sunshine. Men looked at her, officials stared at her, soldiers made remarks about her. And at last, after an eternity, Ciccio came along the platform, the porter trotting behind. They sat and ate the food they had brought, and drank wine and tea. And after weary hours the train set off, through snow-patched country, to Paris. Everywhere was crowded. The train was stuffy without being warm. Next to Alvina sat a large, fat, youngish Frenchman who overflowed over her in a hot fashion. Darkness began to fall. The train was very late. There were strange and frightening delays. Strange lights appeared in the sky. Everybody seemed to be listening for strange noises. It was all such a whirl and confusion that Alvina lost count, relapsed into a sort of stupidity. Gleams, flashes, noises, and then at last the frenzy of Paris. It was night, a black city and snow falling, and no train that night across to the Gare de Lyon. In a state of semi-stupefaction after all the questionings and examinings and blusterings, they were finally allowed to go straight across Paris. But this meant another wild tussle with a Paris taxi driver in the filtering snow, so they were deposited in the Gare de Lyon. And the first person who rushed upon them was Geoffrey, in a rather grimy private's uniform. He had already seen some hard service, and had a wild, bewildered look. He kissed Ciccio and burst into tears on his shoulder, there in the great turmoil of the entrance hall of the Gare de Lyon. People looked, but nobody seemed surprised. Geoffrey sobbed, and the tears came silently down Ciccio's cheeks. "I've waited for you since 5 o'clock, and I've got to go back now. Ciccio, Ciccio, I wanted so badly to see you. I shall never see thee again, brother, my brother," cried Gigi, and a sob shook him.
Gigi, mon Gigi, tu as donc reçu ma lettre? Yesterday, oh Ciccio, Ciccio, I shall die without thee. But no, Gigi, frère, you won't die. Yes, Ciccio, I shall. I know I shall. I say no, brother, said Ciccio. But a spasm suddenly took him. He pulled off his hat and put it over his face, and sobbed into it. Adieu, ami, adieu, cried Gigi, clutching the other man's arm. Ciccio took his hat from his tear-stained face and put it on his head. Then the two men embraced. Toujours à toi, said Geoffrey, with a strange, solemn salute in front of Ciccio and Alvina. Then he turned on his heel and marched rapidly out of the station, his soiled soldier's overcoat flapping in the wind at the door. Ciccio watched him go. Then he turned and looked with haunted eyes into the eyes of Alvina, and then they hurried down the desolate platform in the darkness. Many people, Italians largely, were camped waiting there, while bits of snow wavered down. Ciccio bought food and hired cushions. The train backed in. There was a horrible fight for seats, men scrambling through windows. Alvina got a place, but Ciccio had to stay in the corridor. Then the long night journey through France, slow and blind. The train was now so hot that the iron plate on the floor burnt Alvina's feet. Outside she saw glimpses of snow. A fat Italian hotel keeper put on a smoking cap, covered the light, and spread himself before Alvina. In the next carriage a child was screaming. It screamed all the night, all the way from Paris to Chambéry, it screamed. The train came to sudden halts and stood still in the snow. The hotel keeper snored. Alvina became almost comatose in the burning heat of the carriage. And again the train rumbled on. And again she saw glimpses of stations, glimpses of snow, through the chinks in the curtained windows. And again there was a jerk and a sudden halt, a drowsy mutter from the sleepers, somebody uncovering the light and somebody covering it again, somebody looking out, somebody tramping down the corridor, the child screaming. The child belonged to two poor Italians, Milanese, a shred of a thin little man and a rather loose woman. They had 5 tiny children, all boys, and the 4 who could stand on their feet all wore scarlet caps. The 5th was a baby. Alvina had seen a French official yelling at the poor shred of a young father on the platform. When morning came and the bleary people pulled the curtains, it was a clear dawn, and they were in the south of France. There was no sign of snow. The landscape was half southern, half alpine. White houses with brownish tiles stood among almond trees and cactus. It was beautiful, and Alvina felt she had known it all before, in a happier life. The morning was graceful almost as spring. She went out in the corridor to talk to Ciccio. He was on his feet with his back to the inner window, rolling slightly to the motion of the train. His face was pale. He had that sombre, haunted, unhappy look. Alvina, thrilled by the southern country, was smiling excitedly. "This is my first morning abroad," she said. "Yes," he answered. "I love it here," she said. "Isn't this like Italy?" He looked darkly out of the window and shook his head. But the sombre look remained on his face. She watched him, and her heart sank as she had never known it sink before. "Are you thinking of Gigi?" she asked. He looked at her with a faint, unhappy, bitter smile, but he said nothing. He seemed far off from her. A wild unhappiness beat inside her breast. She went down the corridor, away from him, to avoid this new agony, which after all was not her agony. She listened to the chatter of French and Italian in the corridor. She felt the excitement and terror of France, inside the railway carriage, and outside she saw white oxen slowly ploughing beneath the lingering yellow poplars of the sub-Alps. She saw peasants looking up. She saw a woman holding a baby to her breast, watching the train. She saw the excited, yeasty crowds at the station. And they passed a river and a great lake. And it all seemed bigger, nobler than England. She felt vaster influences spreading around. The past was greater, more magnificent in these regions.
For the first time the nostalgia of the vast Roman and classic world took possession of her, and she found it splendid. For the first time she opened her eyes on a continent, the Alpine core of a continent. And for the first time she realised what it was to escape from the smallish perfection of England into the grander imperfection of a great continent. Near Chambéry they went down for breakfast to the restaurant car, and secretly she was very happy. Ciccio's distress made her uneasy, but underneath she was extraordinarily relieved and glad. Ciccio did not trouble her very much. The sense of the bigness of the lands about her, the excitement of travelling with continental people, the pleasantness of her coffee and rolls and honey, the feeling that vast events were taking place, all this stimulated her. She had brushed, as it were, the fringe of the terror of the war and the invasion. Fear was seething around her. And yet she was excited and glad. The vast world was in one of its convulsions, and she was moving against it. Somewhere, she believed, in the convulsion, the event elated her. The train began to climb up to Modane. How wonderful the Alps were! What a bigness, an unbreakable power was in the mountains! Up and up the train crept, and she looked at the rocky slopes, the glistening peaks of snow in the blue heaven, the hollow valleys with fir trees and low-roofed houses. There were quarries near the railway and men working. There was a strange mountain town, dirty-looking. And still the train climbed up and up in the hot morning sunshine, creeping slowly round the mountain loops, so that a little brown dog from one of the cottages ran alongside the train for a long way, barking at Alvina, even running ahead of the creeping, snorting train, and barking at the people ahead. Alvina, looking out, saw the two unfamiliar engines snorting out their smoke round the bend ahead, and the morning wore away to midday. Ciccio became excited as they neared Modane, the frontier station. His eye lit up again, he pulled himself together for the entrance into Italy. Slowly the train rolled into the dismal station. And then a confusion indescribable of porters and masses of luggage, the unspeakable crush and crowd at the customs barriers, the more intense crowd through the passport office, all like a madness. They were out on the platform again. They had secured their places. Ciccio wanted to have luncheon in the station restaurant. They went through the passages, and there, in the dirty station gangways and big corridors, dozens of Italians were lying on the ground. Men, women, children, camping with their bundles and packages in heaps. They were either emigrants or refugees. Alvina had never seen people herd about like cattle, dumb, brute cattle. It impressed her. She could not grasp that an Italian labourer would lie down just where he was, tired, in the street, on a station, in any corner, like a dog. In the afternoon they were slipping down the Alps towards Turin, and everywhere was snow, deep, white, wonderful snow, beautiful and fresh, glistening in the afternoon light all down the mountain slopes, on the railway track, almost seeming to touch the train, and twilight was falling, and at the stations people crowded in once more. It had been dark a long time when they reached Turin. Many people alighted from the train, many surged to get in. But Ciccio and Alvina had seats side by side. They were becoming tired now, but they were in Italy. Once more they went down for a meal, and then the train set off again in the night for Alessandria and Genoa, Pisa and Rome. It was night. The train ran better. There was a more easy sense in Italy. Ciccio talked a little with other travelling companions, and Alvina settled her cushion and slept more or less till Genoa. After the long wait at Genoa she dozed off again. She woke to see the sea in the moonlight beneath her, a lovely silvery sea, coming right to the carriage. The train seemed to be tripping on the edge of the Mediterranean, round bays and between dark rocks and under castles, a night-time fairyland, for hours. She watched, spellbound by the magic of the world itself, and she thought to herself, whatever life may be, and whatever horror men have made of it, the world is a lovely place, a magic place, something to marvel over. The world is an amazing place. This thought dozed her off again. Yet she had a consciousness of tunnels and hills, and of broad marshes pallid under a moon and a coming dawn. And in the dawn there was Pisa. She watched the word hanging in the station in the dimness. Pisa. Ciccio told her people were changing for Florence. It all seemed wonderful to her, wonderful. She sat and watched the black station, then she heard the sound of the child's trumpet. And it did not occur to her to connect the trains moving on with the sound of the trumpet. But she saw the golden dawn, a golden sun coming out of level country. She loved it. She loved being in Italy. She loved the lounging carelessness of the train. She liked having Italian money. Hearing the Italians round her, though they were neither as beautiful nor as melodious as she had expected. She loved watching the glowing, antique landscape. She read and read again È pericoloso sporgersi, and È vietato fumare, and the other little magical notices on the carriages. Ciccio told her what they meant, and how to say them, and sympathetic Italians opposite at once asked him if they were married, and who and what his bride was, and they gazed at her with bright, approving eyes, though she felt terribly bedraggled and travel-worn. "You come from England? Yes, nice country," said a man in a corner, leaning forward to make this display of his linguistic capacity. "Not so nice as this," said Alvina. "Eh?" Alvina repeated herself. "Not so nice? Oh no, fog, eh?" The fat man whisked his fingers in the air to indicate fog in the atmosphere. "But nice country. Very convenient." He sat up in triumph, having achieved this word. And the conversation once more became a spatter of Italian. The women were very interested. They looked at Alvina, at every atom of her. And she divined that they were wondering if she was already with child. Sure enough, they were asking Ciccio in Italian if she was making him a baby. But he shook his head and did not know, just a bit constrained. So they ate slices of sausages and bread and fried rice balls with wonderfully greasy fingers, and they drank red wine in big throatfuls out of bottles, and they offered their fare to Ciccio and Alvina, and were charmed when she said to Ciccio she would have some bread and sausage. He picked the strips off the sausage for her with his fingers, and made her a sandwich with a roll. The women watched her bite it, and bright-eyed and pleased, they said, nodding their heads, "Buono? Buono?" And she, who knew this word, understood, and replied, "Yes, good, buono," nodding her head likewise, which caused immense satisfaction. The women showed the whole paper of sausage slices, and nodded, and beamed, and said, "Se vuole ancora?" And Alvina bit her wide sandwich, and smiled, and said, "Yes, awfully nice." And the women looked at each other and said something, and Ciccio interposed, shaking his head. But one woman ostentatiously wiped a bottle mouth with a clean handkerchief, and offered the bottle to Alvina, saying, "Vino buono. Vecchio. Vecchio," nodding violently and indicating that she should drink. She looked at Ciccio, and he looked back at her doubtingly. "Shall I drink some?" she said. "If you like," he replied, making an Italian gesture of indifference. So she drank some of the wine, and it dribbled onto her chin. She was not good at managing a bottle, but she liked the feeling of warmth it gave her. She was very tired. "Si piace? Piace?" "Do you like it?" interpreted Ciccio. "Yes, very much." "What is very much?" she asked of Ciccio. "Molto." "Si, molto. Of course, I knew molto from music," she added. The women made noises and smiled and nodded, and so the train pulsed on till they came to Rome. There was again the wild scramble with luggage, a general leave-taking, and then the masses of people on the station at Rome. Roma! Roma! What was it to Alvina but a name, and a crowded, excited station, and Ciccio running after the luggage and the pair of them eating in a station restaurant. Almost immediately after eating, they were in the train once more, with new fellow travellers, running south this time, towards Naples. In a daze of increasing weariness, Alvina watched the dreary, to her, sordid-seeming Campagna that skirts the railway, the broken aqueduct trailing in the near distance over the stricken plain. She saw a tram-car, far out from everywhere, running up to cross the railway. She saw it was going to Frascati. And slowly the hills approached. They passed the vines of the foothills, the reeds, and were among the mountains. Wonderful little towns perched fortified on rocks and peaks. Mountains rose straight up off the level plain like old topographical prints. Rivers wandered in the wild, rocky places. It all seemed ancient and shaggy, savage still, under all its remote civilization, this region of the Alban mountains, south of Rome. So the train clambered up and down, and went round corners. They had not far to go now. Alvina was almost too tired to care what it would be like. They were going to Cicio's native village. They were to stay in the house of his uncle, his mother's brother. This uncle had been a model in London. He had built a house on the land left by Cicio's grandfather. He lived alone now, for his wife was dead and his children were abroad. Giuseppe was his son, Giuseppe of Battersea, in whose house Alvina had stayed. This much Alvina knew. She knew that a portion of the land down at Pescocalascio belonged to Ciccio, a bit of half-savage, ancient earth that had been left to his mother by old Francesco Califano, her hard, grinding peasant father. This land remained integral in the property, and was worked by Ciccio's two uncles, Pangrazio and Giovanni. Pangrazio was the well-to-do uncle, who had been a model and had built a villa. Giovanni was not much good. That was how Ciccio put it. They expected Pangrazio to meet them at the station. Ciccio collected his bundles and put his hat straight and peered out of the window into the steep mountains of the afternoon. There was a town in the opening between steep hills, a town on a flat plain that ran into the mountains like a gulf. The train drew up. They had arrived. Alvina was so tired she could hardly climb down to the platform. It was about 4 o'clock. Ciccio looked up and down for Pangrazio, but could not see him. So he put his luggage into a pile on the platform, told Alvina to stand by it, whilst he went off for the registered boxes. A porter came and asked her questions, of which she understood nothing. Then at last came Ciccio, shouldering one small trunk, whilst a porter followed, shouldering another. Out they trotted, leaving Alvina abandoned with the pile of hand luggage. She waited. The train drew out. Ciccio and the porter came bustling back. They took her out through the little gate, to where, in the flat desert space behind the railway, stood 2 great, drab motor omnibuses and a rank of open carriages. Ciccio was handing up the handbags to the roof of one of the big post omnibuses. When it was finished, the man on the roof came down, and Ciccio gave him and the station porter each 6pence. The station porter immediately threw his coin on the ground with a gesture of indignant contempt, spread his arms wide, and expostulated violently. Ciccio expostulated back again, and they pecked at each other verbally like 2 birds. It ended by the rolling up of the burly, black-moustached driver of the omnibus, whereupon Ciccio quite amicably gave the porter 2 nickel 2pences in addition to the 6pence, whereupon the porter quite lovingly wished him bon viaggio. So Alvina was stowed into the body of the omnibus, with Ciccio at her side. They were no sooner seated than a voice was heard in beautifully modulated English. "You are here? Why, how have I missed you?" It was Pancrazio, a smallish, rather battered-looking, shabby Italian of 60 or more, with a big moustache and reddish-rimmed eyes and a deeply lined face. He was presented to Alvina. "How have I missed you?" he said. "I was on the station when the train came, and I did not see you." But it was evident he had taken wine. He had no further opportunity to talk. The compartment was full of large mountain peasants with black hats and big cloaks and overcoats. They found Pancrazio a seat at the far end, and there he sat, with his deeply lined, impassive face and slightly glazed eyes. He had yellow-brown eyes like Ciccio, but in the uncle the eyelids dropped in a curious, heavy way. The eyes looked dull, like those of some old rakish tom-cat. They were slightly rimmed with red. A curious person. And his English, though slow, was beautifully pronounced. He glanced at Alvina with slow, impersonal glances, not at all a stare. And he sat for the most part impassive and abstract as a Red Indian. At the last moment a large black priest was crammed in and the door shut behind him. Every available seat was let down and occupied. The second great post-omnibus rolled away, and then the one for Mola followed, rolling Alvina and Ciccio over the next stage of their journey. The sun was already slanting to the mountain tops. Shadows were falling on the gulf of the plain. The omnibus charged at a great speed along a straight white road, which cut through the cultivated level straight towards the core of the mountain. By the roadside, peasant men in cloaks, peasant women in full gathered dresses with white bodices or blouses having great full sleeves, tramped in the ridge of grass, driving cows or goats, or leading heavily laden asses. The women had coloured kerchiefs on their heads, like the women Alvina remembered at the Sunday school treats, who used to tell fortunes with green little lovebirds, and they all tramped along towards the blue shadow of the closing-in mountains, leaving the peaks of the town behind on the left. At a branch road the bus suddenly stopped, and there it sat calmly in the road beside an icy brook in the falling twilight. Great moth-white oxen waved past, drawing a long, low load of wood. The peasants left behind began to come up again in picturesque groups. The icy brook tinkled, goats and pigs and cows wandered and shook their bells along the grassy borders of the road and the flat, unbroken fields, being driven slowly home. Peasants jumped out of the omnibus on the road to chat, and a sharp air came in. High overhead, as the sun went down, was the curious, icy radiance of snow mountains, and a pinkness, while shadow deepened in the valley. At last, after about half an hour, the youth who was conductor of the omnibus came running down the wild side road. Everybody clambered in, and away the vehicle charged, into the neck of the plain. With a growl and a rush it swooped up the first loop of the ascent. Great precipices rose on the right, the ruddiness of sunset above them. The road wound and swirled, trying to get up the pass. The omnibus pegged slowly up, then charged round a corner, swirled into another loop, and pegged heavily once more. It seemed dark between the closing-in mountains. The rocks rose very high. The road looped and swerved from one side of the wide defile to the other. The vehicle pulsed and persisted. Sometimes there was a house, sometimes a wood of oak trees, sometimes the glimpse of a ravine, then the tall white glisten of snow above the earthy blackness, and still they went on and on, up the darkness. Peering ahead, Alvina thought she saw the hollow between the peaks, which was the top of the pass, and every time the omnibus took a new turn, she thought it was coming out on the top of this hollow between the heights, but no, the road coiled right away again. A wild little village came in sight. This was the destination. Again, no. Only the tall, handsome mountain youth who had sat across from her descended grumbling because the bus had brought him past his road, the driver having refused to pull up. Everybody expostulated with him, and he dropped into the shadow. The big priest squeezed into his place. The bus wound on, and always towards that hollow skyline between the high peaks. At last they ran up between buildings nipped between high rock faces, and out into a little market-place, the crown of the pass. The luggage was got out and lifted down. Alvina descended. There she was, in a wild centre of an old, unfinished little mountain town. The facade of a church rose from a small eminence. A white road ran to the right, where a great open valley showed faintly beyond and beneath. Low, squalid sort of buildings stood around, with some high buildings. And there were bare little trees. The stars were in the sky, the air was icy. People stood darkly, excited about, women with an odd, shell-patterned headdress of gophered linen, something like a parlour-maid's cap, came and stared hard. They were hard-faced mountain women. Pancrazio was talking to Ciccio in dialect. "I couldn't get a cart to come down," he said in English, "but I shall find one here. Now what will you do? Put the luggage in Grazia's place while you wait?" They went across the open place to a sort of shop called the Post Restaurant. It was a little hole with an earthen floor and a smell of cats. 3 crones were sitting over a low brass brazier, in which charcoal and ashes smouldered. men were drinking. Ciccio ordered coffee with rum, and the hard-faced Grazia, in her unfresh headdress, dabbled the little dirty coffee cups in dirty water, took the coffee pot out of the ashes, poured in the old black boiling coffee 3 parts full, and slopped the cup over with rum. Then she dashed in a spoonful of sugar, to add to the pool in the saucer, and her customers were served. However, Ciccio drank up, so Alvina did likewise, burning her lips smartly. Ciccio paid and ducked his way out. "Now, what will you buy?" asked Pancrazio. "Buy?" said Ciccio. "Food?" said Pancrazio. "Have you brought food?" "No," said Ciccio. So they trailed up stony dark ways to a butcher, and got a big red slice of meat; to a baker, and got enormous flat loaves. Sugar and coffee they bought, and Pancrazio lamented in his elegant English that no butter was to be obtained. Everywhere the hard-faced women came and stared into Alvina's face, asking questions. And both Ciccio and Pancrazio answered rather coldly, with some hauteur. There was evidently not too much intimacy between the people of Pescocalascio and these semi-town folk of Ossona. Alvina felt as if she were in a strange, hostile country, in the darkness of the savage little mountain town. At last they were ready. They mounted into a 2-wheeled cart. Alvina and Ciccio behind, Pancrazio and the driver in front, the luggage promiscuous. The bigger things were left for the morrow. It was icy cold, with a flashing darkness. The moon would not rise till later. And so, without any light but that of the stars, the cart went spanking and rattling downhill, down the pale road which wound down the head of the valley to the gulf of darkness below. Down in the darkness, into the darkness they rattled, wildly and without heed, the young driver making strange noises to his dim horse, cracking a whip, and asking endless questions of Pancrazio. Alvina sat close to Ciccio. He remained almost impassive. The wind was cold, the stars flashed, and they rattled down the rough, broad road under the rocks, down and down in the darkness. Ciccio sat crouching forwards, staring ahead. Alvina was aware of mountains, rocks, and stars. "I didn't know it was so wild," she said. "It is not much," he said. There was a sad, plangent note in his voice. He put his hand upon her. "You don't like it?" he said. "I think it's lovely. Wonderful," she said, dazed. He held her passionately. But she did not feel she needed protecting. It was all wonderful and amazing to her. She could not understand why he seemed upset and in a sort of despair. To her there was magnificence in the lustrous stars and the steepnesses, magic rather terrible and grand. They came down to the level valley bed and went rolling along. There was a house, and a lurid red fire burning outside against the wall, and dark figures about it. "What is that?" she said. "What are they doing?" "I don't know," said Ciccio. "Cosa fanno lì, eh?" "Ca? Fanno il buga," said the driver. "They are doing some washing," said Pancrazio, explanatory. "Washing?" said Alvina. "Boiling the clothes," said Ciccio. On the cart rattled and bumped, in the cold night, down the highway in the valley. Alvina could make out the darkness of the slopes. Overhead she saw the brilliance of Orion. She felt she was quite, quite lost. She had gone out of the world, over the border, into some place of mystery. She was lost to Woodhouse, to Lancaster, to England, all lost. They passed through a darkness of woods, with a swift sound of cold water. And then suddenly the cart pulled up. Some one came out of a lighted doorway in the darkness. "We must get down here. The cart doesn't go any further," said Pancrazio. "Are we there?" said Alvina. "No, it is about a mile, but we must leave the cart." Ciccio asked questions in Italian. Alvina climbed down. "Good evening. Are you cold?" came a loud, raucous, American-Italian female voice. It was another relation of Ciccio's. Alvina stared and looked at the handsome, sinister, raucous-voiced young woman who stood in the light of the doorway. "Rather cold," she said. "Come in, and warm yourself," said the young woman. "My sister's husband lives here," explained Pancrazio. Alvina went through the doorway into the room. It was a sort of inn. On the earthen floor glowed a great round pan of charcoal, which looked like a flat pool of fire. Men in hats and cloaks sat at a table playing cards by the light of a small lamp. A man was pouring wine. The room seemed like a cave. "Warm yourself," said the young woman, pointing to the flat disk of fire on the floor. She put a chair up to it, and Alvina sat down. The men in the room stared, but went on noisily with their cards. Ciccio came in with luggage. Men got up and greeted him effusively, watching Alvina between whiles as if she was some alien creature. Words of American sounded among the Italian dialect. There seemed to be a confab of some sort, aside. Ciccio came and said to her, "They want to know if we will stay the night here." "I would rather go on home," she said. He averted his face at the word home. "You see," said Pancrazio, "I think you might be more comfortable here than in my poor house. You see, I have no woman to care for it." Alvina glanced round the cave of a room, at the rough fellows in their black hats. She was thinking how she would be more comfortable here. "I would rather go on," she said. "Then we will get the donkey," said Pancrazio, stoically, and Alvina followed him out onto the high road. From a shed issued a smallish, brigand-looking fellow carrying a lantern. He had his cloak over his nose, and his hat over his eyes. His legs were bundled with white rag, crossed and crossed with hide straps, and he was shod in silent skin sandals. "This is my brother Giovanni," said Pancrazio. "He is not quite sensible." Then he broke into a loud flood of dialect. Giovanni touched his hat to Alvina, and gave the lantern to Pancrazio. Then he disappeared, returning in a few moments with the ass. Ciccio came out with the baggage, and by the light of the lantern the things were slung on either side of the ass, in a rather precarious heap. Pancrazio tested the rope again. "There! Go on, and I shall come in a minute." "Ai, ai, ai!" cried Giovanni at the ass, striking the flank of the beast. Then he took the leading rope and led up on the dark highway, stalking with his dingy white legs under his muffled cloak, leading the ass. Alvina noticed the shuffle of his skin-sandalled feet, the quiet step of the ass. She walked with Ciccio near the side of the road. He carried the lantern. The ass with its load plodded a few steps ahead. There were trees on the roadside, and a small channel of invisible but noisy water. Big rocks jutted sometimes. It was freezing. The mountain high-road was congealed. High stars flashed overhead. "How strange it is," said Alvina to Ciccio. "Are you glad you've come home?" "It isn't my home," he replied, as if the word fretted him. "Yes, I'd like to see it again, but it isn't a place for young people to live in. You will see how you like it." She wondered at his uneasiness. It was the same in Pancrazio. The latter now came running to catch them up. "I think you will be tired," he said. "You ought to have stayed at my relation's house down there." "No, I'm not tired," said Alvina. "But I'm hungry." "Well, we shall eat something when we come to my house." They plodded in the darkness of the valley high-road. Pancrazio took the lantern and went to examine the load, hitching the ropes. A great flat loaf fell out and rolled away, and smack came a little valise. Pancrazio broke into a flood of dialect to Giovanni, handing him the lantern. Ciccio picked up the bread and put it under his arm. "Break me a little piece," said Alvina. And in the darkness they both chewed bread. After a while Pancrazio halted with the ass just ahead, and took the lantern from Giovanni. "We must leave the road here," he said. And with the lantern he carefully, courteously showed Alvina a small track descending in the side of the bank, between bushes. Alvina ventured down the steep descent, Pancrazio following, showing a light. In the rear was Giovanni, making noises at the ass. They all picked their way down into the great white bouldered bed of a mountain river. It was a wide, strange bed of dry boulders, pallid under the stars. There was a sound of a rushing river, glacial sounding. The place seemed wild and desolate. In the distance was a darkness of bushes along the far shore. Pancrazio swinging the lantern, they threaded their way through the uneven boulders till they came to the river itself, not very wide, but rushing fast. A long, slender, drooping plank crossed over. Alvina crossed, rather tremulous, followed by Pancrazio with the light, and Ciccio with the bread and the valise. They could hear the click of the ass and the ejaculations of Giovanni. Pancrazio went back over the stream with the light. Alvina saw the dim ass come up, wander uneasily to the stream, plant his forelegs and sniff the water, his nose right down. "Here! Here!" cried Pancrazio, striking the beast on the flank. But it only lifted its nose and turned aside. It would not take the stream. Pancrazio seized the leading rope angrily and turned upstream. "Why were donkeys made? They are beasts without sense." His voice floated angrily across the chill darkness. Ciccio laughed. He and Alvina stood in the wide, stony river bed, in the strong starlight, watching the dim figures of the ass and the men crawl upstream with the lantern. Again the same performance, the white muzzle of the ass stooping down to sniff the water suspiciously, his hind quarters tilted up with the load. Again the angry yells and blows from Pancrazio. And the ass seemed to be taking the water. But no. After a long deliberation he drew back. Angry language sounded through the crystal air. The group with the lantern moved again upstream, becoming smaller. Alvina and Ciccio stood and watched. The lantern looked small up the distance. But there, a clocking, shouting, splashing sound. "He is going over," said Ciccio. Pancrazio came hurrying back to the plank with the lantern. "Oh, the stupid beast! I could kill him!" cried he. "Isn't he used to the water?" said Alvina. "Yes, he is. But he won't go except where he thinks he will go. You might kill him before he should go." They picked their way across the river bed, to the wild scrub and bushes of the farther side. There they waited for the ass, which came up clicking over the boulders, led by the patient Giovanni. And then they took a difficult, rocky track ascending between banks. Alvina felt the uneven scramble a great effort, but she got up. Again they waited for the ass, and then again they struck off to the right, under some trees. A house appeared dimly. "Is that it?" said Alvina. "No, it belongs to me, but that is not my house. A few steps further. Now we are on my land." They were treading a rough sort of grassland, and still climbing. It ended in a sudden little scramble between big stones, and suddenly they were on the threshold of a quite important-looking house, but it was all dark. "Oh!" exclaimed Pancrazio. "They have done nothing that I told them." He made queer noises of exasperation. "What?" said Alvina. "Neither made a fire, nor anything. Wait a minute." The ass came up. Ciccio, Alvina, Giovanni and the ass waited in the frosty starlight under the wild house. Pancrazio disappeared round the back. Ciccio talked to Giovanni. He seemed uneasy, as if he felt depressed. Pancrazio returned with the lantern, and opened the big door. Alvina followed him into a stone-floored, wide passage, where stood farm implements, where a little of straw and beans lay in a corner, and whence rose bare wooden stairs. So much she saw in the glimpse of lantern light, as Pancrazio pulled the string and entered the kitchen. A dim-walled room with a vaulted roof, and a great, dark, open hearth, fireless. A bare room, with a little rough dark furniture, an unswept stone floor, iron-barred windows, rather small, in the deep thickness of the wall, one half shut with a drab shutter. It was rather like a room on the stage, gloomy, not meant to be lived in. "I will make a light," said Pancrazio, taking a lamp from the mantelpiece and proceeding to wind it up. Ciccio stood behind Alvina, silent. He had put down the bread and valise on a wooden chest. She turned to him. "It's a beautiful room," she said. Which, with its high, vaulted roof, its dirty whitewash, its great black chimney, it really was. But Ciccio did not understand. He smiled gloomily. The lamp was lighted. Alvina looked round in wonder. "Now I will make a fire. You, Ciccio, will help Giovanni with the donkey," said Pancrazio, scuttling with the lantern. Alvina looked at the room. There was a wooden settle in front of the hearth, stretching its back to the room. There was a little table under a square recessed window, on whose sloping ledge were newspapers, scattered letters, nails and a hammer. On the table were dried beans and 2 maize cobs. In a corner were shelves, with 2 chipped enamel plates and a small table underneath, on which stood a bucket of water with a dipper. Then there was a wooden chest, 2 little chairs and a litter of faggots, cane, vine twigs, bare maize hubs, oak twigs filling the corner by the hearth. Pancrazio came scrambling in with fresh faggots. "They have not done what I told them, the tiresome people," he said. "I told them to make a fire and prepare the house. You will be uncomfortable in my poor home. I have no woman, nothing. Everything is wrong." He broke the pieces of cane and kindled them in the hearth. Soon there was a good blaze. Ciccio came in with the bags and the food. "I had better go upstairs and take my things off," said Alvina. "I'm so hungry." "You had better keep your coat on," said Pancrazio. "The room is cold," which it was, ice cold. She shuddered a little. She took off her hat and fur. "Shall we fry some meat?" said Pancrazio. He took a frying pan, found lard in the wooden chest (it was the food chest), and proceeded to fry pieces of meat in a frying pan over the fire. Alvina wanted to lay the table, but there was no cloth. "Will you sit here as I do, to eat?" said Pancrazio. He produced 2 enamel plates and 1 soup plate, 3 penny iron forks and 2 old knives, and a little grey, coarse salt in a wooden bowl. These he placed on the seat of the settle in front of the fire. Ciccio was silent. The settle was dark and greasy. Alvina feared for her clothes. But she sat with her enamel plate and her impossible fork, a piece of meat and a chunk of bread, and ate. It was difficult, but the food was good, and the fire blazed. Only there was a film of wood smoke in the room, rather smarting. Ciccio sat on the settle beside her, and ate in large mouthfuls. "I think it's fun," said Alvina. He looked at her with dark, haunted, gloomy eyes. She wondered what was the matter with him. "Don't you think it's fun?" she said, smiling. He smiled slowly. "You won't like it," he said. "Why not?" she cried, in panic lest he prophesied truly. Pancrazio scuttled in and out with the lantern. He brought wrinkled pears and green round grapes and walnuts on a white cloth, and presented them. "I think my pears are still good," he said. "You must eat them, and excuse my uncomfortable house." Giovanni came in with a big bowl of soup and a bottle of milk. There was room only for 3 on the settle before the hearth. He pushed his chair among the litter of fire kindling, and sat down. He had bright, bluish eyes and a fattish face, was a man of about 50, but had a simple, kindly, slightly imbecile face. All the men kept their hats on. The soup was from Giovanni's cottage. It was for Pancrazio and him, but there was only 1 spoon. So Pancrazio ate a dozen spoonfuls and handed the bowl to Giovanni, who protested and tried to refuse, but accepted, and ate 10 spoonfuls, then handed the bowl back to his brother with the spoon. So they finished the bowl between them. Then Pancrazio found wine, a whitish wine, not very good, for which he apologized, and he invited Alvina to coffee, which she accepted gladly. For though the fire was warm in front, behind was very cold. Pancrazio stuck a long pointed stick down the handle of a saucepan, and gave this utensil to Ciccio, to hold over the fire and scald the milk, whilst he put the tin coffee pot in the ashes. He took a long iron tube or blowpipe, which rested on 2 little feet at the far end. This he gave to Giovanni to blow the fire. Giovanni was a fire worshipper. His eyes sparkled as he took the blowing tube. He put fresh faggots behind the fire, though Pancrazio forbade him. He arranged the burning faggots, and then softly he blew a red-hot fire for the coffee. "Basta, basta," said Ciccio, but Giovanni blew on, his eyes sparkling, looking to Alvina. He was making the fire beautiful for her. There was 1 cup, 1 enamelled mug, 1 little bowl. This was the coffee service. Pancrazio noisily ground the coffee. He seemed to do everything, old, stooping as he was. At last Giovanni took his leave. The kettle which hung on the hook over the fire was boiling over. Ciccio burnt his hand lifting it off. And at last, Alvina could go to bed. Pancrazio went first with the candle, then Ciccio with the black kettle, then Alvina. The men still had their hats on. Their boots tramped noisily on the bare stairs. The bedroom was very cold. It was a fair-sized room with a concrete floor and white walls, and window door opening on a little balcony. There were two high white beds on opposite sides of the room. The washstand was a little tripod thing. The air was very cold, freezing. The stone floor was dead cold to the feet. Ciccio sat down on a chair and began to take off his boots. She went to the window. The moon had risen. There was a flood of light on dazzling white snow-tops, glimmering and marvellous in the evanescent night. She went out for a moment onto the balcony. It was a wonder world. The moon over the snow heights, the pallid valley bed away below, the river hoarse and round about her, scrubby blue dark foothills with twiggy trees. Magical it all was, but so cold. "You had better shut the door," said Ciccio. She came indoors. She was dead tired and stunned with cold, and hopelessly dirty after that journey. Ciccio had gone to bed without washing. "Why does the bed rustle?" she asked him. It was stuffed with dry maize leaves, the dry sheaths from the cobs, stuffed enormously high. He rustled like a snake among dead foliage. Alvina washed her hands. There was nothing to do with the water but throw it out of the door. Then she washed her face, thoroughly, in good hot water. What a blessed relief! She sighed as she dried herself. "It does one good," she sighed. Ciccio watched her as she quickly brushed her hair. She was almost stupefied with weariness and the cold, bruising air. Blindly she crept into the high, rustling bed. But it was made high in the middle, and it was icy cold. It shocked her almost as if she had fallen into water. She shuddered and became semi-conscious with fatigue. The blankets were heavy, heavy. She was dazed with excitement and wonder. She felt vaguely that Ciccio was miserable, and wondered why. She woke with a start an hour or so later. The moon was in the room. She did not know where she was. And she was frightened. And she was cold. A real terror took hold of her. Ciccio in his bed was quite still. Everything seemed electric with horror. She felt she would die instantly. Everything was so terrible around her. She could not move. She felt that everything around her was horrific, extinguishing her, putting her out. Her very being was threatened. In another instant she would be transfixed. Making a violent effort she sat up. The silence of Ciccio in his bed was as horrible as the rest of the night. She had a horror of him also. What would she do? Where would she flee? She was lost, lost, lost utterly. The knowledge sank into her like ice. Then deliberately she got out of bed and went across to him. He was horrible and frightening, but he was warm. She felt his power and his warmth invade her and extinguish her. The mad and desperate passion that was in him sent her completely unconscious again. Completely unconscious. End of Chapter 14. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 15 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The place called Califano. There is no mistake about it. Alvina was a lost girl. She was cut off from everything she belonged to. Ovid, isolated in Thrace, might well lament. The soul itself needs its own mysterious nourishment. This nourishment lacking, nothing is well. At Pescocalascio, it was the mysterious influence of the mountains and valleys themselves which seemed always to be annihilating the English woman. Nay, not only her, but the very natives themselves. Ciccio and Pancrazio clung to her essentially, as if she saved them also from extinction. It needed all her courage. Truly, she had to support the souls of the two men. At first she did not realize. She was only stunned with the strangeness of it all. Startled, half enraptured with the terrific beauty of the place, half horrified by its savage annihilation of her. But she was stunned. The days went by. It seems there are places which resist us. which have the power to overthrow our psychic being. It seems as if every country has its potent negative centres, localities which savagely and triumphantly refuse our living culture. And Alvina had struck one of them, here on the edge of the Abruzzi. She was not in the village of Pescocalascio itself. That was a long hour's walk away. Pancrazio's house was the chief of a tiny hamlet of 3 houses, called Califano, because the Califanos had made it. There was the ancient, savage hole of a house, quite windowless, where Pancrazio and Cicio's mother had been born, the family home. Then there was Pancrazio's villa. And then, a little below, another newish, modern house in a sort of wild meadow, inhabited by the peasants who worked the land. 10 minutes' walk away was another cluster of 7 or 8 houses, where Giovanni lived. But there was no shop, no post nearer than Pescocalascio, an hour's heavy road up deep and rocky, wearying tracks. And yet, what could be more lovely than the sunny days, pure, hot, blue days among the mountain foothills? Irregular, steep little hills, half wild with twiggy brown oak trees, and marshes and broom heaths, half cultivated in a wild, scattered fashion. Lovely, in the lost hollows beyond a marsh, to see Ciccio slowly ploughing with 2 great white oxen. Lovely to go with Pancrazio down to the wild scrub that bordered the river bed, then over the white bouldered, massive desert, and across stream to the other scrubby savage shore, and so up to the high road. Pancrazio was very happy if Alvina would accompany him. He liked it that she was not afraid, and her sense of the beauty of the place was an infinite relief to him. Nothing could have been more marvellous than the winter twilight. Sometimes Alvina and Pancrazio were late returning with the ass, and then gingerly the ass would step down the steep banks, already beginning to freeze when the sun went down, and again he would baulk the stream, while a violet-blue dusk descended on the white, wide stream bed, and the scrub and lower hills became dark and in heaven. Oh, almost unbearably lovely, the snow of the near mountains was burning rose against the dark blue heavens. How unspeakably lovely it was, no one could ever tell. The grand, pagan twilight of the valleys, savage, cold, with a sense of ancient gods who knew the right for human sacrifice. It stole away the soul of Alvina. She felt transfigured in it, clairvoyant in another mystery of life. A savage hardness came in her heart. The gods who had demanded human sacrifice were quite right, immutably right. The fierce, savage gods who dipped their lips in blood, these were the true gods. The terror, the agony, the nostalgia of the heathen past was a constant torture to her mediumistic soul. She did not know what it was, but it was a kind of neuralgia in the very soul, never to be located in the human body, and yet physical. Coming over the brow of a heathy, rocky hillock, and seeing Ciccio beyond leaning deep over the plough in his white shirt-sleeves, following the slow, waving, moth-pale oxen across a small track of land turned up in the heathen hollow, her soul would go all faint. She would almost swoon with realization of the world that had gone before. And Ciccio was so silent, there seemed so much dumb magic and anguish in him, as if he were for ever afraid of himself and the thing he was. He seemed, in his silence, to concentrate upon her so terribly. She believed she would not live. Sometimes she would go gathering acorns, large, fine acorns, a precious crop in that land where the fat pig was almost an object of veneration. Silently she would crouch, filling the pannier, and far off she would hear the sound of Giovanni chopping wood, of Ciccio calling to the oxen, or Pancrazio making noises to the ass, or the sound of a peasant's mattock. Over all the constant speech of the passing river, and the real breathing presence of the upper snows. And a wild, terrible happiness would take hold of her, beyond despair, but very like despair. No one would ever find her. She had gone beyond the world, into the pre-world. She had reopened on the old eternity. And then Maria, the little elvish old wife of Giovanni, would come up with the cows. One cow she held by a rope round its horns, and she hauled it from the patches of young corn into the rough grass, from the little plantation of trees in among the heath. Maria wore the full pleated, white-sleeved dress of the peasants, and a red kerchief on her head. But her dress was dirty, and her face was dirty, and the big gold rings of her ears hung from ears which perhaps had never been washed. She was rather smoke-dried, too, from perpetual wood smoke. Maria, in her red kerchief, hauling the white cow, and screaming at it, would come laughing towards Alvina, who was rather afraid of cows. And then, screaming high in dialect, Maria would talk to her. Alvina smiled and tried to understand. Impossible. It was not strictly a human speech. It was rather like the crying of half-articulate animals. It certainly was not Italian. And yet Alvina, by dint of constant hearing, began to pick up the coagulated phrases. She liked Maria. She liked them all. They were all very kind to her, as far as they knew. But they did not know. And they were kind with each other. For they all seemed lost, like lost, forlorn aborigines, and they treated Alvina as if she were a higher being. They loved her that she would strip maize cobs or pick acorns. But they were all anxious to serve her, and it seemed as if they needed some one to serve. It seemed as if Alvina, the Englishwoman, had a certain magic glamour for them, and as long as she was happy, it was a supreme joy and relief to them to have her there. But it seemed to her she would not live. And when she was unhappy, the dreadful days of cold rain mingled with sleet, when the world outside was more than impossible, and the house inside was a horror. The natives kept themselves alive by going about constantly working, dumb and elemental. But what was Alvina to do? For the house was unspeakable. The only two habitable rooms were the kitchen and Alvina's bedroom, and the kitchen, with its little grated windows high up in the wall, one of which had a broken pane and must keep one half of its shutters closed, was like a dark cavern, vaulted and bitter with wood smoke. Seated on the settle before the fire, the hard greasy settle, Alvina could indeed keep the fire going with faggots of green oak. But the smoke hurt her chest, she was not clean for one moment, and she could do nothing else. The bedroom again was just impossibly cold, and there was no other place. And from far away came the wild braying of an ass, primeval and desperate in the snow. The house was quite large, but uninhabitable. Downstairs, on the left of the wide passage where the ass occasionally stood out of the weather, and where the chickens wandered in search of treasure, was a big, long apartment, where Pancrazio kept implements and tools, and potatoes and pumpkins, and where 4 or 5 rabbits hopped unexpectedly out of the shadows. Opposite this, on the right, was the cantina, a dark place with wine barrels and more agricultural stores. This was the whole of the downstairs. Going upstairs, half-way up, at the turn of the stairs was the opening of a sort of barn, a great wire netting behind, which showed a glow of orange maize cobs and some wheat. Upstairs were 4 rooms, but Alvina's room alone was furnished. Pancrazio slept in the unfurnished bedroom opposite, on a pile of old clothes. Beyond was a room with litter in it, a chest of drawers, and rubbish of old books and photographs Pancrazio had brought from England. There was a battered photograph of Lord Leighton, among others. The 4th room, approached through the corn chamber, was always locked. Outside was just as hopeless. There had been a little garden within the stone enclosure, but fowls, geese, and the ass had made an end of this. Fowl droppings were everywhere, indoors and out. The ass left his pile of droppings to steam in the winter air on the threshold, while his heart-rending bray rent the air. Roads there were none, only deep tracks, like profound ruts with rocks in them, in the hollows, and rocky grooved tracks over the brows. The hollow grooves were full of mud and water, and one struggled slipperily from rock to rock, or along narrow grass ledges. What was to be done, then, on mornings that were dark with sleet? Pancrazio would bring a kettle of hot water at about 8:30, for had he not travelled Europe with English gentlemen, as a sort of model valet? Had he not loved his English gentleman? Even now he was infinitely happier performing these little attentions for Alvina than attending to his wretched domains. Ciccio rose early, and went about in the haphazard, useless way of Italians all day long, getting nothing done. Alvina came out of the icy bedroom to the black kitchen. Pancrazio would be gallantly heating milk for her, at the end of a long stick. So she would sit on the settle and drink her coffee and milk, into which she dipped her dry bread. Then the day was before her. She washed her cup and her enamelled plate, and she tried to clean the kitchen. But Pancrazio had on the fire a great black pot, dangling from the chain. He was boiling food for the eternal pig, the only creature for which any cooking was done. Ciccio was tramping in with faggots. Pancrazio went in and out, back and forth from his pot. Alvina stroked her brow, and decided on a method. Once she was rid of Pancrazio, she would wash every cup and plate and utensil in boiling water. Well, at last Pancrazio went off with his great black pan, and she set to. But there were not 6 pieces of crockery in the house, and not more than 6 cooking utensils. These were soon scrubbed. Then she scrubbed the 2 little tables and the shelves. She lined the food chest with clean paper. She washed the high window ledges and the narrow mantelpiece, that had large mounds of dusty candle wax in deposits. Then she tackled the settle. She scrubbed it also. Then she looked at the floor, and even she, English housewife as she was, realised the futility of trying to wash it. As well try to wash the earth itself outside. It was just a piece of stone-laid earth. She swept it as well as she could, and made a little order in the faggot heap in the corner. Then she washed the little, high-up windows to try and let in light. And what was the difference? A dank, wet, soapy smell, and not much more. Maria had kept scuffling admiringly in and out, crying her wonderment and approval. She had most ostentatiously chased out an obtrusive hen from this temple of cleanliness, and that was all. It was hopeless. The same black walls, the same floor, the same cold from behind, the same green oak wood smoke, the same bucket of water from the well, the same come and go of aimless busy men, the same cackle of wet hens, the same hopeless nothingness. Alvina stood up against it for a time, and then she caught a bad cold, and was wretched. Probably it was the wood smoke, but her chest was raw, she felt weak and miserable. She could not sit in her bedroom, for it was too cold. If she sat in the darkness of the kitchen she was hurt with smoke, and perpetually cold behind her neck. And Pancrazio rather resented the amount of faggots consumed for nothing. The only hope would have been in work, but there was nothing in that house to be done. How could she even sew? She was to prepare the midday and evening meals, but with no pots, and over a smoking wood fire, what could she prepare? Black and greasy, she boiled potatoes and fried meat in lard, in a long-handled frying pan. Then Pancrazio decreed that Maria should prepare macaroni with the tomato sauce, and thick vegetable soup, and sometimes polenta. The coarse, heavy food was wearying beyond words. Alvina began to feel she would die, in the awful comfortless meaningless of it all. True, sunny days returned and some magic, but she was weak and feverish with her cold, which would not get better. So that even in the sunshine, the crude comfortlessness and inferior savagery of the place only repelled her. The others were depressed when she was unhappy. "Do you wish you were back in England?" Ciccio asked her, with a little sardonic bitterness in his voice. She looked at him without answering. He ducked and went away. "We will make a fireplace in the other bedroom," said Pancrazio. No sooner said than done. Ciccio persuaded Alvina to stay in bed a few days. She was thankful to take refuge. Then she heard a rare come and go. Pancrazio, Ciccio, Giovanni, Maria, and the mason all set about the fireplace. Up and down stairs they went, Maria carrying stone and lime on her head, and swerving in Alvina's doorway with her burden perched aloft to shout a few unintelligible words. In the intervals of lime carrying she brought the invalid her soup or her coffee or her hot milk. It turned out quite a good job, A pleasant room with 2 windows, that would have all the sun in the afternoon, and would see the mountains on one hand, the far-off village perched up on the other. When she was well enough they set off one early Monday morning to the market in Ossona. They left the house by starlight, but dawn was coming by the time they reached the river. At the high road Pancrazio harnessed the ass, and after endless delay they jogged off to Ossona. The dawning mountains were wonderful, dim green and mauve and rose. The ground rang with frost. Along the roads many peasants were trooping to market, women in their best dresses, some of thick heavy silk with the white full-sleeved bodices, dresses green, lavender, dark red, with gay kerchiefs on the head, men muffled in cloaks, treading silently in their pointed skin sandals, asses with loads, carts full of peasants, a belated cow. The market was lovely, there in the crown of the pass, in the old town, on the frosty sunny morning. Bulls, cows, sheep, pigs, goats stood and lay about under the bare little trees on the platform high over the valley. Some one had kindled a great fire of brushwood, and men crowded round, out of the blue frost. From laden asses vegetables were unloaded, from little carts all kinds of things, boots, pots, tinware, hats, sweet things, and heaps of corn and beans and seeds. By 8 o'clock in the December morning the market was in full swing. A great crowd of handsome mountain people, all peasants, nearly all in costume, with different head-dresses. Ciccio and Pancrazio and Alvina went quietly about. They bought pots and pans and vegetables and sweet things and thick rush matting, and 2 wooden armchairs, and 1 old soft armchair, going quietly and bargaining modestly among the crowd, as Anglicised Italians do. The sun came on to the market at about 9 o'clock, and then, from the terrace of the town gate, Alvina looked down on the wonderful sight of all the coloured dresses of the peasant women, the black hats of the men, the heaps of goods, the squealing pigs, the pale lovely cattle, the many tethered asses, and she wondered if she would die before she became one with it altogether. It was impossible for her to become one with it altogether. Ciccio would have to take her to England again, or to America. He was always hinting at America. But then Italy might enter the war. Even here it was the great theme of conversation. She looked down on the seethe of the market. The sun was warm on her. Ciccio and Pancrazio were bargaining for 2 cowskin rugs. She saw Ciccio standing with his head rather forward. Her husband! She felt her heart die away within her. All those other peasant women, did they feel as she did, the same sort of acquiescent passion, the same lapse of life? She believed they did. The same helpless passion for the man, the same remoteness from the world's actuality. Probably, under all their tension of money and money-grubbing and vindictive mountain morality, and rather horrible religion, probably they felt the same. She was one with them. But she could never endure it for a lifetime. It was only a test on her. Ciccio must take her to America, or England. To America preferably. And even as he turned to look for her, she felt a strange thrilling in her bowels, a sort of trill strangely within her, yet extraneous to her. She caught her hand to her flank, and Ciccio was looking up for her from the market beneath, searching with that quick, hasty look. He caught sight of her. She seemed to glow with a delicate light for him, there beyond all the women. He came straight towards her, smiling his slow, enigmatic smile. He could not bear it if he lost her. She knew how he loved her, almost inhumanly, elementally, without communication. And she stood with her hand to her side, her face frightened. She hardly noticed him. It seemed to her she was with child. And yet in the whole market-place she was aware of nothing but him. "We have bought the skins," he said. 27 lire each." She looked at him, his dark skin, his golden eyes, so near to her, so unified with her, yet so incommunicably remote. How far off was his being from hers! "I believe I'm going to have a child," she said. "Eh?" he ejaculated quickly. But he had understood. His eyes shone weirdly on her. She felt the strange terror and loveliness of his passion, and she wished she could lie down there by that town gate in the sun and swoon for ever, unconscious. Living was almost too great a demand on her. His yellow, luminous eyes watched her and enveloped her. There was nothing for her but to yield, yield, yield. And yet she could not sink to earth. She saw Pancrazio carrying the skins to the little cart, which was tilted up under a small, pale-stemmed tree on the platform above the valley. Then she saw him making his way quickly back through the crowd to rejoin them. "Did you feel something?" said Ciccio. "Yes, here," she said, pressing her hand on her side, as the sensation trilled once more upon her consciousness. She looked at him with remote, frightened eyes. "That's good," he said, his eyes full of a triumphant, incommunicable meaning. "Well, and now," said Pancrazio, coming up, "shall we go and eat something?" They jogged home in the little flat cart in the wintry afternoon. It was almost night before they had got the ass untackled from the shafts, at the wild, lonely house where Pancrazio left the cart. Giovanni was there with the lantern. Ciccio went on ahead with Alvina, whilst the others stood to load up the ass by the highway. Ciccio watched Alvina carefully. When they were over the river, and among the dark scrub, he took her in his arms and kissed her with long, terrible passion. She saw the snow ridges flare with evening beyond his cheek. They had glowed dawn as she crossed the river, outwards. They were white fiery now, in the dusk sky, as she returned. What strange valley of shadow was she threading? What was the terrible man's passion that haunted her like a dark angel? Why was she so much beyond herself? End of Chapter 15. Read by Tony Foster. Chapter 16 of The Lost Girl by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Suspense. Christmas was at hand. There was a heap of maize cobs still unstripped. Alvina sat with Ciccio stripping them in the corn place. "Will you be able to stop here till the baby is born?" he asked her. She watched the films of the leaves come off from the burning gold maize cob under his fingers, the long ruddy cone of fruition. The heap of maize on one side burned like hot sunshine. She felt it really gave off warmth, it glowed, it burned. On the other side the filmy, crackly, sere sheaths were also faintly sunny. Again and again the long, red gold full ear of corn came clear in his hands, and was put gently aside. He looked up at her, with his yellow eyes. "Yes, I think so," she said. "Will you?" "Yes, if they let me. I should like it to be born here." "Would you like to bring up a child here?" she asked. "You wouldn't be happy here so long," he said sadly. "Would you?" He slowly shook his head, indefinite. She was settling down. She had her room upstairs, her cups and plates and spoons, her own things. Pancrazio had gone back to his old habit. He went across and ate with Giovanni and Maria. Ciccio and Alvina had their meals in their pleasant room upstairs. They were happy alone. Only sometimes the terrible influence of the place preyed on her. However, she had a clean room of her own, where she could sew and read. She had written to the matron and Mrs. Tuke, and Mrs. Tuke had sent books. Also she helped Ciccio when she could, and Maria was teaching her to spin the white sheep's wool into coarse thread. This morning Pancrazio and Giovanni had gone off somewhere. Alvina and Ciccio were alone on the place, stripping the last maize. Suddenly, in the grey morning air, a wild music burst out, the drone of a bagpipe, and a man's high voice, half singing, half yelling a brief verse, at the end of which a wild flourish on some other reedy wood instrument. Alvina sat still in surprise. It was a strange, high, rapid, yelling music, the very voice of the mountains. Beautiful, in our musical sense of the word, it was not. But oh, the magic, the nostalgia of the untamed, heathen past which it evoked!
"It is for Christmas," said Ciccio. "They will come every day now." Alvina rose and went round to the little balcony. 2 men stood below, amid the crumbling of finely falling snow. One, the elder, had a bagpipe, whose bag was patched with shirting. The younger was dressed in greenish clothes. He had his face lifted, and was yelling the verses of the unintelligible Christmas ballad, short, rapid verses, followed by a brilliant flourish on a short wooden pipe he held ready in his hand. Alvina felt he was going to be out of breath. But no, rapid and high came the next verse after verse, with the wild scream on the little new pipe in between, over the roar of the bagpipe. And the crumbs of snow were like a speckled veil, faintly drifting the atmosphere, and powdering the littered threshold where they stood, a threshold littered with faggots, leaves, straw, fowls and geese, and ass droppings, and rag thrown out from the house, and pieces of paper. The carol suddenly ended. The young man snatched off his hat to Alvina, who stood above, and in the same breath he was gone, followed by the bagpipe. Alvina saw them dropping hurriedly down the incline between the twiggy wild oaks. "They will come every day now till Christmas," said Ciccio. "They go to every house." And sure enough, when Alvina went down, in the cold silent house, and out to the well in the still crumbling snow, she heard the sound far off, strange, yelling, wonderful. And the same ache for she knew not what overcame her, so that she felt one might go mad, there in the veiled silence of these mountains, in the great hilly valley cut off from the world. Ciccio worked all day on the land or round about. He was building a little earth closet also. The obvious and unscreened place outside was impossible. It was curious how little he went to Pescocalascio, how little he mixed with the natives. He seemed always to withhold something from them. Only with his relatives, of whom he had many, he was more free, in a kind of family intimacy. Yet even here he was guarded. His uncle at the mill, an unwashed, fat man with a wife who tinkled with gold and grime, and who shouted a few lost words of American, insisted on giving Alvina wine, and a sort of cake, made with cheese and rice. Ciccio too was feasted, in the dark hole of a room, and the 2 natives seemed to press their cheer on Alvina and Ciccio wholeheartedly. "How nice they are," said Alvina, when she had left. "They give so freely." But Ciccio smiled a wry smile, silent. "Why do you make a face?" she said. "It's because you are a foreigner, and they think you will go away again," he said. "But I should have thought that would make them less generous," she said. "No, they like to give to foreigners. They don't like to give to the people here. Giacomo puts water in the wine which he sells to the people who go by. And if I leave the donkey in her shed, I give Martha Maria something, or the next time she won't let me have it. Ha! They are sly ones, the people here." "They are like that everywhere," said Alvina. "Yes, but nowhere they say so many bad things about people as here. Nowhere where I have ever been." It was strange to Alvina to feel the deep bedrock distrust which all the hill peasants seemed to have of one another. They were watchful, venomous, dangerous. "Ah," said Pancrazio, "I am glad there is a woman in my house once more." "But did nobody come in and do for you before?" asked Alvina. "Why didn't you pay somebody?" "Nobody will come," said Pancrazio, in his slow, aristocratic English. "Nobody will come, because I am a man, and if somebody should see her at my house, they will all talk." "Talk!" Alvina looked at the deeply lined man of 66. "But what will they say?" "Many bad things. Many bad things indeed. They are not good people here. All saying bad things, and all jealous. They don't like me because I have a house. They think I am too much a signore. They say to me, 'Why do you think you are a signore?' Oh, they are bad people. Envious. You cannot have anything to do with them." "They're nice to me," said Alvina. "They think you will go away. But if you stay, they will say bad things. You must wait. Oh, they are evil people. Evil against one another. Against everybody but strangers who don't know them." Alvina felt the curious passion in Pancrazio's voice.
the passion of a man who has lived for many years in England, and known the social confidence of England, and who, coming back, is deeply injured by the ancient malevolence of the remote, somewhat gloomy hill peasantry. She understood also why he was so glad to have her in his house, so proud, why he loved serving her. She seemed to see a fairness, a luminousness in the northern soul, something free, touched with divinity such as these people here lacked entirely. When she went to Ossona with him, she knew everybody questioned him about her and Ciccio. She began to get the drift of the questions, which Pancrazio answered with reserve. "And how long are they staying?" This was an invariable, envious question, and invariably Pancrazio answered with a reserved, "Some months, as long as they like." And Alvina could feel waves of black envy go out against Pancrazio, because she was domiciled with him, and because she sat with him in the flat cart, driving to Ossona. Yet Pancrazio himself was a study. He was thin and very shabby and rather out of shape. Only in his yellow eyes lurked a strange sardonic fire and a leer which puzzled her. When Ciccio happened to be out in the evening, he would sit with her and tell her stories of Lord Leighton and Millais and Alma Tadema, and other academicians, dead and living. There would sometimes be a strange passivity on his worn face, an impassive, almost Red Indian look. And then again he would stir into a curious, arch, malevolent laugh, for all the world like a debauched old tom-cat. His narration was like this, either simple, bare, stoical, with a touch of nobility, or else satiric, malicious, with a strange, rather repellent jeering. "Leighton, he wasn't Lord Leighton then, he wouldn't have me to sit for him, because my figure was too poor, he didn't like it. He liked fair young men with plenty of flesh. But once, when he was doing a picture, I don't know if you know it, it is a crucifixion, with a man on a cross and—" He described the picture. "No, well, the model had to be tied up hanging on to a wooden cross. And it made you suffer. Ah!" Here the odd, arch, diabolic yellow flare lit up through the stoicism of Pancrazio's eyes. "Because Leighton, he was cruel to his model. He wouldn't let you rest. 'Damn you, you've got to keep still till I've finished with you, you devil,' so he said. Well, for this man on the cross, he couldn't get a model who would do it for him. They all tried it once, but they would not go again. So they said to him, he must try Califano, because Califano was the only man who would stand it. At last then he sent for me. 'I don't like your damned figure, Califano,' he said to me, 'but nobody will do this if you won't. Now will you do it?' 'Yes,' I said, 'I will.' So he tied me up on the cross, and he paid me well, so I stood it. Well, he kept me tied up, hanging, you know, forwards, naked on this cross, for 4 hours. And then it was luncheon. And after luncheon he would tie me again. Well, I suffered. I suffered so much that I must lean against the wall to support me, to walk home. And in the night I could not sleep. I could cry with the pains in my arms and my ribs. I had no sleep. 'You've said you'd do it, so now you must,' he said to me. 'And I will do it,' I said. And so he tied me up. This cross, you know, was on a little raised place. I don't know what you call it." "A platform?" suggested Alvina. "A platform. Now one day when he came to do something to me, when I was tied up, he slipped back over this platform, and he pulled me, who was tied on the cross, with him. So we all fell down, he with the naked man on top of him, and the heavy cross on top of us both. I could not move, because I was tied. And it was so, with me on top of him, and the heavy cross, that he could not get out. So he had to lie, shouting underneath me, until someone came to the studio to untie me. No, we were not hurt, because the top of the cross fell, so that it did not crush us. 'Now you have had a taste of the cross,' I said to him. 'Yes, you devil, but I shan't let you off,' he said to me. To make the time go he would ask me questions. Once he said, 'Now, Califano, what time is it? I give you 3 guesses, and if you guess right once, I give you 6pence. So I guessed 3 o'clock. That's 1. Now then, what time is it? Again, 3 o'clock. That's 2 guesses gone, you silly devil. Now then, what time is it?
So now I was obstinate, and I said 3 o'clock. He took out his watch. Why, damn you, how did you know? I give you a shilling. It was 3 o'clock, as I said, so he gave me a shilling instead of a sixpence, as he had said. It was strange, in the silent winter afternoon, downstairs in the black kitchen, to sit drinking a cup of tea with Pancrazio, and hearing these stories of English painters. It was strange to look at the battered figure of Pancrazio, and think how much he had been crucified through the long years in London, for the sake of late Victorian art. It was strangest of all to see through his yellow, often dull, red-rimmed eyes, these blithe and well-conditioned painters. Pancrazio looked on them admiringly and contemptuously, as an old rakish tom-cat might look on such frivolous, well-groomed young gentlemen. As a matter of fact, Pancrazio had never been rakish or debauched, but mountain moral, timid, so that the queer, half-sinister drop of his eyelids was curious, and the strange, wicked yellow flare that came into his eyes was almost frightening. There was in the man a sort of sulphur-yellow flame of passion, which would light up in his battered body, and give him an almost diabolical look. Alvina felt that if she were left much alone with him, she would need all her English ascendancy not to be afraid of him. It was a Sunday morning, just before Christmas, when Alvina and Ciccio and Pancrazio set off for Pescocalascio for the first time. Snow had fallen, not much round the house, but deep between the banks as they climbed, and the sun was very bright, so that the mountains were dazzling. The snow was wet on the roads. They wound between oak trees and under the broom scrub, climbing over the jumbled hills that lay between the mountains, until the village came near. They got on to a broader track, where the path from a distant village joined theirs. They were all talking, in the bright clear air of the morning. A little man came down an upper path. As he joined them near the village, he hailed them in English. "Good morning! Nice morning!" "Does everybody speak English here?" asked Alvina. "I have been 18 years in Glasgow. I am only here for a trip." He was a little Italian shopkeeper from Glasgow. He was most friendly, insisted on paying for drinks, and coffee, and almond biscuits for Alvina. Evidently he also was grateful to Britain. The village was wonderful. It occupied the crown of an eminence in the midst of the wide valley. From the terrace of the high road the valley spread below, with all its jumble of hills, and 2 rivers set in the walls of the mountains, a wide space, but imprisoned. It glistened with snow under the blue sky, but the lowest hollows were brown. In the distance a Sona hung at the edge of a platform. Many villages clung like pale swarms of birds to the far slopes, or perched on the hills beneath. It was a world within a world, a valley of many hills and townlets and streams shut in beyond access. Pescocalascio itself was crowded. The roads were sloppy with snow, but none the less peasants in full dress, their feet soaked in the skin sandals, were trooping in the sun, purchasing, selling, bargaining for cloth, talking all the time. In the shop, which was also a sort of inn, an ancient woman was making coffee over a charcoal brazier, while a crowd of peasants sat at the tables at the back, eating the food they had brought. Post was due at midday. Ciccio went to fetch it, whilst Pancrazio took Alvina to the summit, to the castle. There, in the level region, boys were snowballing and shouting. The ancient castle, badly cracked by the last earthquake, looked wonderfully down on the valley of many hills beneath, Califano a speck down the left, Ossona a blot to the right, suspended, its towers and its castle clear in the light. Behind the castle of Pescocalascio was a deep, steep valley, almost a gorge, at the bottom of which a river ran, and where Pancrazio pointed out the electricity works of the village, deep in the gloom. Above this gorge, at the end, rose the long slopes of the mountains, up to the vivid snow, and across again was the wall of the Abruzzi. They went down, past the ruined houses broken by the earthquake. Ciccio still had not come with the post. A crowd surged at the post office door, in a steep, black, wet side street. Alvina's feet were sodden. Pancrazio took her to the place where she could drink coffee and a strega to make her warm. On the platform of the highway, above the valley, people were parading in the hot sun.
Alvina noticed some ultra-smart young men. They came up to Pancrazio, speaking English. Alvina hated their Cockney accent and florid, showy, vulgar presence. They were more models. Pancrazio was cool with them. Alvina sat apart from the crowd of peasants, on a chair the old crone had ostentatiously dusted for her. Pancrazio ordered beer for himself. Ciccio came with letters, long-delayed letters that had been censored. Alvina's heart went down. The first she opened was from Miss Pinnegar, all war and fear and anxiety. The second was a letter, a real insulting letter from Dr. Mitchell. "I little thought at the time when I was hoping to make you my wife, that you were carrying on with a dirty Italian organ grinder. So your fair-seeming face covered the schemes and vice of your true nature. Well, I can only thank Providence which spared me the disgust and shame of marrying you, and I hope that when I meet you on the streets of Leicester Square I shall have forgiven you sufficiently to be able to throw you a coin." Here was a pretty little epistle. In spite of herself, she went pale and trembled. She glanced at Ciccio. Fortunately he was turning round talking to another man. She rose and went to the ruddy brazier, as if to warm her hands. She threw on the screwed-up letter. The old crone said something unintelligible to her. She watched the letter catch fire, glanced at the peasants at the table, and out at the wide, wild valley. The world beyond could not help, but it still had the power to injure one here. She felt she had received a bitter blow. A black hatred for the Mitchells of this world filled her. She could hardly bear to open the third letter. It was from Mrs. Tuke, and again all war. Would Italy join the Allies? She ought to, her every interest lay that way. Could Alvina bear to be so far off, when such terrible events were happening near home? Could she possibly be happy? Nurses were so valuable now. She, Mrs. Tuke, had volunteered. She would do whatever she could. She had had to leave off nursing Jennifer, who had an excellent Scotch nurse, much better than a mother. Well, Alvina and Mrs. Tuke might yet meet in some hospital in France. So the letter ended. Alvina sat down, pale and trembling. Pancrazio was watching her curiously. "Have you bad news?" he asked. "Only the war." "Ah!" and the Italian gesture of half-bitter, "What can one do?" They were talking war, all talking war. The dandy young models had left England because of the war, expecting Italy to come in. And everybody talked, talked, talked. Alvina looked round her. It all seemed alien to her, bruising upon the spirit. "Do you think I shall ever be able to come here alone and do my shopping by myself?" she asked. "You must never come alone," said Pancrazio, in his curious, benevolent courtesy. "Either Ciccio or I will come with you. You must never come so far alone." "Why not?" she said. "You are a stranger here. You are not a contadina." Alvina could feel the Oriental idea of women, which still leaves its mark on the Mediterranean, threatening her with surveillance and subjection. She sat in her chair with cold wet feet, looking at the sunshine outside, the wet snow, the moving figures in the strong light, the men drinking at the counter, the cluster of peasant women bargaining for dress material. Ciccio was still turning, talking in the rapid way to his neighbour. She knew it was war. She noticed the movement of his finely modelled cheek, a little sallow this morning. And she rose hastily. "I want to go into the sun," she said. When she stood above the valley in the strong, tiring light, she glanced round. Ciccio inside the shop had risen, but he was still turning to his neighbour, and was talking with all his hands and all his body. He did not talk with his mind and lips alone. His whole physique, his whole living body spoke and uttered and emphasized itself. A certain weariness possessed her. She was beginning to realize something about him, how he had no sense of home and domestic life, as an Englishman has. Ciccio's home would never be his castle. His castle was the piazza of Pescocalascio. His home was nothing to him but a possession and a hole to sleep in. He didn't live in it. He lived in the open air and in the community. When the true Italian came out in him, his veriest home was the piazza of Pescocalascio, the little sort of market-place where the roads met in the village,
under the castle, and where the men stood in groups and talked. This was where Ciccio belonged, his active, mindful self. His active, mindful self was none of hers. She only had his passive self, and his family passion. His masculine mind and intelligence had its home in the little public square of his village. She knew this as she watched him now, with all his body talking politics. He could not break off till he had finished. And then, with a swift, intimate handshake to the group with whom he had been engaged, he came away, putting all his interest off from himself. She tried to make him talk and discuss with her, but he wouldn't. An obstinate spirit made him darkly refuse masculine conversation with her. "If Italy goes to war, you will have to join up?" she asked him. "Yes," he said, with a smile at the futility of the question. "And I shall have to stay here?" He nodded, rather gloomily. "Do you want to go?" she persisted. "No, I don't want to go." "But you think Italy ought to join in?" "Yes, I do." "Then you do want to go?" "I want to go if Italy goes in. And she ought to go in." Curious, he was somewhat afraid of her. He half venerated her and half despised her. When she tried to make him discuss in the masculine way, he shut obstinately against her, something like a child, and the slow, fine smile of dislike came on his face. Instinctively he shut off all masculine communication from her, particularly politics and religion. He would discuss both, violently, with other men. In politics he was something of a socialist, in religion a free thinker. But all this had nothing to do with Alvina. He would not enter on a discussion in English. Somewhere in her soul she knew the finality of his refusal to hold discussion with a woman. So, though at times her heart hardened with indignant anger, she let herself remain outside. The more so, as she felt that in matters intellectual he was rather stupid. Let him go to the piazza or to the wine shop, and talk. To do him justice, he went little. Pescocalascio was only half his own village. The nostalgia, the campanilismo from which Italians suffer, the craving to be in sight of the native church tower, to stand and talk in the native market-place or piazza, this was only half formed in Ciccio, taken away as he had been from Pescocalascio when so small a boy. He spent most of his time working in the fields and woods, most of his evenings at home, often weaving a special kind of fish-net, or net-basket, from fine, frail strips of cane. It was a work he had learned at Naples long ago. Alvina meanwhile would sew for the child, or spin wool. She became quite clever at drawing the strands of wool from her distaff, rolling them fine and even between her fingers, and keeping her bobbin rapidly spinning away below, dangling at the end of the thread. To tell the truth, she was happy in the quietness with Ciccio, now they had their own pleasant room. She loved his presence. She loved the quality of his silence, so rich and physical. She felt he was never very far away, that he was a good deal a stranger in Califano, as she was, that he clung to her presence as she to his. Then Pancrazio also contrived to serve her and shelter her. He too loved her for being there. They both revered her because she was with child. So that she lived more and more in a little, isolate, illusory, wonderful world then, content, moreover, because the living cost so little. She had £60 of her own money, always intact in the little case. And after all, the highway beyond the river led to Ossona, and Ossona gave access to the railway, and the railway would take her anywhere. So the month of January passed, with its short days and its bits of snow and bursts of sunshine. On sunny days Alvina walked down to the desolate river-bed which fascinated her. When Pancrazio was carrying up stone or lime on the ass, she accompanied him. And Pancrazio was always carrying up something, for he loved the extraneous jobs, like building a fireplace, much more than the heavy work of the land. Then she would find little tufts of wild narcissus among the rocks, gold-scented, pale little things, many on one stem. And their scent was powerful and magical, like the sound of the men who came all those days and sang before Christmas. She loved them. There was green hellebore too, a fascinating plant,
and one or two little treasures, the last of the rose-coloured alpine cyclamens near the earth, with snakeskin leaves, and so rose, like violets for shadowiness. She sat and cried over the first she found, heaven knows why. In February, as the days opened, the first almond trees flowered among grey olives, in warm level corners between the hills. But it was March before the real flowering began. And then she had continual bowlfuls of white and blue violets. She had sprays of almond blossom, silver warm and lustrous, then sprays of peach and apricot, pink and fluttering. It was a great joy to wander looking for flowers. She came upon a bankside all wide with lavender crocuses. The sun was on them for the moment, and they were opened flat, great 5-pointed, 7-pointed lilac stars with burning centres, burning with a strange lavender flame, as she had seen some metal burn lilac-flamed in the laboratory of the hospital at Islington. All down the oak-dry bankside they burned their great exposed stars, and she felt like going down on her knees and bending her forehead to the earth in an oriental submission, they were so royal, so lovely, so supreme. She came again to them in the morning, when the sky was grey, and they were closed, sharp clubs, wonderfully fragile on their stems of sap, among leaves and old grass and wild periwinkle. They had wonderful dark stripes running up their cheeks, the crocuses, like the clear proud stripes on a badger's face, or on some proud cat. She took a handful of the sappy, shut, striped flames. In her room they opened into a grand bowl of lilac fire. March was a lovely month. The men were busy in the hills. She wandered, extending her range, sometimes with a strange fear, but it was a fear of the elements rather than of man. One day she went along the high road with her letters, towards the village of Casa Latina. The high road was depressing wherever there were houses, for the houses had that sordid, ramshackle, slummy look almost invariable on an Italian high road. They were patched with a hideous greenish mould colour, blotched as if with leprosy. It frightened her, till Pancrazio told her it was only the copper sulphate that had sprayed the vines hitched on to the walls. But none the less the houses were sordid, unkempt, slummy. One house by itself could make a complete slum. Casa Latina was across the valley in the shadow. Approaching it were rows of low cabins, fairly new. They were the one-storey dwellings commanded after the earthquake, and hideous they were. The village itself was old, dark, in perpetual shadow of the mountain. Streams of cold water ran round it. The piazza was gloomy, forsaken. But there was a great, twin-towered church, wonderful from outside. She went inside and was almost sick with repulsion. The place was large, whitewashed, and crowded with figures in glass cases and ex-voto offerings. The lousy-looking, dressed-up dolls, life-size and tinselly, that stood in the glass cases, the blood-streaked Jesus on the crucifix, the mouldering, mumbling, filthy peasant women on their knees. All the sense of trashy, repulsive, degraded fetish worship was too much for her. She hurried out, shrinking from the contamination of the dirty leather door curtain. Enough of Casa Latina. She could never go there again. She was beginning to feel that, if she lived in this part of the world at all, she must avoid the inside of it. She must never, if she could help it, enter into any interior but her own. Neither into house nor church, nor even shop or post office, if she could help it. The moment she went through a door, the sense of dark repulsiveness came over her. If she was to save her sanity, she must keep to the open air, and avoid any contact with human interiors. When she thought of the insides of the native people, she shuddered with repulsion, as in the great degraded church of Casa Latina. They were horrible. Yet the outside world was so fair. Corn and maize were growing green and silken. Vines were in the small bud. Everywhere little grape hyacinths hung their blue bells. It was a pity they reminded her of the many-breasted Artemis, a picture of whom, or of whose statue, she had seen somewhere. Artemis with her cluster of breasts was horrible to her, now she had come south, nauseating beyond words. and the milky grape hyacinths reminded her. She turned with thankfulness to the magenta anemones that were so gay. Someone told her that wherever Venus had shed a tear for Adonis, one of these flowers had sprung. They were not tear-like, and yet their red-purple silkiness had something pre-world about it, at last. The more she wandered, the more the shadow of the bygone pagan world seemed to come over her. Sometimes she felt she would shriek and go mad, so strong was the influence on her. Something pre-world, and it seemed to her now vindictive. She seemed to feel in the air strange furies, lemures, things that had haunted her with their tomb-frenzied vindictiveness since she was a child, and had pored over the illustrated classical dictionary. Black and cruel presences were in the under air. They were furtive and slinking. They bewitched you with loveliness, and lurked with fangs to hurt you afterwards. There it was, the fangs sheathed in beauty, the beauty first, and then, horribly, inevitably, the fangs. Being a great deal alone, in the strange place, fancies possessed her, people took on strange shapes, even Ciccio and Pancrazio, and it came that she never wandered far from the house, from her room, after the first months. She seemed to hide herself in her room. There she sewed and spun wool and read and learnt Italian. Her men were not at all anxious to teach her Italian. Indeed, her chief teacher, at first, was a young fellow called Bussolo. He was a model from London, and he came down to Califano sometimes, hanging about, anxious to speak English. Alvina did not care for him. He was a dandy with pale grey eyes and a heavy figure. Yet he had a certain penetrating intelligence. "No, this country is a country for old men. It is only for old men," he said, talking of Pescocalascio. "You won't stop here. Nobody young can stop here." The odd, plangent certitude in his voice penetrated her. And all the young people said the same thing. They were all waiting to go away. But for the moment the war held them up. Ciccio and Pancrazio were busy with the vines. As she watched them hoeing, crouching, tying, tending, grafting, mindless and utterly absorbed, hour after hour, day after day, thinking vines, living vines, she wondered they didn't begin to sprout vine buds and vine stems from their own elbows and neck joints. There was something to her unnatural in the quality of the attention the men gave to the wine. It was a sort of worship, almost a degradation again. And heaven knows, Pancrazio's wine was poor enough, his grapes almost invariably bruised with hailstones, and half rotten instead of ripe. The loveliness of April came, with hot sunshine. Astonishing, the ferocity of the sun, when he really took upon himself to blaze. Alvina was amazed. The burning day quite carried her away. She loved it. It made her quite careless about everything. She was just swept along in the powerful flood of the sunshine. In the end she felt that intense sunlight had on her the effect of night, a sort of darkness, and a suspension of life. She had to hide in her room till the cold wind blew again. Meanwhile the declaration of war drew nearer, and became inevitable. She knew Ciccio would go, and with him went the chance of her escape. She steeled herself to bear the agony of the knowledge that he would go, and she would be left alone in this place, which sometimes she hated with a hatred unspeakable. After a spell of hot, intensely dry weather she felt she would die in this valley, wither and go to powder as some exposed April roses withered and dried into dust against a hot wall. Then the cool wind came in a storm. The next day there was grey sky and soft air. The rose-coloured wild gladioli among the young green corn were a dream of beauty. The morning of the world. The lovely, pristine morning of the world before our epoch began. Rose-red gladioli among corn, in among the rocks, and small irises, black-purple and yellow blotched with brown, like a wasp, standing low in little desert places, that would seem forlorn but for this weird, dark lustrous magnificence. Then there were the tiny irises, only 1 finger tall, growing in dry places, frail as crocuses, and much tinier, and blue, blue as the eye of the morning heaven, which was a morning earlier, more pristine than ours. the lovely, translucent, pale irises, tiny and morning blue, they lasted only a few hours, but nothing could be more exquisite, like gods on earth. It was the flowers that brought back to Alvina the passionate nostalgia for the place. The human influence was a bit horrible to her. But the flowers that came out and uttered the earth in magical expression, they cast a spell on her, bewitched her, and stole her own soul away from her. She went down to Ciccio where he was weeding armfuls of rose-red gladioli from the half-grown wheat, and cutting the lushness of the first weedy herbage. He threw down his sheaves of gladioli, and with his sickle began to cut the forest of bright yellow corn marigolds. He looked intent. He seemed to work feverishly. "Must they all be cut?" she said, as she went to him. He threw aside the great armful of yellow flowers, took off his cap, and wiped the sweat from his brow. The sickle dangled loose in his hand. "We have declared war," he said. In an instant she realised that she had seen the figure of the old post-carrier dodging between the rocks. Rose red and gold yellow of the flowers swam in her eyes. Ciccio's dusk yellow eyes were watching her. She sank on her knees on a sheaf of corn marigolds. Her eyes watching him, were vulnerable as if stricken to death. Indeed, she felt she would die. "You will have to go," she said. "Yes, we shall all have to go." There seemed a certain sound of triumph in his voice, cruel. She sank lower on the flowers, and her head dropped, but she would not be beaten. She lifted her face. "If you are very long," she said, "I shall go to England. I can't stand here very long without you." "You will have Pancrazio and the child," he said. "Yes, but I shall still be by myself. I can't stay here very long without you. I shall go to England." He watched her narrowly. "I don't think they'll let you," he said. "Yes, they will." At moments she hated him. He seemed to want to crush her altogether. She was always making little plans in her mind, how she could get out of that great cruel valley and escape to Rome, to English people. She would find the English consul and he would help her. She would do anything rather than be really crushed. She knew how easy it would be, once her spirit broke, for her to die and be buried in the cemetery at Pescocalascio. And they would all be so sentimental about her, just as Pancrazio was. She felt that in some way Pancrazio had killed his wife, not consciously, but unconsciously, as Ciccio might kill her. Pancrazio would tell Alvina about his wife and her ailments, and he seemed always anxious to prove that he had been so good to her. No doubt he had been good to her also. But there was something underneath, malevolent in his spirit, some caged-in sort of cruelty, malignant beyond his control. It crept out in his stories, and it revealed itself in his fear of his dead wife. Alvina knew that in the night the elderly man was afraid of his dead wife, and of her ghost or her avenging spirit. He would huddle over the fire in fear. In the same way the cemetery had a fascination of horror for him, as, she noticed, for most of the natives. It was an ugly, square place, all stone slabs and wall cupboards, enclosed in 4 square stone walls, and lying away beneath Pescocalascio village, obvious as if it were on a plate. "That is our cemetery," Pancrazio said, pointing it out to her, "where we shall all be carried some day." And there was fear, horror in his voice. He told her how the men had carried his wife there, a long journey over the hill tracks, almost 2 hours. These were days of waiting, horrible days of waiting for Ciccio to be called up. One batch of young men left the village, and there was a lugubrious sort of saturnalia. Men and women alike got rather drunk. The young men left amid howls of lamentation and shrieks of distress. Crowds accompanied them to Assona, whence they were marched towards the railway. It was a horrible event. A shiver of horror and death went through the valley. In a lugubrious way they seemed to enjoy it. "You'll never be satisfied till you've gone," she said to Ciccio. "Why don't they be quick and call you?" "It will be next week," he said, looking at her darkly. In the twilight he came to her when she could hardly see him. "Are you sorry you came here with me, Allez?" he asked. There was malice in the very question. She put down the spoon and looked up from the fire. He stood shadowy, his head ducked forward, the firelight faint on his enigmatic, timeless, half-smiling face. "I'm not sorry," she answered, slowly, using all her courage, "because I love you." She crouched quite still on the hearth. He turned aside his face. After a moment or two he went out. She stirred her pot slowly and sadly. She had to go downstairs for something. And there on the landing she saw him standing in the darkness with his arm over his face, as if fending a blow. "What is it?" she said, laying her hand on him. He uncovered his face. "I would take you away if I could," he said. "I can wait for you," she answered. He threw himself in a chair that stood at a table there on the broad landing, and buried his head in his arms. "Don't wait for me! Don't wait for me!" he cried, his voice muffled. "Why not?" she said, filled with terror. He made no sign. "Why not?" she insisted, and she laid her fingers on his head. He got up and turned to her. "I love you, even if it kills me," she said. But he only turned aside again, leaned his arm against the wall, and hid his face, utterly noiseless. "What is it?" she said. "What is it? I don't understand." He wiped his sleeve across his face, and turned to her. "I haven't any hope," he said, in a dull, dogged voice. She felt her heart and the child die within her. Why? She said. Was she to bear a hopeless child? "You have hope. Don't make a scene," she snapped, and she went downstairs as she had intended. And when she got into the kitchen she forgot what she had come for. She sat in the darkness on the seat, with all life gone dark and still. Death and eternity settled down on her. Death and eternity were settled down on her as she sat alone. And she seemed to hear him moaning upstairs, "I can't come back. I can't come back." She heard it. She heard it so distinctly that she never knew whether it had been an actual utterance or whether it was her inner ear which had heard the inner, unutterable sound. She wanted to answer, to call to him, but she could not. Heavy, mute, powerless, she sat there like a lump of darkness in that doomed Italian kitchen. "I can't come back." She heard it so fatally. She was interrupted by the entrance of Pancrazio. "Oh!" he cried, startled when, having come near the fire, he caught sight of her. And he said something, frightened, in Italian. "Is it you? Why are you in the darkness?" he said. "I am just going upstairs again." "You frightened me." She went up to finish the preparing of the meal. Ciccio came down to Pancrazio. The latter had brought a newspaper. The two men sat on the settle, with a lamp between them, reading and talking the news. Ciccio's group was called up for the following week, as he had said. The departure hung over them like a doom. Those were perhaps the worst days of all, the days of the impending departure. Neither of them spoke about it. But the night before he left her, she could bear the silence no more. "You will come back, won't you?" she said, as he sat motionless in his chair in the bedroom. It was a hot, luminous night. There was still a late scent of orange blossom from the garden. The nightingale was shaking the air with his sound. At times other honey scents wafted from the hills. "You will come back?" she insisted. "Who knows?" he replied. "If you make up your mind to come back, you will come back. We have our fate in our hands," she said. He smiled slowly. "You think so?" he said. "I know it. If you don't come back, it will be because you don't want to. No other reason. It won't be because you can't. It'll be because you don't want to." "Who told you so?" he asked, with the same cruel smile. "I know it," she said. "All right," he answered. But he still sat with his hands abandoned between his knees. "So make up your mind," she said. He sat motionless for a long while she undressed and brushed her hair and went to bed. And still he sat there, unmoving, like a corpse. It was like having some unnatural, doomed, unbearable presence in the room. She blew out the light, that she did not see him. But in the darkness it was worse. At last he stirred, he rose. He came hesitating across to her. "I'll come back, Allaye," he said quietly. "Be damned to them all." She heard unspeakable pain in his voice. "To whom?" she said, sitting up. He did not answer, but put his arms round her. "I'll come back, and we'll go to America," he said. "You'll come back to me," she whispered, in an ecstasy of pain and relief. It was not her affair where they should go, so long as he really returned to her. "I'll come back," he said. "Sure?" she whispered, straining him to her. End of Chapter 16. Read by Tony Foster. End of The Lost Girl by D. H. Lawrence.